I was reviewing a post-incident report from that healthcare data breach last month, the one involving the legacy payment portal. It wasn't the encryption that failed. It wasn't even a weak password. It was a complete misunderstanding of integrity versus confidentiality. The attackers didn't steal the data initially. They modified the routing numbers in the database. The system had confidentiality controls, sure, but zero integrity checks on the internal transaction tables.
That is the classic blind spot. Everyone obsesses over encryption because it's the flashy part of the CIA triad. It's the lock on the door. But if you don't have integrity monitoring, you're just locking the door while the house burns down from the inside. Welcome to High Yield Audio Labs. Tonight, we are stripping the CIA triad down to the studs: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. And then we're going to dismantle the legacy perimeter mindset to build a zero-trust architecture based strictly on NIST 800-207.
This is the foundation for the entire SY0-701 exam. If you get a question on cryptography, access control, or network architecture, you have to trace it back to one of these three principles. Let's start with confidentiality. In the exam context, Alex, this is almost always synonymous with encryption and access control. But where do candidates lose points here?
They lose points by confusing data states. You have data at rest, data in transit, and data in use. Confidentiality looks different for each. For data at rest, we are talking about full disk encryption, AS-256, database field encryption. For data in transit, it's TLS 1.3 IPsec tunnels. But data in use? That is the hardest one. That is where you need confidential computing, secure enclaves, or memory encryption. A standard question might ask, a technician needs to ensure data remains confidential while an application processes it. If you answer TLS, you fail. TLS is for transit. The answer needs to be related to memory protection or homomorphic encryption.
Exactly. And let's connect that to the principle of least privilege. Confidentiality isn't just math, it's policy. If a marketing intern has read access to the payroll S3 bucket, you have failed confidentiality, even if that bucket is encrypted with the strongest key in the world. The authorized entity list is too broad.
Right. Moving to integrity. This is Maya's example from the opening. Integrity is the assurance that data has not been altered or tampered with. The technical enforcement here is hashing.
Specifically, hashing algorithms like SHA-256. Candidates need to remember, hashing is one way. You cannot reverse a hash. If you download a Linux ISO, you check the hash to ensure the file wasn't corrupted or injected with malware during the download. If the hash matches, integrity is preserved.
And digital signatures. This bridges us into non-repudiation, but purely for integrity. A digital signature proves the message hasn't changed. A common exam scenario involves a sender wanting to ensure a contract hasn't been modified. The answer is almost always hashing or digital signatures. If the option says encrypt with the receiver's public key, that is incorrect. That provides confidentiality, not integrity.
That distinction is vital. Encryption hides the data. Hashing fingerprints the data. You can have one without the other, but in a secure system, you usually want both. Now, let's talk about availability. This is the A in CIA. It is the most tangible one for operations teams.
Availability is about uptime. It is about resilience. In the cloud, we talk about zones and regions. On-premise, we talk about RAID arrays, clustering, and load balancers. If a hard drive fails, RAID 5 ensures the data is still available. If a server smokes, the load balancer redirects traffic to a healthy node.
And don't forget the attack vector here. Denial of service, or DOS attacks, target availability directly. They don't try to steal data. They try to exhaust resources so legitimate users can't access the system. So, mitigation strategies like sinkholing, scrubbing centers, and elastic scaling are all availability controls.
Precisely. Now, There is a fourth pillar that often gets tagged onto the triad: non-repudiation. This is critical for legal and e-commerce contexts. It means a user cannot deny having performed an action.
This is achieved through asymmetric cryptography. If I sign an email with my private key, I cannot later claim I didn't send it because I am the only person in the universe who holds that private key. The public key verifies it was me. So, if you see an exam question asking for proof of origin or legal adherence for transactions, look for non-repudiation or digital signatures.
And this leads us perfectly into the modern implementation of these concepts. The CIA triad is the what. Zero trust is the how. The old model was trust but verify. You had a firewall at the edge, like a castle moat. Once you were inside the network, you were trusted. You could move laterally anywhere.
And that model is dead. It is obsolete. The SY0-701 exam focuses heavily on the zero trust architecture defined by NIST Special Publication 800-207. The core mantra is never trust, always verify. It assumes the network is already compromised.
Correct. In a zero trust environment, there is no implied trust based on network location. Just because you are on the corporate Wi-Fi or VPN doesn't mean you get access to the HR database. Every single request is authenticated, authorized, and encrypted before access is granted.
NIST defines a few key components for this architecture that we need to memorize: the Policy Decision Point, or PDP, and the Policy Enforcement Point, or PEP. Alex, walk us through a transaction flow using these terms.
Imagine a user, let's call him Dave, wants to access a cloud CRM application. Dave is on his laptop at a coffee shop. In the old days, he would VPN in and be trusted. In zero trust, Dave's laptop sends a request. This request hits the policy enforcement point, the PEP. The PEP is the gatekeeper. It halts the traffic and asks the policy decision point, hey, should I let Dave in?
And the PDP doesn't just check Dave's password. It checks the context. It looks at the signal. Is Dave's laptop managed by the company? Is the OS patched? Is he logging in from a known location? Is the time of day unusual? This is called context-aware access.
Exactly. The PDP crunches all this telemetry. If the risk score is low, it tells the PEP, allow access for this specific session only. If the risk is high, it might demand multi-factor authentication or just block it entirely. The key here is that the access is ephemeral. It's just for that session. If Dave tries to access a different app 5 minutes later, the whole evaluation happens again.
This connects back to microsegmentation. In a zero-trust network, we don't have one big flat network. We have tiny, isolated segments. If an attacker compromises a web server in segment A, they cannot jump to the database in segment B because there is a policy enforcement point between them blocking all traffic that isn't explicitly whitelisted.
That stops lateral movement cold. It turns a breach from a catastrophe into a minor incident. Now let's sharpen this for the exam. You might see a question like, an organization wants to implement a security model that focuses on verifying identity for every request, regardless of network location. Which architecture should they adopt?
The answer is zero trust. But be careful, they might try to trick you with terms like defense in depth or perimeter security. While zero trust uses defense in depth, specifically focusing on identity verification for every request is the hallmark of zero trust. Identity is the new perimeter.
Another critical concept in NIST 800-207 is the separation of the control plane and the data plane. The PDP, the brain, sits on the control plane. The actual user traffic flows through the data plane. We keep them separate so that even if the data plane is overwhelmed by a DDoS attack, the control plane remains operational to make security decisions.
That's a high-level detail, but it separates the pros from the amateurs. Alex, let's talk about the practical implementation of zero trust. You can't just flip a switch. It's a journey. Where do organizations usually start?
They start with Identity and Access Management, or IAM. You cannot do zero trust if you don't know who your users are and what devices they have. You need a robust directory service and a strong inventory of assets. If you don't know a server exists, you can't wrap a policy around it.
So, Phase 1 is visibility. Phase 2 is typically implementing MFA and single sign-on. Phase 3 is microsegmentation. This progression is important because you might get a scenario asking for the first step in migrating to zero trust. It's rarely deploy firewalls. It's almost always identify assets or consolidate identities.
Let's loop back to the CIA triad and see how zero trust enforces it. Confidentiality is enforced because traffic is encrypted microsegment to microsegment. Integrity is enforced because the PDP validates the device health, checking for tampered OS files before granting access. And availability is enhanced because microsegmentation contains failures. If one segment goes down, it doesn't take down the whole enterprise.
That is the synthesis you need for high-yield Audio Labs level performance. You aren't just memorizing definitions, you are seeing the system as a living organism. Let's do a rapid-fire drill on exam keywords. If I say RTO and RPO, which pillar of the CIA triad are we talking about?
Availability. Recovery time objective and recovery point objective are metrics for business continuity and disaster recovery.
If I say AES 256, GCM, which pillar?
Confidentiality. That is an encryption standard.
If I say HMC, or hash-based message authentication code?
That is a trickier one. It provides both integrity and authenticity. It uses a hash function with a secret key, so you know the message hasn't changed, integrity, and you know who sent it, authenticity.
Perfect. And if I say air gap?
That is physical isolation. It's an extreme confidentiality control, ensuring a system is physically disconnected from unsecured networks. But it also impacts availability because it makes the data harder to reach.
Let's address a common confusion point, the difference between fault tolerance and high availability. They sound similar, but in an exam scenario, the distinction matters.
It does. High availability means the system is durable and likely to stay up, aiming for those 5 nines, 99.999% uptime. It accepts that there might be a brief interruption during a failover. Fault tolerance is stricter. It means zero downtime. If a component fails, the backup takes over instantly without dropping a single packet. RAID 1 mirroring is fault tolerant for a drive failure. A generator with a transfer switch might be high availability, but if there's a flicker, it's not truly fault tolerant without a UPS in between.
Excellent distinction. Now, bringing this back to zero trust. How does zero trust handle the availability aspect? Some argue that putting a checkpoint before every request adds latency and a potential bottleneck.
That is a valid architectural concern. That's why the policy enforcement points must be highly scalable. In a cloud environment, your PEP might be an auto-scaling group of ingress controllers or a serverless function. If the PEP becomes a bottleneck, you have failed the availability requirement of the CIA triad in pursuit of confidentiality. Security cannot break the business process.
Which brings us to the concept of friction. In the exam, you might face a scenario where strict security controls are impeding user productivity. The correct answer involves balancing security with usability. Zero Trust tries to reduce friction by using passive signals, device health, location, rather than asking for a password every 5 seconds.
Right. We want transparent security. The user shouldn't feel the zero trust architecture until they try to do something they aren't supposed to do.
Let's discuss data sovereignty briefly, as it relates to the CIA triad in a global context. If your data is stored in a German data center, it is subject to GDPR. If it's in the US, it's subject to the Cloud Act.
This touches on confidentiality, who can legally access it, And availability. Can the government seize the server? When designing a cloud architecture for the exam, remember that availability zones are usually within the same region and jurisdiction. Regions can be in different countries. If you need disaster recovery, availability, but have strict data residency laws, confidentiality/compliance, you cannot just replicate data to any region you want. You must choose a region within the same legal boundary.
That's a crucial constraint. Always check the geography in the scenario. A question might casually mention the company has offices in Paris and New York. That is not flavor text. That is a compliance trigger.
Let's do a deep dive on a specific zero trust use case: remote access. The old way was VPN. The new way is ZTNA, Zero Trust Network Access.
With ZTNA, the user never gets an IP address on the internal network. That is the fundamental shift. Instead, the user creates a tunnel to a cloud broker. The internal application also creates a tunnel to that broker. The broker stitches them together. The user sees the app, but they cannot see the network. They can't ping the server. They can't scan ports.
This effectively makes the infrastructure invisible to the attacker. You can't exploit a vulnerability in a server you cannot reach. This is often called dark cloud or software-defined perimeter. If you see SDP or ZTNA on the exam, associate it immediately with replacing VPNs to reduce the attack surface.
I want to touch on the assume breach mentality again. This isn't just a slogan. It dictates your monitoring strategy. In a zero-trust environment, you are logging everything. You are analyzing behavior analytics.
Yes, since we assume the attacker is already inside, we need to spot anomalies. If a user who normally downloads 10 megabytes of data a day suddenly downloads 5 gigabytes, the policy decision point should trigger. This is where integrity of the logs becomes paramount. If the attacker can delete the logs, you are blind. That is why we often ship logs to a write-once-read mini or worm storage solution.
Worm storage. That is a term to write down. It ensures that once a log entry is written, it cannot be modified or deleted for a set retention period. It guarantees the integrity of your audit trail.
Let's summarize the key takeaways for CIA and Zero Trust before we close out. 1. Confidentiality is about encryption and access control. Watch out for data states, rest, transit, use. 2. Integrity is about hashing and digital signatures. It ensures no tampering. 3. Availability is about redundancy and resilience. RAID, clustering, backups. 4. Zero Trust is never trust, always verify. Identity is the new perimeter. 5. NIST 800-207 is the Bible for Zero Trust. Know the PDP and PEP roles.
And remember the implementation order. Identify assets, map flows, architect the Zero Trust policy, and then monitor and maintain. You cannot protect what you don't know exists.
We have covered a lot of ground, from the theoretical pillars of the CIA triad to the bleeding edge of Zero Trust architecture. The exam will test your ability to apply these concepts, not just define them. When you read a question, ask yourself, which principle is being violated here? Or which Zero Trust component solves this specific problem?
Exact precision. That is what separates a pass from a fail. You have the knowledge now. It's time to let it settle. Listen to this again if you need to solidify the PDP/PEP relationship or the nuances of hashing.
This is High-Yield Audio Labs. We don't believe in luck. We believe in preparation.
Sleep well, study hard. We'll see you in the next module where we tear apart risk management. Good night.
Honestly, the sheer volume of logs we were pulling from the Radius server was staggering. But the real issue wasn't the volume. It was the protocol itself. They were trying to use Radius for command authorization on their core routers, and I had to stop them. I said, look, You are sending entire command sets over a protocol that only encrypts the password field. You are exposing your network topology. It was a classic architectural mismatch.
Which is precisely where candidates fail on the exam. They memorize the acronyms but miss the use case. Welcome back to High-Yield Audio Labs. Tonight, we are dissecting authentication, authorization, and accounting the AAA framework, and we are going to drill deep into the specific protocols and identity attributes that define the SY0-701 exam objectives.
The exam doesn't care if you know what AAA stands for. It cares if you know which protocol to deploy in a high-security enclave versus a public Wi-Fi network. Let's start with the big two, Radius and TCAX+. Maya, hit us with the definitive exam differentiator.
The most critical distinction is transport and encryption. Radius uses UDP ports 1812 and 1813. It is connectionless. TCAX+ uses TCP port 49. It is connection-oriented. But the killer detail, the one that will be on the test, is encryption. Radius only encrypts the password packet. The rest of the payload, including your username and authorized attributes, is clear text. TCAX+ encrypts the entire body of the packet.
Exactly, and that dictates the use case. If you are setting up a VPN concentrator or 802.1x for Wi-Fi, you use Radius. Why? Because it's lightweight, it handles massive volume, and for network access, you generally only care about the initial handshake. But if you are managing administrative access to network devices, routers, switches, firewalls, you must use TCAX+.
Because of the command authorization feature. TCAX+ separates authentication, authorization, and accounting into 3 distinct processes. Radius bundles authentication and authorization together. With TCAX+, I can authenticate you as an admin, but authorization can restrict you to only run specific commands, like show commands, while blocking configure terminal. Radius generally can't do that granular command-level filtering.
Right. So, if the scenario asks for granular control over router commands, or encrypting the entire authentication session, the answer is TCAX+. If it asks for remote access for a large user base, or compatibility with a wide range of network access servers, it's Radius.
Let's pivot to the second, A, authentication. Specifically, multi-factor authentication. The exam has moved beyond just something you know and something you have. We need to talk about attributes and context. Alex, break down the factors as they exist in the 2026 landscape.
There are 3 core factors and 2 attributes that you need to lock in. Type 1 is knowledge, something you know. Passwords, pins, challenge questions. This is the weakest factor. Type 2 is possession, something you have. A hardware token, a smart card, a phone for an SMS code. Though SMS is deprecated, it's still a possession factor. Type 3 is inherence, something you are. Fingerprints, retina scans, facial recognition.
And this is where it gets interesting for the exam. They will give you a scenario and ask you to identify the missing factor or the type of factor used. But let's clarify the attributes. What about something you do?
That falls under behavioral biometrics, which is often considered a subset of inherence or a distinct action factor. This is your typing cadence, your gait, how you hold your phone. It's dynamic. Then you have somewhere you are, location, GPS coordinates, IP geolocation, and finally, context-aware attributes like time of day or device health.
Let's drill into biometrics, specifically the error rates. This is a guaranteed technical question. You have the false acceptance rate, FAR, and the false rejection rate, FRR. Which one keeps the CISO up at night?
The false acceptance rate, or type 2 error. This is when the system lets an imposter in. It's a security breach. False rejection rate, or type 1 error, is when the system blocks a legitimate user. That's a usability issue. It's annoying, it generates help desk tickets, but it's not a breach.
And where these two curves intersect on a graph is the crossover error rate, or CR. The lower the CR, the more accurate the biometric system is. On the exam, if you are asked to compare two biometric solutions, you choose the one with the lowest CR.
Let's apply this. Imagine a scenario. A high-security facility needs a biometric scanner for the server room. The requirement is to minimize the risk of unauthorized entry at all costs. Do you tune the system for a low FRR or a low FAR?
You tune for a low FAR. You accept that some legitimate employees might have to scan their finger twice, high FRR, because the cost of letting an intruder in FAR is catastrophic. Security over convenience.
Precisely. Now let's talk about something you have in the context of modern attacks. We are seeing a shift away from SMS and OTP, one-time passwords, toward FIDO2 and WebAuth. Why? Because OTPs are phishable. I can set up a fake login page. You type your password. The page asks for your code. You type the code, and I relay it to the real site. I'm in.
This is a real-time phishing proxy attack. The exam might ask for a mitigation. The answer is FIDO2 or hardware security keys, like YubiKeys. These protocols bind the login to the specific domain. If the user is on fakebank.com, the hardware key won't sign the request because the domain doesn't match the origin realbank.com. It kills phishing dead.
Let's move to authorization models. We have DAC, MAC, RBAC, and ABAC, the acronym soup. Let's cut through the noise. Discretionary access control, DAC, is what you have on your home Windows PC. The owner of the file decides who gets in. It's flexible but prone to human error.
Mandatory access control, MAC, is the polar opposite. It's military grade. The system decides. Users have clearances, top secret, secret, and objects have labels. If your clearance doesn't dominate the object's label, you don't get in. Even if you created the file, you can't grant access to someone else. It is rigid and high maintenance.
Then we have role-based access control, RBAC. This is the enterprise standard. You don't give permissions to Dave. You give permissions to the HR manager role. Dave is assigned to that role. If Dave leaves, you just remove him from the role.
But the exam is increasingly focusing on ABC, attribute-based access control. This is the future. It's RBC plus context. It says, allow access if role is HR manager, and time is 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., and location is headquarters. It uses logical Boolean operators. It is the most granular and flexible model.
Correct. If you see a question about dynamic policies based on environmental conditions or if-then logic, the answer is ABAC. It's the engine behind Zero Trust.
Let's synthesize this with a what would you do scenario. You are an architect for a hospital. Doctors need access to patient records, high availability, but patient privacy is paramount, confidentiality. Doctors roam between wards using shared tablets. What authentication and authorization model do you design?
Good one. First, authentication. Since they are roaming and using shared devices, I'd use a smart card, something you have, plus a PIN, something you know. It's fast. Insert card, type PIN, you're in. Remove card, you're logged out. That ensures non-repudiation and quick session management.
And for authorization?
I'd use RBAC for the baseline. Doctors get access to medical records. But I'd overlay ABAC for the specific records. A doctor should only access records for patients currently admitted to their specific ward. So the policy is role equals doctor and doctor location equals patient ward. That prevents a doctor in oncology from browsing records in pediatrics out of curiosity.
That connects perfectly to the principle of least privilege. You are technically authorized by role, but restricted by attribute. Alex, what about impossible travel? We see this in logs all the time.
Impossible travel, or velocity checking, is a behavioral analytic. If I log in from New York at 10 a.m., and then my credentials are used to log in from London at 10:15 a.m., That is physically impossible. The velocity is supersonic.
On the exam, this is a clear indicator of a compromised account or credential replay. The automated response should be to revoke the session and force a password reset plus MFA re-enrollment. It's an identity attribute monitoring alert.
Let's talk about federated identity briefly, as it bridges into authorization. SEML and OIDC. SEML is the XML-based grandfather. It's heavy, used for enterprise SSO. OIDC, OpenID Connect, is the JSON-based modern standard, built on top of OAuth 2.0.
The key takeaway for the exam: OAuth 2.0 is for authorization, delegated access. ODC is for authentication, identifying the user. If the question asks about allowing an app to access your Google Drive without giving it your password, that is OAuth. If it asks about logging into an app using your Google account, that is OIDC.
That distinction is vital. OAuth passes the keys, tokens, to the car. OIDC checks the driver's license. Don't mix them up.
We're coming up on time. Alex, give us the final rundown. If a student is staring at a question about AAA logs showing a reject on port 1812, what are they looking at?
They are looking at a radius authentication failure. If it was port 49, it would be TCAX plus. If the log shows type 1 error, they blocked a valid user. If the scenario involves managing permissions based on job function, it's RBAC. If it involves labels and clearance, it's MAC.
And if the question asks for the strongest defense against password spraying or credential stuffing?
Multi-factor authentication, ideally with a hardware token or FIDO2 to prevent phishing. MFA is the single most effective control you can deploy. It neutralizes 99% of identity attacks.
That is the signal you need. Remember, on the exam, read the last sentence first. Determine if they are asking for the technique, the protocol, or the concept. Then apply these filters.
You have been listening to High Yield Audio Labs. We don't just want you to pass, we want you to dominate the domain.
Review this module before your exam. Sleep on it. Let the concepts of false rejection rates and attribute-based access settle into your long-term memory. We will see you in the next module where we tear apart cryptography.
Stay secure. End of line.
You know, Alex, I was auditing a legacy payment gateway last week. It was a classic, secure setup on paper. But when I looked at the cipher suites they were actually negotiating, I saw RC4 and 1024-bit RSA. It's terrifying how often we see deprecated primitives running the backbone of critical infrastructure. Welcome back to High Yield Audio Labs. I'm Maya.
It is terrifying, Maya. And I'm Alex. That specific scenario you mentioned is exactly why the SY0-701 exam, and frankly, every modern security certification, is obsessing over cryptographic primitives right now. It's not enough to just say we use encryption. You have to know the algorithm, the mode of operation, and the key length. If you are using RSA 1024 in 2026, you aren't secure. You are just legally liable.
Exactly. Today we are doing a deep dive into the actual machinery. We are stripping away the buzzwords and looking at the engines, symmetric versus asymmetric encryption, hashing algorithms, and digital signatures. This is the bedrock of confidentiality and integrity. If you don't understand the difference between AES and RSA, or why SHA 256 isn't encryption, you will fail the exam. Guaranteed.
Let's start with the workhorse, symmetric encryption. In my architecture reviews, this is what handles the heavy lifting. The concept is simple. One single key locks the door, and that same key unlocks it. It's fast, it's efficient, and it's what actually encrypts your data at rest and your data in transit.
Right. And for the exam, the king of symmetric encryption is AES, the Advanced Encryption Standard.
AES. It replaced DES and 3DES years ago. It's a block cipher. It takes your data, chops it into 128-bit blocks, and scrambles them. The key sizes matter here. You'll see 128, 192, and 256-bit keys. For top-secret clearance handling, or just modern best practices, we usually default to AES 256.
But here is the trick question I see on practice tests. They won't just ask, is AES secure? They will ask about the mode of operation. If you just use raw AES or electronic codebook mode, ECB, you are leaking patterns. If I encrypt a bitmap image of a penguin using ASCP, I can still see the penguin in the ciphertext because identical blocks of plaintext produce identical blocks of ciphertext.
That penguin image is the most famous example in cryptography. Never use ECB. You want GCM, Galois counter mode. ASGCM is the gold standard right now. It provides confidentiality, which is the secrecy, but it also provides integrity. It's an authenticated encryption mode. It tells you if someone tampered with the encrypted data.
So if a question asks for a symmetric algorithm that provides both confidentiality and integrity for a VPN tunnel or HTTPS session, the answer is likely ASGCM. But Alex, what about when we don't have hardware acceleration? I'm thinking about mobile devices or IoT sensors. AES can be battery hungry if the chip doesn't have the ASNI instruction set.
That's where CompTIA 20 comes in. CompTIA 20 is a stream cipher, not a block cipher. It generates a pseudo-random stream of bits and just XORs them with your data. It is incredibly fast in software. Google pushed this hard for Android devices communicating with Chrome. Usually, you see it paired with Poly 1305 for integrity. So, strictly speaking, if you see mobile, IoT, or no hardware acceleration on the exam, look for CompTIA 20, Poly 1305.
Perfect. So, symmetric is for bulk data encryption because it's fast. But it has a fatal flaw. The key distribution problem. If I want to send you an encrypted file using AES, I have to somehow get the key to you first. I can't just email it to you, because if the attacker intercepts the key, they can read the file.
And that is the perfect segue to asymmetric encryption, public key cryptography. This is the mathematical magic that solves the key distribution problem. We have two keys, a public key, which you can give to anyone, and a private key, which you guard with your life.
I always visualize it like a mailbox. I can give everyone in the world the address to my mailbox. That's my public key. Anyone can drop the message in. But only I have the key to open the box and read the messages. That's my private key.
That's the classic confidentiality use case. Encrypt with public, decrypt with private. But let's talk algorithms. The grandfather here is RSA, Rivis Shamir Adelman. It relies on the difficulty of factoring the product of two massive prime numbers.
RSA is everywhere, but it's getting heavy. To get 128-bit equivalent security, which is what we consider the baseline, you need an RSA key that is 3,072 bits long. That is a huge key to drag around during a TLS handshake.
It is. That's why modern architectures are shifting to ECC, elliptic curve cryptography. ECC uses the geometry of curves over finite fields. It is much more efficient. A 256-bit ECC key is roughly as strong as that 3072-bit RSA key.
This is a critical exam point. If a scenario mentions resource-constrained devices, low latency, or mobile devices needing asymmetric encryption, the answer is ECC, not RSA. You get the same security for a fraction of the computational cost.
Absolutely. You'll see variations of ECC like ECDH, elliptic curve Diffie-Hellman, for key exchange, and ECDSA for digital signatures. We should clarify that distinction. Asymmetric algorithms are rarely used to encrypt the actual file or the video stream. They are too slow. We use them to encrypt the symmetric key. I use your public ECC key to lock the AES key, send it to you, you unlock it with your private key, and then we switch to AES for the speed. That's the hybrid approach.
Exactly. Now let's pivot to the third pillar. Hashing. I cannot stress this enough. Hashing is not encryption. I see junior analysts confuse this constantly. Encryption is two-way. You can decrypt it. Hashing is one-way. You turn data into a fixed-length string of characters, a digest, and you can never reverse it to get the data back.
Ideally, you can never reverse it. We use hashing for integrity. We want to know if a file has changed. If I download a firmware update for a firewall, I want to be sure that the file I have on my disk is exactly, bit for bit, the file the vendor released. The vendor publishes the hash. I run the hash on my downloaded file. If they match, the integrity is preserved.
The exam will test you on the algorithms here. MD5 is dead. SHA1 is dead. They have collisions, meaning two different files can produce the same hash. If you see MD5 or SHA1 in a secure configuration on an exam question, mark it as a vulnerability.
The standard today is the SHA-2 family, usually SHA-256 or SHA-512. That's the industry baseline. We also have SHA-3, which uses a completely different internal structure called KEKAC. It was developed as a backup in case a mathematical breakthrough broke SHA-2.
Right. And distinct from just hashing, we have hashing for passwords. You don't just store a SHA-256 hash of a password because attackers have rainbow tables, pre-computed lists of hashes. You need to salt the hash, and you need to stretch it. This is where algorithms like PBKDF2, BCRYPT, and Argon2 come in.
Yes. If the exam asks about storing passwords, look for BCRYPT or Argon2. If it asks about file integrity or digital signatures, look for SHA-256 or SHA-3.
Let's talk about digital signatures. This combines everything we've just discussed. A digital signature provides authentication, non-repudiation, and integrity. It proves who sent the message and that the message wasn't changed.
Here is the mechanism, and listen closely because this is the reverse of the encryption scenario. To sign a document, I take a hash of the document. Then, I encrypt that hash with my private key.
Note the reversal. Encrypting with the private key. In confidentiality, we encrypt with the public key. In signatures, we sign with the private.
Correct. I send you the document and the encrypted hash. You have my public key. You decrypt the signature to reveal the hash I calculated. Then, you calculate your own hash of the document you received. If the hash you calculated matches the hash I signed, two things are proven. 1, the document hasn't changed, integrity. And 2, only someone with my private key could have created that signature, authentication and non-repudiation.
Non-repudiation is a massive keyword for High-Yield Audio Labs listeners. It means the sender cannot deny having sent the message. If I sign an audit report with my private key, I can't later claim, oh, Alex wrote that. The math proves it was my key.
Let's apply this to a real-world exam scenario. You're setting up a secure web server. You need to generate a certificate signing request, a CSR. What are you actually doing? You are generating a key pair, likely RSA or ECC. You keep the private key on the server, ideally in a hardware security module or HSM. You send the public key to the certificate authority. They verify your identity, and then they sign your public key with their private key.
That creates the chain of trust. Your browser trusts the CA trusts the server certificate, and the server certificate contains the public key to start the encrypted session. It's a beautiful system, but it's fragile if you mess up the primitives.
One area that confuses people is the difference between digital signatures and HMAC, hash-based message authentication codes. HMAC uses a symmetric key and a hashing algorithm. It provides integrity and authentication, but it does not provide non-repudiation in the same way because both parties hold the same key.
That's a great distinction. If I use an HMC with you, Alex, and we share a secret key, I can prove the message came from us, but I can't prove to a third party that you sent it because I could have generated it myself using our shared key. Digital signatures using asymmetric keys are the only way to get true non-repudiation.
Let's drill into key exchange a bit more. We mentioned Diffie-Hellman. The modern implementation you need to know is ECDHE, elliptic curve Diffie-Hellman ephemeral. That word ephemeral is critical. It provides perfect forward secrecy.
PFS is a huge concept. It means that even if an attacker steals my server's private key today, they cannot go back and decrypt all the traffic they recorded for the past 5 years. Why? Because with ephemeral Diffie-Hellman, we generate a temporary, throwaway key pair for every single session. The server's long-term private key is only used to sign the exchange, not to generate the session key.
If you don't use ephemeral keys, like the old RSA key exchange, if I steal the private key, I own your entire history. This is why TLS 1.3 mandates perfect forward secrecy. It removed the static RSA key exchange entirely.
I want to touch on a topic that is creeping into the exams: quantum computing. We know that a sufficiently powerful quantum computer using Shor's algorithm could shatter RSA and ECC. It could derive the private key from the public key.
It's the harvest now, decrypt later threat. Attackers are storing encrypted data today, waiting for the quantum computer of tomorrow. NIST has already standardized post-quantum cryptography algorithms. You might see names like Crystal's Kyber for key encapsulation or Crystal's dilithium for signatures.
You probably won't need to implement them in a lab for the exam yet, but you need to know why they exist. They're lattice-based cryptography, which is math that quantum computers aren't particularly good at solving.
Let's do a quick rapid-fire review for the listeners. I'll name a use case. You give me the primitive and the why. Ready?
Ready.
Use case 1. Encrypting a database of credit card numbers on a hard drive.
Symmetric encryption. AES 256 using XTS mode or GCM. You need speed and strong confidentiality for data at rest.
Use case 2. Securely exchanging that AES key over the public internet.
Asymmetric encryption. ECDHE for key exchange to ensure perfect forward secrecy.
Use case 3. Verifying that a downloaded ISO file hasn't been corrupted.
Hashing. SHA-256. Compare the hash on the website with the hash of the file.
Use case 4. Storing user passwords in a database.
Key stretching/hashing. BCRYPT, SCRYPT, or Argon2 with a unique salt per user. Never plain SHA-256.
Use case 5. Proving that a CEO approved a wire transfer, legally binding.
Digital signature. The CEO signs the transfer request with their private key, RSA or ECC. The bank verifies with the public key. Non-repudiation.
Perfect. One thing to watch out for is confusion around encoding. Base 64 is not encryption.
Oh, please. If I see one more developer tell me their data is secure because it's base 64 encoded, I might scream. Base 64 is just a representation format. It turns binary data into ASCII text. It provides zero confidentiality. Anyone can decode it. Do not confuse encoding with encryption.
Another term you'll see is obfuscation. This is things like ROD13 or just making code hard to read. It is security by obscurity, which is not security. Stick to the proven primitives: AES, ECC, SHA, RSA.
Alex, let's talk about the key links again. I want to make sure everyone has these memorized. Symmetric, AES. 128 is good, AES. 256 is better. Asymmetric, RSA 2048 is the absolute minimum, but RSA 3072 is the recommendation. For ECC, P256 is the standard, P384 is for higher security. Hashing, SHA 256 is the standard. SHA-1 is legacy/insecure.
And remember the relationship between them. A 256-bit AES key is vastly stronger than a 256-bit RSA key. The bits are not equal across algorithm families.
Right. An attacker would need to try $255 combinations to brute force AES-256. That's thermodynamic heat death of the universe levels of energy. But a 256-bit RSA key can be factored on a laptop in seconds.
Let's shift to implementation errors. We talked about weak algorithms, but what about weak randomness? All of this crypto relies on a random number generator, an RNG.
If your RNG is predictable, your keys are predictable. You need a CSV RNG, a cryptographically secure pseudo-random number generator. This is vital for generating nonces in ASGCM or salts for passwords. If you reuse a nonce in ASGCM, you can catastrophically break the encryption.
That's a deep cut, but a real one. In the WPA2 crack attack, nonce reuse was part of the vulnerability. The math holds up, but the implementation fails.
So, for the exam, if you are asked how to ensure the strength of cryptographic keys, the answer involves using a strong CSV RNG and ensuring sufficient entropy. Entropy is just the measure of randomness or disorder. Low entropy means weak keys.
We have covered the primitives. Now, how do these fit into the larger picture of PKI? Public key infrastructure. PKI is the governance, the CA, the CRLs, certificate revocation lists, and the lifecycle management of these keys.
The primitive is the tool, like a hammer. PKI is the construction site regulations. You can have a perfect RSA key, but if you don't have a process to revoke it when an employee leaves, your system is insecure.
And certificate pinning. That's a mechanism where an application, like a mobile banking app, hardcodes the expected public key or hash of the server's certificate. It prevents man-in-the-middle attacks, even if a CA is compromised.
Pinning is getting rarer because it breaks easily when you rotate certificates, but the concept is valid. It relies on hashing. You pin the hash of the subject public key info SPKI.
Maya, we have a few minutes left. Let's talk about data in transit versus data at rest versus data in use. Data in transit, HTTPS, TLS, IPsec, VPNs, SSH. This relies on the hybrid approach, asymmetric handshake, symmetric bulk encryption, data at rest, full disk encryption, BitLocker, file vault, database field encryption. This is almost exclusively EES. Data in use. This is the hardest. Generally, data must be decrypted to be processed by the CPU.
Unless you are using homomorphic encryption. That is an advanced topic, probably not deep on the exam yet, but it allows you to perform calculations on encrypted data without decrypting it first. It's the holy grail for cloud privacy.
For the exam, know that data in use is the most vulnerable state because the data is usually plaintext in RAM. Protecting it requires memory safety, secure enclaves like Intel SGX, or strict access controls.
Let's recap the acronyms one last time because the exam is alphabet soup. AES, Advanced Encryption Standard, symmetric. RSA, Rivest-Shamir-Adelman, asymmetric. ECC, Elliptic Curve Cryptography, asymmetric. SCHE, Secure Hash Algorithm, hashing. HMC, Hash-Based Message Authentication Code, integrity plus auth. GCM, Galois Counter Mode, confidentiality plus integrity for AES. DH, Diffie-Hellman, Key Exchange. PFS, Perfect Forward Secrecy, ephemeral keys.
And don't forget the negative list. DES/3DES, deprecated. MD5, deprecated. SHA-1, deprecated. RC4, deprecated. ECB mode, insecure. Telnet/FTP/HTTP, insecure, plaintext.
If you see Telnet on the exam, the answer is almost always replace with SSH. If you see HTTP, replace with HTTPS. If you see FTP, replace with SFTP, which runs over SSH, or FTPS, which runs over SSL/TLS.
Note the difference there. SFTP is SSH File Transfer Protocol. FTPS is FTP over SSL. Totally different protocols, though they achieve similar goals. SFTP is generally preferred because it's firewall-friendly. It just uses port 22.
Good catch. That's a classic exam distractor. Alex, before we close, what is your number one tip for handling cryptography questions on the exam?
Look for the goal. Is the goal confidentiality? Then discard hashing options. Is the goal integrity? Discard encryption-only options. Is the goal availability? Crypto might not even be the answer. You might need redundancy. Read the requirement. If they ask for integrity of a message and you select AES 256, you are wrong. AES is confidentiality. You wanted SHA 256 or HMAC.
My tip is to trust the timeline. If you have two options that seem secure, pick the newer standard. TLS 1.3 over 1.2, SJ 256 over SHA1, AES over 3DS. Security standards evolve to address new threats. The exam rewards modern best practices.
And remember, crypto is not magic pixie dust. You can't just sprinkle it on a bad architecture to fix it. It has to be implemented correctly with proper key management.
That wraps up our deep dive into cryptographic algorithms and primitives. You now have the vocabulary and the conceptual framework to dissect any crypto question the exam throws at you.
Listen to this session again. Pause it. Draw out the handshake. Draw out the digital signature process. When you can explain the difference between signing with a private key and encrypting with a public key to a 5-year-old, or at least a junior dev, you are ready.
This has been another session of High Yield Audio Labs. Good luck with your studies, and keep your private keys private.
Stay secure.
280 days. That is the average dwell time for an advanced persistent threat before they are even detected in a legacy network. Imagine an intruder sitting in your living room, silently watching you, learning your schedule, reading your mail, and copying your keys for nearly a year before you even realize a window was left unlocked.
And that is exactly why the perimeter is dead concept isn't just a buzzword, Maya. It is a survival strategy. If you are building defenses assuming the bad guys are outside, you have already lost. Welcome to Module 4 of this High Yield Audio Labs deep dive. I am Alex.
And I am Maya. Today we are dissecting threat actors and vectors for the SY0-701. We are moving past the simple definitions of hacker and getting into the granular profiling that the exam requires. You need to know not just how they attack, but who they are, why they are doing it, and specifically, how much money and time they have to burn.
Precisely. In the field, attribution is hard. On the exam, attribution is a logic puzzle based on resources and intent. Let's start at the top of the food chain. APTs, Advanced Persistent Threats.
The exam loves these. When you see APT on the screen, what are the keywords that should instantly flash in your mind?
Nation-state and sophistication. An APT isn't a teenager in a basement. This is a military unit. It is a government agency. They have infinite time, significant funding, and highly specialized tools. They are not looking for a quick smash and grab. They want long-term espionage, political leverage, or the ability to disrupt critical infrastructure.
Right. I often see candidates confuse APTs with organized crime. The differentiator is usually the goal. Organized crime wants your money. An APT wants your intellectual property or your state secrets. If the scenario describes an attacker using a zero-day exploit that likely cost $1 million to develop just to sit quietly on a defense contractor's server, that is an APT.
Correct. Let's talk about that zero-day aspect. Developing a zero-day exploit, a vulnerability that the vendor doesn't know about yet, is expensive. It requires a dedicated research team. Script kiddies don't have 0 days. Hacktivists rarely have 0 days. APTs hoard them.
Speaking of script kiddies, let's look at the other end of the spectrum. The term feels dismissive, but they can still cause massive damage.
Absolutely. A script kiddie is defined by a lack of sophistication. They use off-the-shelf tools. They download scripts from GitHub or buy exploit kits on the dark web. They don't understand the underlying code. They are just pushing buttons.
But Alex, from an audit perspective, if a script kiddie runs a ransomware script they bought, the damage is just as real as if a genius wrote it.
The damage is real, but the vector is predictable. Script kiddies go for the low-hanging fruit. Unpatched servers, default passwords, known vulnerabilities. If you patch your systems and run basic hygiene, you filter out 99% of script kiddies. You do not filter out an APT with patching alone.
That is a crucial exam distinction. Script kiddies are opportunistic. APTs are targeted. Now let's move to the middle ground. Organized crime.
This is the modern ransomware industry. These groups operate like Fortune 500 companies. They have HR departments, they have customer support for victims trying to pay ransoms, and they have R&D. Their motivation is purely financial.
I've seen exam questions where the scenario involves a highly structured attack targeting a financial institution for monetary gain. Candidates sometimes pick APT because of the highly structured part.
That is a trap. If the motivation is money, lean towards organized crime. If the motivation is geopolitical or espionage, lean towards APT/nation state. Organized crime groups are sophisticated, yes, but they are businesses. They want ROI. They generally won't burn $1 million zero day on a target that will only pay a $50,000 ransom.
Let's talk about the insider threat. This is often cited as the most dangerous threat actor. Why is that?
Because they already have the keys. They are inside the trust boundary. Firewalls and IDS are looking for traffic coming in. They aren't always tuned to watch authorized users doing slightly unauthorized things.
We need to split this into two categories for the exam: the malicious insider and the negligent insider.
The malicious insider is the disgruntled employee. Maybe they were passed over for a promotion, or they are about to be fired. They steal data to sell to a competitor, or they sabotage systems on their way out. The defining characteristic here is intent.
Versus the negligent insider, who is just sloppy. The user who clicks a phishing link. The developer who commits AWS keys to a public repository. The admin who leaves a dashboard open at a coffee shop.
Exactly. The negligent insider causes more breaches by volume, but the malicious insider causes more damage per incident. Defending against them requires different controls. For the negligent one, you need training and guardrails, DLP, MFA. For the malicious one, you need strict separation of duties and least privilege. You need to ensure that no single person has the power to burn the house down.
There is a subcategory here that CompTIA likes, the competitor. This is usually corporate espionage. It's distinct from organized crime because the goal isn't immediate ransom, it's market advantage. Stealing the schematics for the new electric vehicle battery, for instance.
Right. And then we have hacktivists. Their currency is attention. They are motivated by ideology, politics, religion, social causes.
What's their signature move?
Denial of service, DDoS, defacement. They want to embarrass the target. They want to take down your website to make a statement. They aren't usually trying to steal data for profit, though they might dox executives to cause chaos. If the exam scenario mentions a political motive in a website takedown, you are looking at hacktivists.
Let's pivot to vectors. We know who is attacking. Now, how are they getting in? The SY0-701 lists several specific vectors. Let's start with the one that keeps me up at night, supply chain.
The SolarWinds incident changed everything here. A supply chain attack is when the adversary compromises a vendor you trust. You trust the software update mechanism for your monitoring tool. You allow it through your firewall. You give it admin rights. The attacker infects the update at the source.
It is insidious because you, the victim, didn't make a mistake. You didn't click a link. You didn't misconfigure a server. You just installed a signed update from a trusted vendor. How do we even defend against that?
It is difficult. It requires zero trust in the truest sense. You have to segment your network so that even your trusted management tools can't talk to everything. You have to monitor the behavior of your vendor's software. If your monitoring tool starts trying to talk to an unknown IP in a foreign country, that is an indicator of compromise, or IOC, regardless of whether the binary is signed.
Another vector that is gaining traction on the exam is cloud. But cloud is broad. What specifically are we looking at?
Misconfiguration. That is the number one cloud vector. An S3 bucket left open to the public. A security group that allows SSH from 0.0.0.0/0. IAM roles that are too permissive. Attackers scan public cloud IP ranges constantly. They are looking for these low-hanging fruits.
I often see shadow IT linked to cloud vectors.
Yes, marketing teams spinning up their own SaaS instances without telling IT. Developers creating test environments in their personal AWS accounts using corporate data. If you don't know it exists, you can't secure it. That is a massive vector.
Let's touch on removable media. It feels archaic, like we are back in 2008, but it is still on the exam objectives.
And it is still used in air-gapped environments. Look at Stuxnet. That was an APT, likely US and Israeli intelligence, targeting Iranian nuclear centrifuges. The facility wasn't connected to the internet. How did they bridge the air gap? USB drives.
The USB drop attack. Leave a branded USB drive in the parking lot labeled Payroll 2026. Someone will pick it up and plug it in.
Human curiosity is a vulnerability. That is a form of social engineering, but the technical vector is removable media. This is why strict endpoint controls, disabling USB ports, or using USB sanitization kiosks are standard in high-security zones.
Speaking of social engineering, let's talk about email. Phishing is still the king of initial access.
It is cheap and effective. But for the exam, distinguish between phishing, spear phishing, and whaling. Phishing is a dragnet, spamming a million emails. Spear phishing is targeted, using your name, your job title, maybe referencing a real project you are working on.
And whaling is spear phishing a C-level executive, targeting the CEO to authorize a wire transfer.
There is also vishing, voice phishing, and smishing, SMS phishing. The vector changes, but the psychological manipulation is the same. They create urgency or fear to bypass your critical thinking.
Okay, Alex. We have the actors, and we have the vectors. Now, how do we model this? The exam explicitly mentions the MITRE ATT and CK framework. I use this every day in audits, but it can be overwhelming for beginners.
Think of MITRE ATT and CK as the periodic table of hacker behavior. It is a knowledge base of adversary tactics and techniques based on real-world observations. It breaks an attack down into a life cycle.
Tactics versus techniques. This is a common point of confusion.
Tactics are the why. What is the adversary trying to achieve? Examples of tactics are initial access, persistence, privilege escalation, exfiltration. There are 14 tactics in the enterprise matrix.
And techniques are the how.
Exactly. If the tactic is initial access, the technique might be phishing or exploit public-facing application. If the tactic is credential access, the technique might be OS credential dumping or brute force.
And underneath techniques, we have procedures. The specific implementation. Using Mimikatz to dump SAS memory is a procedure.
Right. So, TTPs, tactics, techniques, and procedures. That is the hierarchy. The exam wants you to know how to use this. You don't memorize the whole matrix. You use it to map your defenses.
For example, if I am worried about an APT group known as APT29, I can look them up in MITRE ATT and CK. I can see that they historically used spear phishing for initial access and PowerShell for execution.
Exactly. Then you look at your defenses. Do we have good email filtering? Do we monitor PowerShell execution? You move from vague anxiety to data-driven defense. That is threat modeling.
Let's do a quick war story to synthesize this. Imagine a scenario. A financial analyst receives an email from the IT help desk asking them to install a new VPN client. They click the link, download an .exe, and run it. Nothing happens. They shrug and go back to work. 2 weeks later, the database servers are encrypted and a ransom note appears. Walk us through the actors and vectors here.
Okay, the actor is likely organized crime. The motivation is financial, ransom. The vector is email, phishing, leading to the installation of malware. The user is a negligent insider for falling for it.
And the 2 weeks later part?
That is the dwell time. They didn't encrypt immediately. They established persistence, a tactic. They probably performed lateral movement, another tactic, jumping from the analyst's laptop to the server subnet. They likely escalated privileges. They exfiltrated sensitive data before encrypting it, which is called double extortion.
Double extortion?
Yes. If you have backups and refuse to pay the ransom for the decryption key, they threaten to leak the stolen data. It puts you in a bind. Even if you can restore your systems, you still have a data breach to handle.
That is a nightmare scenario. And it highlights why defense in depth is the only answer. You need email filters to catch the fish. You need endpoint detection and response, EDR, to catch the malicious.exe. You need network segmentation to stop the lateral movement.
And you need a team that knows how to hunt. We are moving away from signature-based detection, looking for known bad files, to behavior-based detection. Does the calculator app usually try to open a network connection to Russia? No. Then kill the process, even if the file hash looks clean.
This connects back to indicators of compromise, ICS. We have static ICS and behavioral ICS.
Static IOCS are IP addresses, file hashes, domain names. These are easy to change. An attacker can change one bit in their malware, and the hash changes. They can spin up a new domain for $5. This is what David Bianco calls the pyramid of pain. Static IOCS are at the bottom. Easy for attackers to change, easy for us to detect, but low value.
And at the top of the pyramid of pain?
TTPs, tactics, techniques, and procedures. It is very hard for an attacker to change their behavior. If they know how to code in C++ and use specific Windows API calls to inject code, relearning a whole new tradecraft is difficult. That is why detecting TTPs, like detecting the act of credential dumping rather than the specific tool used, is the gold standard.
High-yield Audio Labs listeners, take note of that pyramid of pain concept. It is not explicitly in every exam guide, but the logic underpins every advanced question about threat intelligence.
Let's briefly touch on hacktivists again. I want to clarify the OSINT vector, open source intelligence.
This is using publicly available information. LinkedIn, Facebook, corporate websites.
Right. Hacktivists and social engineers love this. If I want to phishing attack your company, I go to LinkedIn. I find your sysadmins. I find out what technologies you list in your job descriptions. Experience with Cisco ASA firewalls. Great. Now I know you run Cisco. I can tailor my attack.
This is why we tell employees to be careful what they post. Posting a photo of your badge or your desk with sticky notes on the monitor. It is all ammunition.
Another vector mentioned in the objectives is direct access. This is physically walking into the building.
Tailgating. Piggybacking.
Exactly. Waiting for someone to open the secure door and slipping in behind them. Or dumpster diving. Looking for shredded documents that weren't shredded properly. It sounds like spy fiction, but if I can physically touch your server, it is game over. I can boot from a USB drive. I can reset the root password. Physical security is the foundation of logical security.
Let's do a rapid-fire round on specific exam keywords. I'll say a scenario. You give me the actor or vector.
Go.
Scenario. A web server is defaced with a political manifesto.
Actor, hacktivists. Vector, likely a web application vulnerability like SQL injection or cross-site scripting.
Scenario. A defense contractor finds undetected malware that has been exfiltrating schematics for 6 months.
Actor, APT/nation-state. Vector, could be supply chain or spear phishing.
Scenario. A user receives a text message saying their bank account is frozen. Click here to unlock.
Vector, smishing, SMS phishing. Actor, likely organized crime or a scammer.
Scenario. A fired administrator uses a secret backdoor account to delete virtual machines.
Actor, malicious insider. Vector, logic bomb or just abuse credentials.
Scenario. A competitor hires a cleaning crew to plant a listening device in the boardroom.
Actor, competitor/corporate espionage. Vector, direct access.
You mentioned logic bomb there. Can you define that?
A logic bomb is malicious code that lies dormant until a specific condition is met. If date equals January 1st, or if my name is removed from the payroll system, then execute the payload. It is a classic signature of the malicious insider who wants to ensure damage happens after they are gone.
Good. Now, what about shadow IT and the vector of unauthorized software?
This is the user installs a cracked game on their work laptop scenario. It introduces malware inside the perimeter. It bypasses the firewall because the user invited it in. This is why you need application whitelisting, blocking anything that isn't explicitly approved.
Alex, we have covered the formal actors. But what about the gray hat?
The exam usually focuses on white hat, authorized ethical hacker, black hat, malicious, and gray hat. The gray hat operates without permission, but usually without malicious intent. They might hack you to find a vulnerability and then email you offering to fix it for a fee.
Is that legal?
Generally, no. Without prior authorization, accessing a system is illegal in most jurisdictions, regardless of intent. But for the exam, remember, white hat equals permission, black hat equals malicious, gray hat equals no permission, but good or mixed intentions.
One last tricky area, the difference between threat and vulnerability.
Crucial distinction. A vulnerability is a weakness. A missing patch, a weak password, an unlocked door. A threat is the potential for an actor to exploit that vulnerability. A risk is the combination of the two. You can have a vulnerability, an unlocked door, but if you live on a desert island with no people, no threat actor, the risk is low.
But on the internet, the threat actors are always there. They are automated scripts scanning 24/7, so the threat is constant.
Correct, which means the only variable you can control is the vulnerability. You cannot stop the Russians from building hacking tools. You can stop your server from having port 3389 open to the internet.
We have about a minute left. Alex, if you had to give one piece of advice for a candidate struggling to differentiate these actors on the exam, what would it be? And for vectors, remember that humans are the weakest link. Phishing and social engineering are involved in the vast majority of breaches. Technology can be perfect, but if Alex gives me his password because I asked nicely, the firewall doesn't matter.
Sad but true. Security is a people problem as much as a technical one.
That wraps up our session on threat actors and vectors. You are now equipped to profile the enemy.
In the next module, we will be diving into vulnerability scanning and penetration testing, taking these concepts and seeing how the good guys use them to find holes before the bad guys do.
Until then, keep your systems patched and your users paranoid. This has been a High Yield Audio Labs production.
Stay secure. And the terrifying part wasn't the malware itself. It was that the threat actor didn't write a single line of code to bypass the firewall. They just called the help desk, played a recording of a crying baby in the background, and claimed to be a stressed VP who forgot their password. The empathy of the support tech was the vulnerability.
That is the perfect, chilling opening for tonight's session. It highlights exactly why we can't just firewall our way out of human error. Welcome back to High Yield Audio Labs. Tonight, we are dissecting the most volatile attack surface in existence, the human mind. We are covering Domain 5 of the SY0-701 security plus objectives, specifically social engineering and phishing.
The human operating system has bugs, Maya, and unlike Windows or Linux, we can't just push a patch on Tuesday. Social engineering exploits cognitive biases, shortcuts our brains take to process information quickly. In the exam and in the field, you need to recognize which specific bias is being triggered. Is it authority, urgency, trust?
Let's start with the big one, phishing. On the exam, they won't just ask, "What is phishing?" They will give you a scenario and ask you to classify the specific flavor of the attack. For instance, if I receive a generic email saying, "Dear customer, update your password," that is spray and pray phishing. But Alex, what changes when that email addresses me as Dear Maya, Cloud Auditor?
That shifts the classification immediately to spear phishing. The distinction is targeting. Generic phishing is a trawling net. Spear phishing is a sniper rifle. The attacker has done reconnaissance. They know your role, maybe your company, or which vendors you use. Taking it a step further, if that email is sent specifically to your CFO, mentioning a confidential merger or a wire transfer, we have escalated to whaling.
Whaling is targeting big fish, C-suite executives, high-value targets. The exam often pairs whaling with the concept of business email compromise, or BC.
Exactly. Beck is fascinating because it is often technically clean. There is no malicious attachment, no drive-by download link. It is purely text-based manipulation. The attacker compromises a legitimate email account or spoofs one perfectly and requests a wire transfer change. They rely on the authority and urgency principles. A junior accountant receives an email from the CEO at 4:55 p.m. saying, "This vendor payment is late. Wire it now, or we lose the contract." The accountant bypasses protocol out of fear. That is BC.
And the defense against BC isn't just an email filter. It's a business process. It's having a policy that says, we never change payment details based on email alone. We verify via a secondary channel.
Correct. Out-of-band verification. That is the gold standard answer for mitigating social engineering. If the request comes via email, you verify via phone. If it comes via phone, you verify via internal chat. You never trust the channel that brought you the request.
Speaking of phone, let's talk phishing. Voice phishing.
Phishing is aggressive. It happens over the telephone or VoIP. Traditionally, it was a human operator trying to extract credit card numbers or reset codes. But in 2026, we have to talk about the AI component. Deepfake audio is now a standard tool for advanced persistent threats. An attacker can scrape a few minutes of a CEO's voice from a YouTube keynote, train a model, and then vish the finance director with a synthesized voice that sounds exactly like their boss.
That is terrifying. For the exam, if you see a scenario involving a phone call, urgent requests for sensitive information, or someone pretending to be from Microsoft support or the IRS, mark it as phishing. Closely related is smishing.
SMS phishing. Text messages. Your package delivery failed, click here. Or bank alert. Suspicious transaction. Smishing is dangerous because people trust their phones more than their computers. The screen is smaller. You can't hover over the URL to see the actual destination easily, and the immediate notification creates a scarcity of time. You feel you must act now.
Let's dig into the psychological principles you mentioned earlier. CompTIA loves to ask why an attack works. You listed authority and urgency. What about consensus?
Consensus or social proof? Everyone else is doing it. An attacker might say, HR requires all employees to download this new benefits app. 90% of your team has already done it. You don't want to be the outlier, so you comply. Then there is familiarity or liking. Attackers will try to build rapport. They might mention a local sports team or complain about the weather in your specific city, information they found on your social media. If you like them, you are more likely to unlock the door for them.
Which brings us to pretexting. This is the overarching strategy, isn't it?
Yes. Pretexting is the fabrication of a scenario. It is the lie that makes the request make sense. If I walk up to a secure facility and say, "Let me in," you will say no. But if I wear a high-vis vest, carry a ladder, and say, "I'm here to fix the broken HVAC unit on the 3rd floor that's causing the server to overheat," that is a pretext. I have created a character and a situation.
That scenario transitions us into physical social engineering. If you are standing there with that ladder and an employee holds the door open for you because they are being polite, that is tailgating.
Or piggybacking. The terms are often used interchangeably, but there is a nuance. Tailgating usually implies the authorized person is unaware they are being followed. Piggybacking can imply the authorized person knows and is complicit, even if just out of courtesy. "Hold the door, please." "Sure, come on in." That simple act of kindness breaches the physical security perimeter.
And the control for that?
Man-traps, access control vestibules, policies that require every single person to badge in individually, and a culture where it is okay to challenge someone you don't recognize.
Let's look at another vector, the watering hole attack. This one is indirect.
It's strategic. If I want to hack a specific defense contractor, but their perimeter is too hard, I look at where their employees hang out online. Maybe there is a niche forum for aerospace engineers, or a local sandwich shop's online menu they all visit for lunch. I compromise that third-party site, the watering hole, and inject malware. When the target employees visit that trusted site, they get infected. I didn't attack them directly. I poisoned the well they drink from.
It relies on the trust relationship with the third party. This is a supply chain concern as well. Now, Alex, what about when the attacker isn't trying to get in, but trying to gather information out?
Dumpster diving, low tech, high yield, going through trash to find bank statements, sticky notes with passwords, organizational charts, or source code printouts. It sounds archaic, but it happens. The defense is shredding policies, cross-cut shredders, burn bags, and secure disposal vendors.
And shoulder surfing?
Looking over someone's shoulder to see their screen or keyboard. This happens in coffee shops, airports, and even inside the office. Privacy filters, those polarized screen protectors, are the technical control, but situational awareness is the administrative control.
I want to pivot to a term that's gaining traction in the syllabus: influence campaigns and hybrid warfare. This isn't just about stealing a password, it's about shifting public perception.
This operates at a macro level. We are talking about misinformation and disinformation. It is crucial to know the difference. Misinformation is false information shared without malicious intent. Someone just made a mistake. Disinformation is false information shared with malicious intent to deceive. Influence campaigns use bots, sock puppets, fake accounts, and social media algorithms to amplify division, damage reputations, or manipulate stock prices. It is social engineering at the scale of a population.
For the exam, recognize hybrid warfare as the combination of conventional attacks, like shutting down a power grid, with influence campaigns to cause panic. It is psychological operations meeting cyber operations.
Precisely. Now, Maya, we have talked about the attacks. We need to drill down into the primary defense, user training and awareness. You cannot buy a firewall for a human brain, so you have to program it.
Security awareness training. It can't be a once-a-year PowerPoint. It has to be continuous.
And it has to be relevant. Simulation is key. Phishing simulations where we send fake phishing emails to our own employees. If they click, they aren't fired. They are enrolled in immediate, teachable moment training. We track metrics, click rate, report rate. We want the click rate to go down and the report rate to go up.
That report phishing button in the email client is a critical tool. It empowers the user to be a sensor for the security team.
Agreed. But we also need to talk about the technical safety nets. If social engineering succeeds and the user does give up their password, what saves us?
Multi-factor authentication, MFA.
Specifically, phishing-resistant MFA. Not all MFA is created equal. If I trick you into entering your password on a fake site, I can also trick you into entering the 6-digit SMS code. That is an adversary-in-the-middle attack. But FIDO2, WebAuthn, hardware security keys like YubiKeys, those are resistant. The key creates a cryptographic bond with the real domain. If the user is on google.fake.com, the hardware key simply won't fire. It fails safe.
That is a critical exam distinction. SMS OTP and authenticator apps are better than nothing, but they are phishable. Hardware keys and FIDO2 are the robust answer to credential harvesting.
Let's do a quick rapid-fire round on some specific techniques that support these attacks. Typo squatting.
Registering a domain that looks like the target but has a typo. Goggle.com instead of google.com. Or using Cyrillic characters that look like Latin letters, an IDN homograph attack.
Prepending.
Adding a tag to the subject line, like safe or verified, to trick the user into thinking the email has already been scanned and cleared by the security gateway. Or, conversely, the system automatically adding external to warn users and attackers trying to format their subject lines to hide that tag.
Invoice fraud.
A specific form of BC where the attacker intercepts a legitimate vendor conversation and sends a corrected invoice with their own bank details. It relies on the consensus or trust established in the ongoing thread.
Excellent. Now, consider the concept of hoaxes.
A hoax is usually an email warning of a non-existent threat. Delete this file system 32, it is a virus. In reality, the file is critical for the OS. The user causes the damage themselves out of fear. The intent is disruption and wasting time, rather than theft.
Identity fraud versus identity theft.
Identity theft is stealing your PI, SSN, date of birth to become you. Identity fraud is using that stolen identity to open credit lines, file taxes, or commit crimes. Theft is the breach. Fraud is the monetization.
Before we close, I want to reinforce the why. Why does social engineering work? Because security is friction. Humans are hardwired to reduce friction. We want to be helpful. We want to do our jobs efficiently. Attackers exploit our desire to be good employees. Your job as a security professional is to create a culture where verifying is seen as helping, not obstructing.
That mindset shift is the hardest part of the job. It's easy to configure a firewall rule. It's hard to tell a CEO, I cannot process this request until I call you back, and have them thank you for it.
That is the maturity model we are aiming for.
Let's recap the top 3 takeaways for the SY0-701 exam from this session. 1. Identify the vector. Is it email, phishing, phone, vishing, SMS, smishing, or physical tailgating? 2. Identify the psychological trigger. Is it authority, urgency, scarcity, or social proof? 3. Know the defense. User training is the baseline, but technical controls like phishing-resistant MFA and rigorous verification processes for financial transactions are the backstops.
And remember, in the exam scenario, if the question describes a user receiving a suspicious request, the first step is almost always to verify via a trusted, out-of-band channel. Do not reply to the email. Do not call the number in the signature. Look up the official number and call that. We are building your knowledge base layer by layer. Play this again if you need to solidify the definitions. Sleep on it. Let the concepts settle.
Stay paranoid.
And stay secure. Good night. The incident response team didn't sleep for 72 hours. It started as a phantom anomaly in the accounting department subnet, a slight uptick in UDP traffic on port 445. No alarms triggered on the perimeter firewall. The endpoint protection platform, which cost the client 6 figures annually, remained silent. By the time the CM flagged the correlation, 300 servers were encrypted. The root cause wasn't a zero-day exploit or a nation-state actor. It was a single, obfuscated PowerShell script executed from a macro in an invoice that a junior analyst opened. Welcome to High Yield Audio Labs. Tonight, we aren't just listing malware types. We are dissecting the anatomy of infection for the SY0-701 certification.
That scenario, Alex, is the perfect nightmare fuel for a security architect, but for the exam candidate, it is a goldmine of keywords. You mentioned traffic on port 445, endpoint silence, and a macro-based entry. In the context of the exam, we need to strictly differentiate between the delivery mechanism, the payload, and the persistence method. Let's start with the fundamental distinction that trips people up constantly on the test, the difference between a virus and a worm.
Precisely. The distinction lies in human interaction. A computer virus, in the classical definition, is parasitic code. It requires a host file, an executable, a document, a script, and it requires a user to execute that host. It cannot spread on its own. It needs you to click, run, or open. It replicates by injecting its code into other files on the system, like a biological virus infecting cells.
Whereas a worm is standalone. It is an autonomous agent. A worm does not need a host file, and crucially for the exam, it does not need user intervention to spread. Once a worm breaches a system, it scans the network for vulnerabilities in other systems and propagates itself laterally. If you see a question describing malware that consumed network bandwidth by scanning for open shares without any user clicking a link, the answer is invariably a worm.
Think of the Morris worm or WannaCry. WannaCry utilized the Eternal Blue exploit to target the SMB protocol. It didn't wait for users to share files. It aggressively hunted for unpatched Windows systems on the network. That self-propagation is the hallmark of a worm. Now, let's pivot to Trojans. The name, obviously, comes from the Trojan horse.
The defining characteristic of a Trojan is deception. It presents itself as legitimate software, a game, a cracked utility, a screensaver, but carries a malicious payload. Unlike viruses and worms, Trojans typically do not replicate themselves. They rely on social engineering to get installed.
And within the Trojan category, the Remote Access Trojan, or RAT, is the most dangerous variant for enterprise environments. A RAT establishes a command and control channel back to the attacker. It's not just about destroying data. It's about persistence and control. It gives the attacker a GUI-like interface to the victim's machine, access to the webcam, file system, and keylogging capabilities.
On the exam, if you see a scenario where an attacker is manually controlling a victim's machine after the user installed a pirated application, you are looking at a RAT. But Alex, let's go deeper. Let's talk about the malware that hides the malware. Rootkits.
Rootkits are terrifying because they operate at a privilege level that most security tools can't see. We talk about protection rings in operating system architecture. User applications run in ring 3. The kernel runs in ring 0. A rootkit installs itself in ring 0 or deeper, sometimes even in the firmware or hypervisor. It intercepts system calls.
Explain that interception. How does it look to the user or the antivirus?
Imagine you open Task Manager to look for a malicious process. Task Manager asks the Windows API, list all running processes. The request goes to the kernel. If a rootkit is installed, it hooks that request. It filters out its own process from the list and returns the sanitized result to Task Manager. You can't see it because the tool you're using to look for it relies on the compromised kernel for information.
Exactly. This is why standard antivirus scans often fail against rootkits. The exam might ask how to detect a rootkit if the OS is compromised. The answer usually involves booting from trusted, external media, a live CD, or USB drive, so that the compromised OS isn't running and the rootkit can't hide itself.
Then we have the evolution of evasion, fileless malware. This is a favorite topic for modern exams because it challenges the traditional file scanning paradigm. Fileless malware doesn't drop an executable file like malware.exe onto the hard drive. It operates entirely in memory or RAM.
It's living off the land, or LOTL. The attacker uses tools already present in the operating system, like PowerShell, WMI, Windows Management Instrumentation, or Bash.
Right. The attack vector might be a malicious website that triggers a script. That script injects code directly into a running process, like the browser or system memory. The code executes, does its damage, maybe steals credentials or downloads a payload, and vanishes when the system reboots, leaving no file artifacts for forensic analysis on the disk.
However, they often need persistence. So, while the malware runs in memory, they might create a registry entry that triggers a PowerShell script upon boot. So, if an exam question mentions a registry run key executing a script, but no malicious files found in the program files or downloads directories, you are dealing with fileless malware techniques.
Let's discuss the payload that has dominated headlines for the last decade: ransomware.
Ransomware is an availability attack. It encrypts user data and demands payment for the decryption key. But Alex, the exam focuses on the evolution. We aren't just talking about locking screens anymore.
Correct. Early ransomware was just a locker. Now, we see crypto malware that uses military-grade encryption, AS-256 or RSA. And crucially, modern ransomware uses double extortion. They don't just encrypt your data, they exfiltrate it first. If you refuse to pay for the decryption because you have good backups, they threaten to leak your sensitive data to the public.
That changes the incident response playbook. It's no longer just a recovery issue, it's a data breach notification issue.
Moving on to logic bombs. This is distinct because it's not triggered by a user or a network scan. It's triggered by a condition.
Usually a specific date, time, or event. The classic exam scenario is a disgruntled administrator who plants code to delete databases if their name disappears from the payroll system. It sits dormant until the logic condition is met.
Now, having defined the adversaries, we need to map this to the analysis and detection side of the syllabus. How do we analyze what we've found? We have two main approaches: static and dynamic analysis.
Static analysis involves examining the code without running it. We're looking at the file header, the imported libraries, the strings embedded in the binary. We calculate the cryptographic hash MD5, SHA-256, and compare it against known malware databases like VirusTotal.
Static analysis is safe, but limited. If the malware is packed or obfuscated, meaning the code is compressed or scrambled to hide its true intent, static analysis might just see gibberish. That's where dynamic analysis comes in.
Dynamic analysis is detonating the bomb in a containment chamber. We run the malware and observe what it does. Does it try to connect to an IP address in a foreign country? Does it try to modify the registry? Does it spawn child processes?
And we do this in a sandbox. A sandbox is an isolated environment, usually a virtual machine, designed to mimic a real user desktop. It allows the malware to execute fully without risking the host network.
But be careful with the sandbox concept on the exam. Malware authors are smart. They use anti-sandboxing techniques. The malware might check, is the hard drive suspiciously small? Is the mouse not moving? Is the generic video driver installed? If it detects it's in a VM, it will go dormant and refuse to execute, fooling the analyst into thinking it's benign.
That leads us to the detection methodologies, signature-based versus heuristic or behavioral detection.
Signature-based is the old-school method. It's like a fingerprint. You have a database of known bad file hashes or byte sequences. When a file enters the system, the antivirus compares it to the database. If it matches, it's blocked.
The pro is that it has a very low false positive rate. If the hash matches, it's definitely that malware. The con is that it is useless against zero-day attacks or polymorphic malware. Polymorphic malware changes its code, and therefore its signature, every time it replicates.
Which is why heuristic and behavioral analysis are critical for the SY0-701. Heuristic detection looks for patterns or characteristics that seem malicious, even if there is no signature match.
Think of it like airport security. Signature detection is checking a no-fly list of names. Heuristic detection is watching for someone sweating profusely, wearing a heavy coat in summer, and acting nervously. They aren't on the list, but their behavior indicates a threat.
In the digital world, behavior might be a process trying to overwrite thousands of files in seconds, indicative of ransomware. Or a calculator app trying to open a network connection, indicative of a Trojan.
Before we wrap up this segment of High-Yield Audio Labs, I want to touch on the concept of the botnet. A botnet is often the result of these infections. You have a network of compromised machines, zombies, controlled by a bot herder.
The individual machines might be infected with Trojans or worms, but functionally, they act as a collective resource for the attacker. They are used for DDoS attacks, spam relaying, or mining cryptocurrency. The exam will often ask about the purpose of the infection. If the goal is a massive denial of service against a third party, the answer involves a botnet.
Let's synthesize this for the exam. If you see self-replicating, network-based, think worm. If you see disguised, user interaction required, think Trojan. If you see OS privilege escalation, hiding processes, think rootkit. If you see RAM resident, PowerShell, think fileless.
And for detection, known hash match is signature. Anomaly or pattern recognition is heuristic. Safe execution environment is sandboxing.
Precision is key. In the field, these lines blur. A Trojan might drop a rootkit which then downloads ransomware. But on the exam, isolate the primary characteristic described in the scenario.
One final note on keyloggers. They can be software or hardware. Software keyloggers are often a feature of spyware or Trojans. Hardware keyloggers are physical devices plugged into the USB port or keyboard line. If the scenario involves a physical breach of the office, consider hardware keyloggers as a vector.
We've covered the spectrum from the silent, kernel-level rootkit to the noisy, destructive ransomware. Understanding these distinctions is not just about passing the test. It's about being able to look at an incident report and immediately understand the adversary's capabilities and intent.
Remember, the exam will test your ability to diagnose the type of malware based on the symptoms, like network lag, high CPU usage, or missing files, and then select the appropriate remediation.
We'll dive deeper into remediation strategies and incident response procedures in the next module. Until then, keep your systems patched, your signatures updated, and your heuristics tuned. This is Alex.
And this is Maya. You're listening to High-Yield Audio Labs. Stay secure. Welcome back to High-Yield Audio Labs. Tonight, We're dissecting the invisible architecture of trust, or rather, the lack of it. I want to start with a number: 180 seconds. That's the average time it takes for an attacker on a local network to pivot from a simple compromised laptop to full man-in-the-middle status on the subnet gateway.
3 minutes is generous, Maya. In a standard enterprise environment with default switch configurations, I can usually do it in under 30 seconds. And the terrifying part isn't the speed, it's the silence. Most network operations centers won't even see a spike in traffic until the exfiltration begins.
Which brings us to our focus for this session: network attacks and mitigation. Specifically, the Layer 2 and Layer 3 exploits that haunt the SY0-701 exam objectives. We're talking ARP poisoning, MAC flooding, VLAN hopping, and the various flavors of spoofing that make it all possible.
And critically, how to kill them. Because knowing the attack is only half the battle. If you can't configure dynamic ARP inspection or explain URPF to a CISO, you're just a spectator.
Let's start at Layer 2, the data link layer, the soft underbelly of the OSI model. Alex, why do we call it the soft underbelly?
Because Ethernet, by design, is promiscuous. It trusts everyone. When you plug a device into a switch port, the switch learns your MAC address and assumes you are who you say you are. There's no inherent authentication at the frame level. This trust is the foundation of the ARP poisoning attack.
Address Resolution Protocol, ARP, the mechanism that maps an IP address, which is logical, to a MAC address, which is physical.
Correct. So, picture the scenario. You're on a subnet. You want to talk to the gateway, 192.168.1.1. Your computer shouts out, "Who has 192.168.1.1? The router should answer. But in an ARP poisoning attack, I answer. I send an unsolicited ARP reply, a gratuitous ARP, saying, "I am 192.168.1.1. Here is my MAC address."
And because the protocol is stateless and trusting, your victim's computer updates its ARP cache immediately. It overwrites the legitimate router's MAC address with your attacker machine's MAC.
Exactly. Now, every single packet intended for the internet goes through my laptop first. I can read it, modify it, or drop it. This is the classic on-path attack. Note that on the exam, they've moved away from the term man-in-the-middle in favor of on-path, but the mechanics are identical.
So, from an audit perspective, how do we stop this? I can't tell you how many times I've seen ARP poisoning marked as a risk, but the mitigation listed is just use HTTPS.
Which is a terrible answer. HTTPS protects the payload, but it doesn't stop the redirection. You need to secure the switch. The gold standard here is dynamic ARP inspection, or DAI.
Walk us through DI. How does the switch know which ARP responses are lies?
DI relies on another feature called DHCP snooping. This is crucial for the exam. You cannot have DAI without DHCP snooping. When a device gets an IP address from the DHCP server, the switch snoops that transaction. It records the IP, the MAC, the VLAN, and the port in a trusted binding database.
So the switch builds a source of truth. Port 5 is allowed to be 192.168.1.50.
Precisely. Now, if an attacker on port 5 tries to send an ARP reply claiming to be the gateway at point 1.1, the switch checks the binding database. It sees the mismatch. Port 5 is only authorized 4.1.50, and it drops the packet instantly. It also logs the violation, often shutting down the port depending on configuration.
That's a key exam relationship. DHCP snooping builds the database. Dynamic ARP inspection enforces it. If you see a question about stopping ARP poisoning, look for DI.
And while we're on the switch, let's talk about MAC flooding. This is a brute force attack against the switch's memory.
The CM table. Content addressable memory.
Right. The CM table has a finite size. It stores the mapping of MAC addresses to ports. In a MAC flooding attack, I use a tool like McAuth to generate hundreds of thousands of random source MAC addresses per second. I blast them into the switch.
The goal being to fill up the table.
Yes. Once the table is full, the switch enters a fail-open state. It can no longer learn new addresses. So, to ensure traffic still gets delivered, it defaults to behaving like a hub. It floods every incoming frame out of every port.
Suddenly, the attacker on port 10 can see the traffic destined for port 20 because the switch is broadcasting everything. It turns a switched network into a shared medium.
Mitigation here is simple but often overlooked. Port security. You configure the switch interface to strictly limit the number of MAC addresses allowed on a single port.
Usually 1 or 2 for a workstation and a VoIP phone.
Exactly. You set a maximum count. If the port sees a third MAC address, it triggers a violation. You can set the violation mode to protect, which just drops the traffic, or shut down, which disables the port entirely and sends an SNMP trap to the admins.
Shutdown is the preferred setting for high-security environments, but it does create a denial of service for the user if they plug in a hub or unauthorized switch.
Better a denial of service than a data breach.
Let's pivot to Layer 3, IP spoofing. This is where the attacker modifies the source IP address in the packet header to hide their identity or to impersonate a trusted system.
This is the engine behind most DDoS amplification attacks, which we'll get to. But in a direct attack, IP spoofing is used to bypass ACLs based on IP trust. If your firewall allows traffic from the HR subnet, and I spoof an HR IP address, I might get a packet through.
But TCP makes this hard, doesn't it? Because of the three-way handshake.
It does. If I spoof your IP and send a SYN packet to a server, the server sends the SYN back to you, not me. I never see it, so I can't complete the handshake. This is why blinded IP spoofing is mostly used for DOS, not for data exfiltration, unless the attacker is on the same local subnet and can sniff the response.
So what's the mitigation for IP spoofing at the network edge?
URPF, Unicast Reverse Path Forwarding. It's a router feature. When a packet arrives on an interface, the router checks its routing table. It asks, if I wanted to send a reply to this source IP, would I use the interface this packet just arrived on?
It's a sanity check. You claim to be coming from the internet, but your source IP belongs to my internal network.
Exactly. If the interface doesn't match the routing table's expected path, URPF drops the packet. It stops spoofed traffic from entering your network, and critically, it stops your own compromised machines from sending spoofed traffic out to the internet.
That's a huge point for the exam. Ingress filtering protects you. Egress filtering protects everyone else. Being a good internet citizen means blocking spoofed outbound traffic so your network isn't used in a botnet.
Speaking of botnets, let's talk about the big one: distributed denial of service. DDoS.
The distinction between DOS and DDoS is often tested. DOS is one attacker, one target. DDoS is many attackers, a botnet, against one target.
And the most devastating form is the amplification attack. This relies on UDP. Maya, why UDP? Because UDP is connectionless. There's no handshake. I can spoof the source IP, send a request, and the server will fire the reply to the victim without verifying who asked.
Exactly. So the attacker finds a vulnerability in a protocol that returns a much larger response than the request. DNS is the classic example.
A DNS amplification attack works like this. I command my botnet to send thousands of small DNS queries to open DNS resolvers on the internet. But I spoof the source IP address to be my victim's IP.
The query is small, maybe 60 bytes. Tell me everything about this domain.
But the response? the response might be 3,000 bytes. That's an amplification factor of 50 to 1. So for every megabit of bandwidth I control, I'm hitting the victim with 50 megabits.
And it's not just DNS. NTP Network Time Protocol has a command called monlist that returns a list of the last 600 hosts that connected to the server. The amplification factor there can be over 500 to 1.
It's brutal. You send a byte, you deliver a bomb.
How do we mitigate this? From the victim's side, it's hard because the traffic is coming from legitimate servers.
Right. You can't just block DNS servers. Mitigation requires upstream filtering. You need a DDoS mitigation provider like Cloudflare or Akamai that can scrub the traffic. They have the bandwidth to absorb the volumetric attack and filter out the garbage before it hits your data center.
And locally?
Locally, you can use sinkholing. You route the traffic destined for the attacked IP address to a null interface or a sinkhole router that analyzes and drops it. It takes the target offline effectively, but it saves the rest of the network infrastructure from collapsing under the load.
Let's talk about DNS poisoning, sometimes called DNS spoofing. This is distinct from the amplification attack. Amplification uses DNS as a weapon. Poisoning attacks the integrity of DNS itself.
The goal of poisoning is redirection. I want users who type google.com to land on my phishing server.
This often happens at the recursive resolver level, the DNS server your ISP runs.
Yes, if I can beat the authoritative server's response time, race it, and inject a fake record into the resolver's cache, that resolver will then serve that fake record to thousands of users until the time to live, TTL, expires.
And the users have no idea. The URL bar says google.com. The SSL certificate might throw an error if I haven't spoofed that too, but the resolution is technically correct according to the poison cache.
The fix here is DNSSEC, Domain Name System Security Extensions.
DNSSEC adds cryptographic signatures to DNS records.
Exactly. It creates a chain of trust from the root zone down to the domain. When the resolver gets a record, it verifies the signature. If I try to inject a fake record, the signature won't match, or I won't have the private key to sign it. The resolver rejects the poison.
Why isn't it everywhere then?
Complexity and overhead. But for the exam, remember, DNSSEC protects against integrity attacks like poisoning. It does not provide confidentiality. Your DNS queries are still clear text unless you use DNS over HTTPS, DO, or DNS over TLS.
That's a crucial distinction. DNSSEC validates the record. DO encrypts the transport.
Correct. Now, Maya, I want to touch on VLAN hopping before we wrap. This is a layer 2 attack that lets an attacker jump from one VLAN to another without going through a router.
There are two main methods, switch spoofing and double tagging.
Switch spoofing happens when an attacker configures their laptop to negotiate a trunk link with the switch. They use DTP, Dynamic Trunking Protocol. If the switch port is set to Dynamic Auto or Dynamic Desirable, the attacker says, "I want to be a trunk," and the switch says, "OK."
And once you have a trunk link, you have access to all VLANs.
Exactly. Mitigation. Disable DTP on all user-facing ports. Manually configure them as switch port mode access. Never leave ports in a dynamic state.
And double tagging?
Double tagging is trickier. It exploits the native VLAN. The attacker sends a frame with two VLAN tags. The outer tag matches the native VLAN of the trunk.
The switch strips the outer tag because it's the native VLAN, which is untagged on the wire, and forwards the frame.
But the inner tag remains. When the next switch receives it, it sees that inner tag and forwards the packet to the victim VLAN. It's a one-way attack, but effective for DOS or sending commands.
Mitigation?
Change the native VLAN on your trunks to an unused ID. For example, VLAN 999, and ensure that no user ports are ever assigned to that native VLAN.
This is high-yield audio labs, and that specific detail, changing the native VLAN to an unused ID, is a favorite for performance-based questions.
Let's summarize the defensive posture. We are locking down Layer 2 with port security to stop MAC flooding. We are using DHCP snooping and dynamic ARP inspection to kill on-path attacks.
We are using URPF at the edge to stop spoofing. We are implementing DenSec to preserve resolution integrity. And we are contracting scrubbing services to handle volumetric DDoS.
It's a defense in-depth approach. No single control saves you. But if you leave Layer 2 open, the rest of your castle is built on sand.
One final thought for the exam candidates. When you see a scenario describing a user who can access local resources but not the internet, and the diagnostics show a duplicate IP address or strange MAC entries,
think ARP poisoning or a rogue DHCP server. Always check the basics. The physical and data link layers are where the chaos starts.
We'll see you in the next session where we tackle wireless cryptography. Until then, keep your ports locked and your TTL short.
Clear the cache. End session.
If you look at the last 5 years of critical CVs, specifically the ones that led to full database exfiltration, there is a haunting pattern. It is rarely a 0-day in the kernel. It is almost never a sophisticated quantum decryption attack. It is usually a text box on a website that trusted a user too much.
That is the reality of application security. We build fortresses with firewalls and intrusion detection systems, and then we leave the front door unlocked because we didn't sanitize a search bar. Welcome back to High Yield Audio Labs. I'm Alex.
And I'm Maya. Tonight, we are dissecting application security vulnerabilities for the SY0-701. This is Domain 3 territory, but it bleeds into operations and architecture. We are talking about the mechanisms that allow attackers to manipulate your code to do things it was never intended to do.
Specifically, we are drilling into the heavy hitters. Injection attacks, cross-site scripting, server-side request forgery, and the absolute bedrock of secure coding, which is input validation. If you are sitting for the Security Plus, you cannot just know the definitions. You need to recognize the syntax in a log file. You need to know the remediation before you even finish reading the question.
Let's start with the king of the hill. Injection. For the exam, SQL injection is the primary suspect, but Alex, clarify the scope here. It is not just databases, is it?
No. Injection happens anytime untrusted user input is sent to an interpreter as part of a command or query. That could be SQL, it could be LDAP, it could be XML, or even OS commands. But for the exam, SQL injection, or SQLI, is the prototype. The core mechanism is always the same. The attacker breaks out of the data context and enters the code context.
Walk us through the classic anatomy. The exam often shows a snippet of code or a log entry. What is the signature?
You look for the single quote. In SQL, a single quote delimits a string. If I type a name into a login box, say admin, the database sees a string. But if I type admin followed by a single quote, I have just closed the data field. Anything I type after that is interpreted as a command. The classic signature you will see in study guides is quote, or 1 = 1.
That is the tautology attack. Since 1 always equals 1, the database evaluates the statement as true and usually returns the first record in the table, which is often the administrator.
Exactly. But on the exam, they might get more subtle. They might show you a log entry where someone is using a union operator. A union-based SQL injection allows an attacker to combine the results of the original query with the results of a query they injected. This is how they dump entire tables. If you see a GET request in a server log that includes the word union followed by select, that is a 5-alarm fire.
So, the remediation. This is where people get tripped up. They think input validation.
and they are partially right, but they will fail the question. Input validation is a defense, but it is not the primary defense against SQL injection. The only true fix is parameterized queries, also known as prepared statements.
Explain why that is the gold standard.
Because it separates the code from the data at the database driver level. When you use a prepared statement, you define the SQL code first. Select star from users where username equals question mark. The database compiles that structure. Then, you bind the user input to that question mark. Even if the user types in or 1 equals 1, the database treats it strictly as literal text, not executable code. It renders the attack inert.
Stored procedures can also help here, correct?
Yes, primarily because they usually implement parameterization by default. But be careful. You can still write vulnerable code inside a stored procedure if you are dynamically concatenating strings. The keyword to remember for the exam is parameterization. If that is an option, it is almost always the correct answer for preventing injection.
Let's pivot to the client side. Cross-site scripting, or XSS. This is one of those vulnerabilities that sounds less dangerous than it is. Scripting sounds annoying, not catastrophic.
That is a dangerous mindset. XSS allows an attacker to execute malicious scripts in the victim's browser. It is not attacking the server directly. It is using the server to attack the user. The impact ranges from defacing a website to the total compromise of a user's session.
The SY0-701 objectives differentiate between 3 main types: stored, reflected, and DOM-based. We need to distinguish these clearly.
Let's break them down. Reflected XSS is the most common. It is non-persistent. The attack payload is delivered via a link. I send you an email with a malicious URL. The URL contains a script. You click it, the website reflects that script back to your browser, and it executes. It happens immediately once.
So the indicator there is a malicious link. What about stored XSS?
Stored is persistent. This is much worse. The attacker posts a comment on a forum or a review on a product page. That comment contains the malicious script. The server saves it to the database. Now, every single person who views that product page loads the comment, and the script executes in their browser. It is a watering hole attack. You infect the page, and the victims come to you.
And DOM-based?
That is entirely client-side. The server might not even see the payload. The vulnerability is in the JavaScript code running in the browser itself. It takes data from a source, like the URL fragment, and passes it to a sink, like inner HTML, without validation.
For the exam, the critical piece is mitigation. We know input validation helps, but what is the architectural fix?
Context-aware output encoding. That is the phrase to memorize. When the application takes user data and displays it on the screen, it must convert special characters into their HTML entity equivalents. So a less than bracket becomes an LT. The browser renders it as a bracket, but it does not execute it as a tag.
And from a defense-in-depth perspective, we have Content Security Policy, or CSP.
Absolutely. CSP is an HTTP header that tells the browser which sources of executable scripts are approved. You can say, only execute scripts from my own domain. If an attacker tries to load a script from a rogue server, the browser blocks it because it violates the policy.
There is one more flag related to XSS that appears in log analysis questions. The HTTP-only flag on cookies.
Yes, XSS is often used to steal session cookies. If an attacker can read your session ID, they become you. By setting the HTTP-only flag on a session cookie, you are telling the browser, do not allow JavaScript to access this cookie. So even if an XSS attack succeeds, the script cannot read the session token. It effectively neutralizes the primary goal of the attack.
Moving deeper into the stack, let's talk about server-side request forgery, or SSRF. This has gained massive traction because of cloud adoption.
SSRF is fascinating because it turns the server against itself. In a normal request, the client asks the server for a resource. In SSRF, the attacker tricks the server into making a request to a third party, or worse, to an internal resource that the attacker cannot access directly.
The classic scenario here is the AWS Instance Metadata Service.
Exactly. In a cloud environment like AWS, every virtual machine has a metadata service available at a specific local IP address, usually 169.254.169.254. If an application allows a user to specify a URL to fetch, say, a profile picture upload feature where you can provide a URL, and the attacker provides that local metadata IP, the server fetches it.
And simply fetching it isn't the problem. The problem is what comes back.
Right. That metadata service contains the temporary security credentials for the IAM role attached to that server. If the server returns that data to the attacker now has the AWS keys to the kingdom. They can pivot from the web application directly into your cloud infrastructure.
How do we stop this? It seems difficult if the application's job is to fetch URLs.
It requires a strict whitelist. If your application needs to fetch images, it should only be allowed to talk to specific domains. You also need to disable HTTP redirects on the server side, because attackers use redirects to bypass basic filters. But specifically for the cloud metadata vector, the mitigation is enforcing IMDSv2, Instance Metadata Service version 2. It requires a session token header that a simple SSRF attack usually cannot construct.
Let's pull back and look at the root cause of all these issues. It almost always comes down to input validation. The SY0-701 objectives list this as a specific secure coding practice.
Input validation is the concept of trust no one. Every piece of data entering your system, whether it is from a user, an API, a file, or a database, is potential hostility.
There are two main philosophies here: allow listing versus block listing, or whitelisting versus blacklisting.
And for the exam, and in real life, allow listing is the only acceptable answer. Blacklisting is a losing game. You cannot possibly list every single malicious character or string. Attackers will always find a way around a filter. Allow listing is positive security. You define exactly what is allowed. This field is a zip code. It must be exactly 5 integers. Anything else is rejected.
Where should this validation happen? Client-side or server-side?
Both, but for different reasons. Client-side validation, using JavaScript in the browser, is for user experience. It gives immediate feedback, but it is useless for security because an attacker can simply turn off JavaScript or use a proxy like Burp Suite to bypass the browser entirely. Server-side validation is mandatory. It is the gatekeeper.
Another concept that often appears alongside these is the race condition, specifically time of check to time of use or talk to.
This is a concurrency vulnerability. It happens when there is a delay between checking a condition, like does this user have permission to write to this file, and using that condition, actually writing to the file. If an attacker can swap the file out in that microsecond window, they can trick the program into overwriting a critical system file.
The exam might describe a scenario where a file is checked for integrity, but then modified before it is processed. That is your clue for a race condition.
Correct. The fix involves atomic operations. You need mechanisms that ensure the check and the use happen as a single, indivisible step, or use file locking to prevent changes during the process.
What about error handling? It seems benign, but verbose error messages are a vulnerability.
This is information leakage. If your application crashes and dumps a stack trace to the user, you are giving the attacker a map of your internal logic. You are telling them what database you run, what version of the framework you use, and exactly where the code failed. That is gold for crafting an exploit. Secure error handling means showing the user a generic "something went wrong" message while logging the detailed error internally for the developers.
Let's synthesize this for a scenario-based question. You're a security analyst reviewing code. You see a function that takes a user ID and concatenates it directly into a database query string. The developer argues that they are using a web application firewall, WF, to block attacks, so the code is fine. What is your response?
The response is that a WAF is a compensatory control, not a remediation. WAFs can be bypassed. The code itself is vulnerable. The vulnerability must be patched at the source using parameterized queries. Relying on a WAF to stop a SQL injection in vulnerable code is like wearing a bulletproof vest but refusing to take cover. It might save you, but you are taking an unnecessary risk.
That is a critical distinction for the exam. Controls versus remediation. Remediation fixes the flaw. Controls just mitigate the risk.
Let's talk about memory vulnerabilities briefly, as they are part of the broader application security landscape. Buffer overflows.
This is usually associated with legacy languages like C and C++.
Yes, a buffer overflow happens when a program writes more data to a buffer, a block of memory, than it can hold. The excess data overwrites adjacent memory. This can crash the system, which is a denial of service, or it can be used to inject malicious code into the execution path.
The exam will likely ask about the solution.
The long-term solution is using memory-safe languages like Java, Python, or Rust, which handle memory management automatically. If you must use C or C++, you use bounds checking functions. Instead of strcpy, which just copies until it hits a null terminator, you use strncpy, which requires you to specify the maximum length.
We should also touch on insecure direct object references, or IDOR. It falls under broken access control.
IDOR is incredibly common. Imagine a URL like example.com/account. ID equals 1234. I am logged in as user 1234. If I simply change that number to 1235 in the address bar, and the server shows me someone else's account details, that is IDOR. The server checked if I was logged in, but it failed to check if I was authorized to see object 1235.
The fix there is access control checks on every object access. Just because a user is authenticated does not mean they are authorized for every resource.
Precisely. We call that vertical privilege escalation if a user jumps to an admin role, and horizontal privilege escalation if a user jumps to another user's data at the same level. IDOR is usually horizontal.
Let's do a quick lightning round on secure coding standards. If the exam asks about a standard framework for application security verification, what are we looking for?
OWASP ASVS, the Application Security Verification Standard. It provides a basis for testing web application technical security controls.
And for a list of common software weaknesses?
CWE, Common Weakness Enumeration. CV is for specific vulnerabilities in specific products. CWE is for types of flaws, like buffer overflow or SQL injection in the abstract.
And for a secure software development lifecycle model?
You might see references to SAM, the Software Assurance Maturity Model. But generally, the exam wants you to know that security must be integrated into every phase of the SDLC, not bolted on at the end. Shift left.
Shift left. That is the mantra. Test early, test often.
One final tactical point on input validation. We talked about sanitization. It is important to know the difference between validating and sanitizing. Validation is checking if the input meets the criteria. Sanitization is stripping out the bad parts.
Like removing the script tags from a comment, but keeping the text.
Right. But be careful. Sanitization is hard to get right. It is better to reject bad input entirely, validation, or encode it on output, encoding, than to try to clean it up. If you try to strip JavaScript, an attacker might write JavaScript with a tab character in the middle, which the browser might still execute, but your filter missed.
So the hierarchy of defense is validate strictly on input, parameterize your queries, and encode strictly on output.
That is the holy trinity of application defense. If you do those three things, you eliminate 90% of the vulnerability surface area we discussed tonight.
Before we close, let's revisit the exam mindset. You are in the testing center. You see a question about a hybrid analysis.
Hybrid analysis combines static analysis, examining the code without running it, and dynamic analysis, testing the running application. If the question describes looking at source code, it's SCSD, static application security testing. If it describes sending bad data to a login page and watching the response, it's DSD, dynamic application security testing. Hybrid uses both.
And fuzzing?
Fuzzing is a form of dynamic testing. It involves throwing massive amounts of random, invalid, or unexpected data at an application to see if it crashes. It is excellent for finding buffer overflows and unhandled exceptions. If the question mentions random input or stress testing inputs, think fuzzing.
Let's summarize the key takeaways for our listeners before they drift off to sleep.
First, SQL injection is fixed by parameterized queries, not input validation, not WAFs. Parameterization. Second, XSS is fixed by output encoding and validated by content security policy. Know the difference between stored, persistent, and reflected, link-based. Third, SSRF attacks the server's ability to make requests, often targeting cloud metadata. Fix it with strict allow listing of domains.
And finally, input validation is the baseline. Use allow lists, not block lists, and always validate on the server side.
Exactly. The application is the new perimeter. Firewalls are great, but if your code allows an attacker to walk right through port 443 and query your database directly, the firewall is just a spectator.
We hope this deep dive helps you lock down your understanding of Domain 3. Remember, the exam wants the best solution, not just a solution. Remediation beats mitigation.
You have been listening to High Yield Audio Labs. This has been your SY0-701 review on application security vulnerabilities. Sleep well, and good luck on the exam.
Good night. The average time to exploit a known vulnerability is now down to 15 days. But the average enterprise time to patch is still hovering around 60 to 90 days. That delta, that gap between 15 and 90, is where careers end. It is where breaches happen. If you are memorizing definitions for the exam without understanding that timeline, you are missing the entire point of vulnerability management.
That is a terrifying metric to start with, but it is the reality. Welcome back to High Yield Audio Labs. I am Alex.
And I am Maya. Tonight, we are dissecting Module 9, the Vulnerability Management Process. This is crucial for SY0-701 because it is not just a definition game anymore. The exam wants to know if you can actually prioritize. They will give you a list of 4 servers with different vulnerabilities and ask you which one to patch first. If you just pick the highest score without looking at the context, you fail.
Exactly. I remember a consulting gig I did for a regional bank. They had a report showing 50,000 critical vulnerabilities. The CISO was panicking. He wanted to buy more appliances. I looked at the report, and 49,000 of those criticals were on Adobe Flash Player installed on decommissioned servers that were sitting in a warehouse, disconnected from the network, but still showing up in an old asset inventory database.
That is the perfect segue into the first phase of the life cycle, identification. You cannot scan what you do not know exists. On the exam, you will see the term asset inventory linked directly to vulnerability management. If the question mentions unmanaged devices or shadow IT, the root cause is almost always a failure in the identification phase, not the scanning phase.
Right. And when we talk about identification, we are talking about scanners. But Maya, you know as well as I do that not all scans are created equal. The biggest distinctor on the exam and in real life is the difference between credentialed and non-credentialed scans.
This is a guaranteed test question. A non-credentialed scan, sometimes called a non-authenticated scan, looks at the target from the outside. It is like a burglar rattling the door handle. It sees open ports, it grabs banners, it might guess the operating system based on TCP fingerprinting. But it cannot see inside. It tends to generate more false positives because it is guessing.
Contrast that with a credentialed scan. You give the scanner a service account, hopefully with least privilege, though realistically it often needs root or admin rights to be effective. It logs in. It checks the registry keys on Windows. It checks the package versions on Linux. It says, I see you have OpenSSL version 1.0.1 installed. It does not have to guess. It knows.
Here is the exam trap. The question will ask, the security team needs to determine if a specific patch is installed on a server to mitigate a zero-day vulnerability. Which scan type is most appropriate? The answer is credentialed. A non-credentialed scan might see the service is still running, but it often cannot tell if the specific KB article or RPM patch has been applied.
Also, keep in mind the impact on the network. I once brought down a legacy SCADA network because I ran an aggressive non-credentialed scan that flooded the PLCs with malformed packets. Credentialed scans are generally safer for fragile systems because they are just querying the OS, not bombarding the network stack.
Let's move to the second phase, analysis and prioritization. This is where the Common Vulnerability Scoring System, or CVSS, comes into play. You need to know the vector string. You do not need to memorize the math formula, but you need to know the metrics.
The base score is what everyone looks at. It assumes the worst-case scenario. AV, N means attack vector network. AC, L means attack complexity low. PR, N means privileges required none. If you see AV, N/AC, L/PR, N, that is the trifecta of doom. It means anyone on the internet can exploit it easily without a password. That usually results in a 9.8 or 10.0 score.
But here is the nuance for the exam. The base score is static. It does not change over time. The temporal score, or what is now often called threat metrics, changes. If an exploit code is released on GitHub, the temporal score goes up. If a patch is released, it might go down. And then there is the environmental score, which Alex hinted at with his warehouse story.
The environmental score is the most underused metric in the real world, but the exam loves it. It allows you to adjust the score based on your specific environment. If that critical Windows vulnerability is on a server that is air-gapped and locked in a vault, I can lower the environmental score. The risk is lower because the exposure is lower. Conversely, if a medium vulnerability is on my primary database holding all the customer credit cards, I might raise the environmental score to treat it as critical.
So, if you get a scenario question, a vulnerability has a CVSS of 9.8, but it is on a standalone system with no network access. Another vulnerability has a CVSS of 7.5, but it is on the external web server. Which do you prioritize? You prioritize the 7.5. Exposure trumps severity. Context is king.
That leads us into the remediation phase. This is not just click update. In an enterprise, click update gets you fired because you just crashed the ERP system during payroll.
The workflow is strict. Identify, analyze, test, deploy, verify. The test phase is where change management comes in. You will likely see questions about a CAB, a change advisory board. You cannot just push a patch to production. You deploy to a sandbox, then a staging environment that mirrors production. You verify the application still works. Only then do you schedule a maintenance window for production.
And what if you cannot patch? This is a huge concept, compensating controls. Sometimes the vendor has not released a patch yet. Sometimes the patch breaks the application. You cannot just leave it wide open. You have to apply a workaround.
Right. If there is a vulnerability in a web server service, but you cannot patch it, maybe you update the WF, the Web Application Firewall, to block the specific malicious signature associated with that exploit. You haven't fixed the root cause, but you have mitigated the risk. That is a compensating control.
Or you segregate the network. If an IoT device is vulnerable and unpatchable, which is true for about 90% of IoT devices, you move it to a restricted VLAN where it cannot talk to the main network. You wrap it in an ACL.
Let's talk about the output of scanners for a moment. False positives. A scanner reports a vulnerability that does not exist. This happens a lot with backported patches. Linux distributions like Red Hat or Debian will often take a security fix from a new version of software and apply it to an old version without changing the version number string. A knife scanner looks at the version, sees Apache 2.2, and screams vulnerable. But actually, the code is patched.
That is a nightmare to explain to auditors. You have to show them the changelog. On the flip side, you have false negatives. The scanner says everything is fine, but you are actually vulnerable. This is far more dangerous. It usually happens because the scanner didn't have the right credentials or the plugin feed wasn't updated.
Speaking of feeds, keep the term SCAP in mind. Security Content Automation Protocol. It is a suite of standards used to organize all this data. CVE, Common Vulnerabilities and Exposures, is the list of unique identifiers like CVE 2026-1234. CPE, Common Platform Enumeration, is a standard way of naming software like CPE/A, Microsoft, Internet_Explorer 8.0. The exam might ask which standard provides a common language for describing vulnerabilities. The answer is CV. If they ask about the scoring system, it's CVSS.
Let's pivot to the cloud, Maya. How does this change when we are talking about AWS or Azure?
The fundamentals are the same, but the mechanism changes. In the cloud, we move towards agentless scanning for workloads. Tools like AWS Inspector can take a snapshot of your EBS volume, your virtual hard drive, spin it up in a side environment, scan it, and shut it down. No performance impact on the live server.
And then there is the container world. You are not patching running containers usually. If a Docker container is vulnerable, you do not SSH into it and run apt-get upgrade. That is an anti-pattern.
Correct. You patch the image in the registry. You rebuild the container from the secure image, and you redeploy. This is immutable infrastructure. If you try to patch a running container, the next time that container scales down and back up, the changes are lost. You have to fix it at the source. This is often done in the CI/CD pipeline, scanning the code and the dependencies before they are ever deployed.
That is the shift-left concept. Catching the vulnerability in the development phase rather than the maintenance phase. It is infinitely cheaper.
I want to touch on the organizational side. Risk appetite. You will create a report. You will hand it to management. They might look at a high vulnerability and say, "We accept this risk."
That is a valid business decision, provided it is documented. If fixing a vulnerability costs $1 million in downtime, but the potential loss from a breach is only $10,000, a rational business might choose not to patch. That is risk acceptance. But it must be signed off by someone with the authority to accept that risk, usually a system owner or executive, not the sysadmin.
And you need a paper trail. If that vulnerability gets exploited 6 months later, you need that risk acceptance form with the signature to show why it was open. Otherwise, it looks like negligence.
Let's talk about the feedback loop. Validation. You patch the server. You are done, right?
No. You must rescan. Never trust the patch installer. I have seen Windows updates say successfully installed, but failed to update a specific DLL because it was locked by a running process. You always run a validation scan to confirm the vulnerability is gone.
In reporting, who is the audience? If you are reporting to the technical team, give them the CVs, the patch IDs, and the affected server IP addresses. If you are reporting to the board of directors, do not show them a list of CVs. They do not care about CV 2026-5902.
Exactly. For the executive summary, you talk about trends. We reduced our critical vulnerability count by 20% this quarter. Our mean time to remediate has dropped from 30 days to 10 days. You map it to business risk, not technical details.
Let's drill into a specific scenario that comes up often. You have a legacy system that cannot be patched. It runs the manufacturing line. It is running Windows XP. You cannot upgrade it because the controller software only runs on XP. What do?
This is a classic constraints question. You cannot patch. You cannot upgrade. You must isolate. You air-gap it if possible. If it needs network data, you put it behind a strict firewall that only allows the specific port and IP it needs to talk to. You might use jump boxes or bastion hosts to administer it, requiring MFA to get to the jump box. You apply compensating controls until the system can be retired.
And then there is the concept of continuous monitoring. Vulnerability management is not a once-a-year event. It used to be. We would hire a pen test firm once a year, get a PDF report, and panic. Now, with automated scanners, we are scanning daily or weekly.
And we are integrating with threat intelligence. This is crucial for the 2026 landscape. Not all vulnerabilities are exploited. The KV list, Known Exploited Vulnerabilities Catalog, maintained by CISA, is your Bible. If a vulnerability is on the KV list, you patch it immediately, even if the CVSS score is lower than others. Active exploitation trumps theoretical severity.
That's a key takeaway. A CVSS 10 that no one knows how to exploit is less dangerous right now than a CVSS 6 that is being used by ransomware gangs in the wild today.
Let's verify understanding of the scanner types again. Active versus passive. An active scanner sends packets. It probes. A passive scanner sits on the network like a sniffer, watching traffic. It infers vulnerabilities based on the versions it sees in the packet headers.
Passive is great for sensitive networks, like medical devices or OT environments, where you are afraid an active scan might crash a heart monitor. But passive is slow and can miss things that aren't communicating. Active is standard for IT environments.
Another term to watch for, agent-based versus serverless or network-based scanning. We touched on this with cloud, but even on-premise. If you have a laptop force, salespeople traveling at coffee shops, a network scanner in your office won't see them. You need to install an agent on their laptop. The agent reports back to the central console whenever the laptop connects to the internet.
That solves the transient device problem. If you rely only on network scanning, you will have massive blind spots for your remote workforce.
Let's look at the metrics again. SLA, Service Level Agreement. Your policy should define the SLA. Critical vulnerabilities must be patched within 48 hours. Highs within 7 days. Mediums within 30 days.
And if you miss the SLA, that triggers an escalation or an exception process. The auditors will look for this. If your policy says 48 hours and your data shows you take 48 days, you are non-compliant with your own policy. That is a finding.
Often, the exam will ask about the first step in establishing a vulnerability management program. It is not by a scanner. It is establish policy or determine scope. You have to define the rules of engagement before you start shooting.
Right. And scope is critical. Are we scanning the test environment? The production environment? Are we scanning third-party vendors? Usually not without permission.
That brings up a legal point. You never scan IP addresses you do not own or have written authorization to scan. If you scan your cloud provider's infrastructure, not your instances, but their underlying management plane, you are committing a cyber attack. AWS and Azure have strict rules on what you can scan.
Although those rules have relaxed over the years for your own instances, the principle remains: do not scan what isn't yours.
I want to do a quick rapid fire on specific tool names you might see as distractors or correct answers.
Go.
Nessus.
The classic vulnerability scanner, often used for spot checks or consultants.
Qualys.
Cloud-based vulnerability management, heavy enterprise footprint.
OpenVS.
The open-source alternative, good for budget-constrained environments, but harder to maintain.
MAP.
Not strictly a vulnerability scanner, though it has NSE scripts. It is a port scanner. Identify open ports first, then use a vulnerability scanner to probe those ports.
Nikto.
Web server scanner, specific to web technologies. It looks for outdated CGI scripts, bad headers. I want to add one: CrowdStrike Falcon or Sentinel-1. These are EDR tools, endpoint detection and response. They are blurring the line. They now have Spotlight, or vulnerability modules that show you vulnerabilities in real time without running a traditional scheduled scan. It is continuous visibility.
That is the future. No more scan windows, just real-time telemetry.
Let's summarize the flow for a mental model. I like to think of it as a funnel. At the top, you have discovery. Find everything. Next layer, enumeration. Ask everything what it is. Next layer, classification. Assign a risk score to what you found. Next layer, prioritization. Decide what matters right now based on threat intel. Bottom layer, remediation. Fix it. And then the funnel pours back into the top for validation.
And remember the difference between vulnerability management and penetration testing. Vulnerability management is wide and shallow. You want to find all the doors. Penetration testing is narrow and deep. You find one open door and see how far down the rabbit hole you can go. Vulnerability management is maintenance. Penetration testing is validation of that maintenance.
A vulnerability scan is passive. Well, it probes, but it doesn't exploit. It tells you this might be vulnerable. A pen test exploits it to prove this is vulnerable, and here is your database.
The exam will give you a scenario. The CISO wants a list of all potential weaknesses in the network to prioritize budget. That is a vulnerability scan. The CISO wants to verify if an attacker can actually access the payroll database from the guest Wi-Fi. That is a penetration test.
Let's talk about the credentialed aspect one more time, because I have seen people fail on this. If the question says the security analyst wants to reduce the number of false positives regarding operating system patches, the answer is credentialed scan. If the question says the analyst wants to see what an external attacker would see, the answer is non-credentialed scan.
And if the question mentions SCAP-compliant scanner, they are just looking for a tool that uses the standard CVE and CVSS formats we discussed. It ensures interoperability.
One last thing on patch management versus vulnerability management. They are siblings. Vulnerability management identifies the need. Patch management is the vehicle for the fix. But patch management also includes non-security updates, feature updates, performance tweaks. Vulnerability management is strictly security-focused.
And sometimes, the fix is configuration, not a patch. Disable Telnet. Enable SSH. That fixes the vulnerability, but you didn't install a patch. You changed a config. That falls under configuration management, which is another tight partner in this ecosystem.
We are at the 20-minute mark. If you take one thing away from this session, let it be the concept of contextual prioritization. The CVSS base score is just a starting point. Your environment, the asset's criticality, and the active threat landscape determine the real urgency.
And do not forget the cycle. It never ends. Identify, analyze, remediate, verify, rinse, and repeat.
You have been listening to High-Yield Audio Labs. This was Module 9.
Rest well. Let this sink into long-term memory. We will see you in Module 10.
Good night.
You know, Alex, I still see it in audit reports every single quarter. A flat network topology where the printer in the lobby can ping the domain controller in the data center. It is the architectural equivalent of leaving your front door wide open because you locked the bedroom safe.
That is a terrifying visualization, Maya, but accurate. And welcome back to High-Yield Audio Labs. I am Alex, and today we are dissecting enterprise security architecture for the SY0-701. We are moving beyond basic definitions. We are looking at the structural integrity of a secure organization. We are talking defense in depth, rigorous segmentation, and the non-negotiable need for secure baselines.
Let us start with the philosophy before the technology. Defense in depth. On the exam, they often frame this as layered security, but in the real world, it is more nuanced. It is not just stacking firewalls behind firewalls.
Correct. If you just stack 3 firewalls from the same vendor in a row, you do not have defense in depth, you have redundancy. True defense in depth, the kind that passes a rigorous architecture review, requires diversity of controls across administrative, physical, and technical domains. Think of it like a castle. You do not just have a moat. You have a moat, a drawbridge, a portcullis, archers on the wall, and a keep within the walls.
Let's translate that to a cloud environment for the listeners. If I am auditing an AWS architecture, defense in depth looks like this. First, administrative controls like acceptable use policies and background checks for admins. Then, physical controls, which AWS handles at the data center level. Then technical controls, security groups acting as stateful firewalls, network ACLs acting as stateless filters, WFs protecting the edge, and encryption at rest protecting the storage buckets.
Exactly. And the exam will test you on that diversity. If a question asks how to improve the security posture of a database that already has a strong firewall, the answer is rarely add another firewall. It is usually implement database encryption or enforce multi-factor authentication for administrators. You want to force an attacker to change their tactics at every layer. If they bypass the network layer, they hit the host layer. If they bypass the host, they hit the application layer. If they bypass the app, they hit the data layer.
That transitions perfectly into the structural implementation of this, segmentation. We mentioned the flat network earlier. Why is segmentation the first thing an architect like you looks for when designing a secure enterprise?
Because lateral movement is the killer. Once an attacker compromises a single endpoint, say a receptionist's laptop via a phishing email, their next move is reconnaissance. In a flat network, they can scan the entire internal range. They can see the SQL servers, the R&D file shares, the backup arrays. Segmentation breaks that visibility. It compartmentalizes the breach.
The exam often distinguishes between physical segmentation and logical segmentation.
Right. Physical segmentation is the air gap. Physically separate switches, separate routers, no cabling connecting the two networks. You see this in SCADA systems, nuclear controls, or classified government networks. It is expensive and hard to manage, but it provides the highest assurance. Logical segmentation is what 99% of enterprises use. LANs, subnets, and firewalls. We use the same physical switches but tag the traffic so the finance department cannot talk to engineering, even if they are sitting at adjacent desks.
Let's drill down into VLANs. Virtual Local Area Networks. A classic Layer 2 separation.
A VLAN simply broadcasts domains. By default, devices in VLAN 10 cannot communicate with VLAN 20 without a router or a Layer 3 switch to route the traffic. This is where we place our access control lists, ACLs. We say, okay, The engineering VLAN can access the code repository VLAN on port 443, but strictly deny access to the HR VLAN.
But here is the catch, and I see this in cloud audits all the time. Traditional VLAN segmentation is coarse. It is based on IP addresses and subnets. In a modern containerized environment, where IPs change every minute, that approach collapses. This brings us to the hot topic for the 701 exam, microsegmentation.
Microsegmentation is the evolution of least privilege applied to the network. Instead of saying, network A can talk to network B, we say this specific web server process can talk to this specific database process, and nothing else. It is zero trust at the packet level.
And usually, this is decoupled from the underlying hardware, right?
Correct. It is almost exclusively done via software-defined networking, or SDN. We stop writing rules based on IP addresses, like 192.168.1.50. We write rules based on identity and tags. We tag a workload as production web server. We tag another as production database. The policy says production web server can talk to production database on port 3306. It does not matter what IP address they have, or if they move from an on-prem server to an Azure instance. The policy follows the workload.
That is a critical distinction for the exam. If you see a scenario describing a highly dynamic environment with containers and virtual machines spinning up and down, and the question asks for the most effective segmentation strategy, the answer is microsegmentation. Traditional firewalls cannot keep up with the churn.
Also, consider the traffic direction. Traditional firewalls are great for north-south traffic entering and leaving your data center. Microsegmentation handles east-west traffic, server-to-server communication inside the data center. That is where the advanced persistent threats live. They hide in the east-west traffic.
Let's pivot to the foundation of all this architecture. We can have great firewalls and perfect microsegmentation, but if the servers themselves are configured with default passwords and open ports, we are building a fortress on sand. This is where secure baselines come in.
A baseline is a pre-configured state of security. It is a reference point. When you install an operating system, say Windows Server 2025 or a Linux distribution, the default settings are designed for usability, not security. Services are running that you do not need. Guest accounts might be enabled. Auditing is likely turned off. A secure baseline is a standard that dictates exactly how that OS should be hardened before it ever touches the network.
The two big names you need to know for the exam and for your career are CS benchmarks and DISA-STIGs.
Let's break those down. CS is the Center for Internet Security. Their benchmarks are the industry gold standard for commercial entities. They have benchmarks for everything: Windows, Linux, Cisco iOS, Apache, Docker, Chrome, AWS, Azure. They offer prescriptive guidance. For example, a CS benchmark might say, ensure deny logon as a batch job is set to include guests. They give you the rationale, the remediation steps, and how to audit it.
And then there is DISA-STIGs, the Defense Information Systems Agency Security Technical Implementation Guides.
That is a mouthful, but if you work in the DoD or federal space, STIGs are your Bible. They are generally more stringent than CS. A STIG checklist might have hundreds of line items for a single router. If you are not STIG compliant, you do not get authority to operate on a government network. Period.
So, practically speaking, Alex, an architect does not manually configure these settings on every server, right? That doesn't scale.
Never. If you are manually hardening servers, you have already failed. We use automation. We create what we call a gold image or a master image. We take a clean install. We apply the CS benchmark or STIG settings, often using scripts or configuration management tools like Ansible or Puppet, and then we save that image. Every new server is cloned from that hardened gold image.
And this links back to drift detection.
Crucial point. Configuration drift occurs when an administrator temporarily changes a setting to fix a bug. Maybe they open a port or disable a service, and then forgets to revert it. Over time, your secure server drifts into an insecure state.
Tools like file integrity monitoring and continuous configuration auditing are used here. They compare the live system against the baseline. If a setting does not match the baseline, it flags an alert. Hey, someone enabled Telnet on the production switch.
And in a mature high-yield audio lab style architecture, we rely on immutable infrastructure. We do not patch or fix drift on live servers. We destroy the drifted server and redeploy a fresh, compliant one from the gold image. That ensures the baseline is always enforced.
Let's verify our listeners' understanding with a scenario. Alex, imagine a scenario where a company handles credit card data. They have a web server farm and a backend database. They are using a single firewall at the edge. The auditors are flagging a lack of defense in depth. What architectural changes do you recommend to satisfy the requirement?
Good scenario. First, I would implement a DMZ, a demilitarized zone. I would place the web servers in the DMZ, sandwiched between an external firewall and an internal firewall. The database stays in the internal network, behind the internal firewall. This ensures that even if the web server is compromised, the attacker still has to bypass another firewall to get to the data.
Layering the network architecture.
Exactly. Then, I would look at the endpoints. Do the servers have HIDS, host-based intrusion detection systems? That is another layer. Then application security. Is there a web application firewall, a WAF, inspecting the HTTP traffic for SQL injection before it even hits the web server? Finally, data security. Is the credit card data tokenized or encrypted at rest? That is defense in depth. Network, host, application, data.
Another term that pops up in the 701 objectives is screen subnet. Just a quick note for listeners, screen subnet is the modern, more formal term for DMZ. They are functionally the same thing on the exam. A perimeter network that exposes external-facing services to an untrusted network, usually the internet.
Yes, CompTIA has been moving towards screen subnet for a few cycles now. Don't let the terminology throw you.
Let's talk about the jump box or bastion host. How does that fit into segmentation?
It is a critical component of administrative segmentation. You should never be able to SSH or RDP directly into your production database from the internet, or even from your regular workstation subnet. You force all administrative traffic through a hardened intermediary, the jump box.
So, I assume the jump box is the only machine allowed to talk to the production servers on management ports?
Precisely. And the jump box is heavily monitored. We log every keystroke. We enforce multi-factor authentication. It is a choke point. If I see an RDP connection to a database server coming from anywhere other than the jump box, I know instantly it is a violation or an attack.
That is a great example of architectural enforcement of policy.
It is. Architecture is policy-made code. You cannot just write a policy that says, don't log in directly. People will ignore it. You have to build the network so they cannot log in directly.
Let's loop back to the concept of the control plane and data plane in the context of zero trust. This is getting a bit more advanced, but it is relevant for enterprise architecture.
In a zero-trust architecture, we separate the decision-making from the actual data transfer. The control plane is where the policy engine lives. It authenticates the user, checks the device health, validates the context, time of day, location, risk score. Only if all those checks pass does the control plane tell the data plane, the gateway or switch, to open a temporary connection for that specific session.
This destroys the old trust but verify model.
Completely. The old model was you are on the corporate VPN, so you have access to everything. The zero trust model is I do not care where you are. I do not care if you are the CEO. You verify every single request, every single time.
And for the exam, remember that zero trust relies heavily on strong identity and access management. You cannot do microsegmentation or zero trust without a robust IAM system.
Correct. Identity is the new perimeter.
Let's do a quick rapid fire on system hardening techniques beyond just baselines. What are 3 things an architect mandates for every system?
1. Disable unnecessary services and ports. If a server is a web server, it does not need the print spooler service running. 2. Least functionality. Remove compilers, debuggers, and unnecessary tools from production servers. Attackers use these living off the land binaries to escalate privileges. 3. Patch management. It sounds boring, but an unpatched architecture is indefensible. You must have an automated mechanism to apply security updates within a defined SLA.
Living off the land, that refers to attackers using tools already present on the OS, like PowerShell or Python, to conduct their attacks so they don't trigger antivirus.
Exactly. If you remove Python from your Windows web servers because they don't need it, you have just broken a whole class of attack scripts. That is architectural hardening.
Let's touch on the concept of diversity in defense in depth again. Some vendors argue against it, saying a single pane of glass from one vendor is better. What is the architectural counterargument?
The counterargument is common mode failure. If you use vendor X for your firewall, your endpoint protection, and your cloud security, and vendor X has a critical vulnerability in their parsing engine, your entire stack is compromised. Or if an attacker knows how to bypass vendor X's detection logic, they own you. Using a firewall from vendor A and an IPS from vendor B creates friction for the attacker. They have to learn 2 different systems to bypass your defenses.
However, the trade-off is complexity.
Always. Complexity is the enemy of security. Managing 5 different consoles is hard. Misconfigurations happen when teams are overwhelmed. So, as an architect, you have to find the balance. You want enough diversity to prevent total system failure, but enough consolidation to make the system manageable.
That is a key exam concept: risk appetite and trade-offs. There is no perfect security, only managed risk.
Speaking of risk, let's talk about fail secure versus fail open. In an enterprise architecture, how components fail matters.
Oh, this is a classic. If a digital lock loses power, does it unlock, fail open, or stay locked, fail secure?
For physical safety, like a fire door, it must fail open so people don't burn to death. But for a firewall, if the firewall software crashes, it must fail secure or fail closed. It should stop passing traffic entirely. It should never degrade into a router that passes everything just because the inspection engine crashed.
And that applies to authorization services too. If the authorization server is down, access should be denied by default.
Deny by default. Allow by exception. That is the mantra.
Let's summarize the key takeaways for the SY0-701 exam regarding enterprise security architecture.
First, defense in depth. It is not just redundancy. It is diversity of controls across administrative, physical, and technical layers.
Second, segmentation. Move away from flat networks. Use VLANs for macro segmentation and DMZs, or screen subnets, for public-facing assets. But for high security, modern environments know that microsegmentation using SDN and attribute-based policies is the gold standard.
Third, secure baselines. You do not manually configure servers. You use CS benchmarks or disastigs to create hardened gold images. You deploy from those images, and you monitor for configuration drift.
And finally, the jump box, the mandatory checkpoint for all administrative access to the back-end infrastructure.
If you can visualize that architecture, the DMZ, the jump box, the segmented internal VLANs, the hardened endpoints, you are going to crush the architecture questions on the exam.
And remember, the goal isn't just to memorize the terms. It's to understand why we use them. We use them to increase the cost of attack. We want to make it so expensive, so difficult, and so noisy for an attacker to move through our network that they either give up or we catch them before they reach the crown jewels.
Ideally both.
That wraps up our deep focus session on enterprise security architecture. We hope this helps you visualize the battlefield.
Keep these concepts playing while you sleep. Let the logic of the architecture sink in. This has been a High-Yield Audio Labs production.
Good luck with your studies. Stay secure. I was reviewing an incident report this morning where a financial institution blamed their cloud provider for a data breach. They argued that because the database was hosted on a past solution, the provider was responsible for the encryption settings. The auditors, of course, destroyed that argument in the first paragraph of the finding. It's a classic misunderstanding of the demarcation line. Welcome back to High-Yield Audio Labs. We are surgical tonight. We are dissecting cloud and virtualization security for the SY0-701.
That demarcation line is where careers end, Maya. If you don't know exactly where the provider's responsibility stops and yours begins, you are already breached. You just don't know it yet. Tonight we are going deep into the architecture of the cloud. We aren't just memorizing acronyms. We are looking at the structural weaknesses in virtualization, the shared responsibility traps in SaaS, PaaS, and IaaS, and the specific way container escape vulnerabilities manifest in production environments.
Let's start with that shared responsibility model, because the exam loves to trick candidates here. The concept seems simple. The provider handles the cloud of the cloud, and the customer handles security in the cloud. But in practice, specifically on the exam, they will give you a scenario, say, a legacy application migrated to an infrastructure as a service, or IaaS model. The question will ask who is responsible for patching the guest operating system.
In IaaS, that is 100% on you, the customer. Think of IaaS as a data center you rent, but do not visit. Amazon or Microsoft gives you the hardware, the networking cables, and the hypervisor. Everything stacked on top of that hypervisor. The Windows Server instance, the Linux kernel, the Python libraries, the application code, and the data is your problem. If you spin up an EC2 instance and leave the RDP port open to the internet, Amazon is not going to close it for you. They ensure the physical server doesn't catch fire. You ensure the virtual server doesn't get owned.
Correct. Now, contrast that with platform as a service or PaaS. This is where I see the most confusion during audits. A developer pushes code to Azure App Service or AWS Lambda. In this scenario, the exam asks, who is responsible for patching the underlying operating system?
In PaaS, the provider takes that burden. You verify the code, they verify the kernel. This is the trade-off. You lose control to gain velocity. You cannot tweak the kernel parameters in a PaaS environment because you don't have access to them. From a security architecture perspective, this shifts your focus entirely to application security and identity. You stop worrying about buffer overflows in the OS and start worrying strictly about SQL injection in your code and who has permissions to deploy that code.
And then we have software as a service, or SaaS. Salesforce, Microsoft 365, Slack. The provider manages the entire stack, physical, network, OS, application. Does that mean the customer has zero responsibility?
Absolutely not. And this is the gotcha question. In SaaS, you represent the data owner. You are responsible for two critical things: identity and data classification. The provider ensures the application is running and patched. But if your admin sets a global permission allowing anonymous users to read confidential financial data, the provider's security controls are working exactly as configured. You failed the configuration. Identity is the new perimeter in SaaS.
Let's pivot to the engine running underneath all of this: virtualization. The SY0-701 expects a clear distinction between Type 1 and Type 2 hypervisors.
It's a distinction of isolation and performance. A Type 1 hypervisor is bare metal. It sits directly on the hardware. Think ESG or Hyper-V in a data center. There is no host operating system. It's lean, high performance, and strictly for production. A Type 2 hypervisor is hosted. It runs as an application on top of an OS, like installing VirtualBox on your Windows laptop.
From an attacker's perspective, Type 2 is inherently more vulnerable because the attack surface includes the host OS. If I compromise your Windows host, I can potentially access the memory of the VMs running in VirtualBox. But Alex, explain VM escape to me. This is a term that sounds like science fiction to new analysts, but it is a critical vulnerability class.
VM escape is the nightmare scenario. In a virtualized environment, the hypervisor is the jailer. It keeps each virtual machine completely isolated. VMA should not know VMB exists, even if they are on the same physical CPU. VM escape happens when an attacker running code inside a guest VM manages to break out of that virtual sandbox and interact with the hypervisor itself. Once they own the hypervisor, they own every single VM running on that physical host. It turns a tenant compromise into a landlord compromise.
Which leads us directly to VM sprawl. This isn't a technical vulnerability, it's a management failure.
Sprawl is entropy. It's when you spin up VMs for testing, development, or a temporary project, and then never decommission them. They sit there, consuming resources, but more importantly, they stop getting patched. They become zombie instances. An attacker scans your network, finds a forgotten dev server from 3 years ago running an unpatched version of Linux, and uses it as a beachhead. The fix isn't technical, it's procedural. You need lifecycle management policies that kill instances automatically when they expire.
Let's move to the modern evolution of virtualization, containerization, Docker and Kubernetes. The exam treats this differently than traditional virtualization. What is the fundamental architectural difference a candidate needs to visualize?
Visualization is key here. In a virtual machine, you are virtualizing the hardware. Each VM has a full, heavy operating system kernel. In a container, you are virtualizing the operating system. You strip away the guest kernel. All containers on a host share the same kernel as the host Linux system. They are lightweight, fast, and ephemeral.
But that shared kernel implies a security trade-off.
A massive one. If a process in a VM crashes the kernel, only that VM dies. If a container triggers a kernel panic, the entire host goes down, taking all other containers with it. Isolation is weaker in containers than in VMs. This is why container breakout is the container equivalent of VM escape. If I am root inside a container, and the container is not properly privilege restricted, I am effectively root on the host.
This brings up the concept of infrastructure as code, or IAC. We don't manually build servers anymore. We write scripts. Terraform, Ansible, CloudFormation. From an audit perspective, this changes everything. I no longer audit the server. I audit the script that builds the server.
Exactly. IAC allows us to implement security as code. We can scan a Terraform template for misconfigurations, like an OpenS3 bucket or a permissive security group, asterisk before asterisk the infrastructure even exists. This is shift left in its purest form. However, it introduces a new risk: embedded secrets. If you hardcode an API key or a database password into your Ansible playbook and push it to a Git repository, you have just compromised your entire cloud environment.
I want to drill down into a specific exam topic, VPC, or Virtual Private Cloud connectivity. We have PC peering, transit gateways, and VPNs. How does a security architect decide between them?
It comes down to transitivity and scale. VPC peering is a one-to-one connection. It is not transitive. If VPC A is peered to B and B is peered to C, A cannot talk to C. This is great for strict isolation. But if you have 100 VPCs, peering becomes a mess of spaghetti mesh. That is when you use a transit gateway. It's a hub-and-spoke model. It centralizes traffic inspection. You can place a firewall appliance in the transit gateway and filter all east-west traffic between your VPCs.
And for connecting the on-premise data center to the cloud?
You have two main options. A site-to-site VPN is quick, encrypted, and runs over the public internet. It's cheap but subject to latency. For enterprise workloads, you use a dedicated connection, Direct Connect in AWS or ExpressRoute in Azure. This is a physical fiber link. It doesn't touch the public internet. It offers predictable performance and higher security because your traffic isn't competing with Netflix streams.
Let's talk about the CSB, Cloud Access Security Broker. This is a mandatory acronym for the exam. It sits between the cloud consumer and the cloud provider. Why do we need this middleware?
We need it because of shadow IT. Employees are signing up for Dropbox, Trello, and PDF converters using their corporate email without telling IT. The firewall doesn't see this because it's all encrypted HTTPS traffic to port 443. A CAS provides visibility. It tells you, hey, 50 users are uploading strict internal documents to an unapproved storage service.
CASs operate in two main modes, inline and API-based. Can you distinguish them for the listeners?
Inline is a proxy. The traffic passes through the CSP in real time. This allows the CSP to block a file upload instantly if it detects a credit card number. It's proactive prevention. API-based is out of band. It scans the cloud service after the fact. It connects to Google Drive or OneDrive via API and crawls through the files looking for policy violations. It's slower, reactive rather than proactive, but it can scan data that was uploaded from unmanaged devices or before the CSP was installed.
We're seeing a convergence of these tools. SACE, or Secure Access Service Edge, is bundling CSP, VPN, and SD-WAN into a single cloud-native service. But let's stay focused on the fundamentals. One area often overlooked is the concept of availability zones versus regions.
Critical distinction for disaster recovery. A region is a geographic area, say, Northern Virginia. Inside that region are multiple availability zones, or AZs. Each AZ is a physically distinct data center with separate power, cooling, and networking. If you put your database in one AZ and that building floods, you are down. If you replicate across two AZs, you survive the flood. If you replicate across two regions, Virginia and Oregon, you survive a coastline-level disaster. The exam will ask you to balance availability against cost and latency.
Speaking of cost and capability, let's discuss fog computing and edge computing. These terms appear in the IoT section of the syllabus, but relate heavily to cloud architecture.
They are the opposite of centralization. Cloud is centralized. Edge is decentralized. If you have a self-driving car, you cannot send camera data to a centralized cloud server to decide whether to brake. The latency is too high. You need to process that data at the edge on the car itself. Fog computing is a layer between the edge and the cloud, local processing nodes, perhaps at a 5G cell tower, that aggregate data before sending summaries to the cloud. It reduces bandwidth and latency.
I want to circle back to a specific threat vector, the management plane. In a traditional data center, if you wanted to steal a hard drive, you needed a screwdriver and physical access. In the cloud, you just need an API key.
The management plane is the God mode of the cloud. The web console, the CLI, the API endpoints. These are the tools used to create and destroy infrastructure. If an attacker compromises the management plane, they don't need to hack your servers. They can just click delete on your storage buckets. This is why multi-factor authentication, MFA, on root accounts and privileged users is not optional. It is the single most effective control in cloud security.
And specifically, break glass accounts.
Right. You need an emergency account that is excluded from your standard single sign-on policies. If your identity provider goes down, or if you are under a massive DDoS attack affecting authentication, you need a local admin account with a complex password stored in a physical safe that lets you get back in to fix the mess.
Let's look at a scenario. A developer wants to use a serverless architecture. They are using AWS Lambda or Azure Functions. They claim this makes them immune to attacks because there are no servers to hack. Alex, dismantle this.
It's a dangerous fallacy. Serverless functions are just code. If that code takes user input and passes it to a database without sanitization, it is still vulnerable to SQL injection. If it deserializes data insecurely, it creates remote code execution. The difference is the attacker doesn't get a persistent shell on a server. They get a temporary execution environment. But in that few hundred milliseconds, they can exfiltrate your environment variables, which often contain database credentials/API keys, and then pivot to your persistent storage. Serverless does not mean security-less.
We should also touch on the right to audit. In a private cloud, you own the hardware. You can audit whenever you want. In a public cloud, AWS is not going to let you walk into their data center with a clipboard.
Correct. You rely on third-party attestation. You download their SOC 2 Type 2 report, their ISO 27001 certification. You review their auditor's findings. You do not conduct your own penetration test of their physical infrastructure. However, you can and should pentest your own applications hosted on their infrastructure, though you often need to notify them or follow strict rules of engagement to distinguish your test from a real attack.
High-Yield Audio Labs listeners know that reading the fine print of those SOC reports is where the real insight lies. A SOC2 report often lists user entity controls. These are the things the provider assumes you are doing. If you don't do them, the provider's security doesn't apply.
That is the essence of the cloud. It is a partnership, but a partnership defined by contract and code. One final concept for the exam: secret management. In the old days, we stored passwords in configuration files. In the cloud, we used dedicated vaults: AWS Secrets Manager, Azure Key Vault, HashiCorp Vault.
The mechanism is crucial. The application does not know the password. It knows the location of the password. It authenticates to the vault, retrieves the password in memory, uses it, and discards it. The password can be rotated automatically every hour, and the application never breaks.
This kills the concept of long-lived credentials. If an attacker steals a database password from a config file, they have access forever. If they steal a rotated credential from memory, they have access for 30 minutes. We are shrinking the window of vulnerability.
Let's summarize the mindset for the exam. When you see a question about cloud security, what is the first filter you apply?
The first filter is, who owns the risk? Identify the service model, SaaS, PaaS, IaaS. That dictates the responsibility. The second filter is this a configuration failure or a technology failure? 99% of cloud breaches are misconfiguration. The technology is robust. The implementation is fragile.
And remember the difference between availability and resilience. Availability is it up? Resilience is, can it recover? The cloud is designed for resilience through redundancy.
Precisely. We don't fix servers in the cloud. We replace them. We treat infrastructure as cattle, not pets. If a server is acting weird, terminate it and spin up a fresh one. This immutable infrastructure approach is the most powerful security pattern we have.
We've covered the shared responsibility model, the nuances of SaaS/PaaS/IaaS, the dangers of VM escape and container breakout, the role of CASBs, and the necessity of secrets management. This is the foundation.
Master these concepts. Visualize the architecture. When you sit for the exam, don't just look for the right keyword. Look for the responsibility boundary. That is where the answer hides.
You've been listening to High Yield Audio Labs. This has been your deep dive into cloud and virtualization security.
Stay focused. Keep your systems patched, your permissions tight, and your study sessions deep. We will see you in the next module. So the firewall logs showed the traffic was permitted, but the packet capture told a completely different story. The issue wasn't the rule itself, it was the order of operations. The NAT policy was processing before the security policy, effectively masking the source IP before the firewall engine could even evaluate the access control list. It's a subtle architectural flaw, but in a high-security environment, it's a critical vulnerability.
Which is a perfect segue into what we are breaking down tonight on High Yield Audio Labs. We are dissecting secure network infrastructure. This is the backbone of the SY0-701 exam. If you cannot differentiate between a split-tunnel VPN and a full-tunnel configuration, or if you hesitate when defining the exact placement of a NIDS versus a NIPS, you will lose points.
Precisely. Tonight is about the plumbing of security. We are looking at how we physically and logically arrange the network to withstand an attack. We aren't just talking about putting things in a DMZ. We are talking about why that architecture exists, the specific protocols that enforce it, and the misconfigurations that destroy it. Let's start with that concept you just mentioned, MIA, the DMZ, or as the modern exams and NIST prefer to call it, the screen subnet.
Right. The terminology shift is important for the exam. You might see DMZ, or you might see perimeter network, or screen subnet. They map to the same concept, a buffer zone between the untrusted internet and your trusted internal network. But Alex, from an architectural standpoint, explain the why. Why can't I just put my web server on the internal network and use a really strong firewall rule?
Because firewalls aren't magic shields. They are filter points. If you place a public-facing web server on your internal LAN, you are betting everything on that server's operating system never getting compromised. If an attacker exploits a zero-day vulnerability in IIS or Apache, and that server is sitting on the same subnet as your Active Directory domain controller, the game is over. The firewall at the edge doesn't matter anymore because the attacker is already inside the house.
This is the concept of defense in depth. The screened subnet isolates that public-facing risk. If the web server is compromised, the attacker is trapped in the DMZ. They still have to get past another internal firewall to reach the database or the domain controller. Now, for the exam, candidates need to visualize the topology. We typically see a triple-homed firewall or a back-to-back firewall setup.
Correct. A triple-homed firewall has three interfaces. One to the internet, untrusted, one to the DMZ, semi-trusted, and one to the internal LAN, trusted. This is the most common simplified architecture you'll see in diagrams. The key rule, and write this down mentally, is that traffic flows from the internet to the DMZ and from the internal LAN to the DMZ. But traffic should almost never initiate from the DMZ to the internal LAN.
That is a high-probability exam scenario. You'll get a log output showing a connection attempt from a generic server IP in the DMZ trying to reach an internal HR database on port 1433. The question will ask you to identify the anomaly. The answer is always that the DMZ should not be initiating sessions inward. If your web server needs data, the application logic should be designed so the internal database pushes data, or there is a very specific, tightly scoped hole for a database query that is monitored heavily.
And that brings us to the bastion host, or jump box. Often, administrators need to manage servers in the DMZ or even in the cloud. You don't just open RDP or SSH from the entire internet. You place a hardened server, a bastion host, in the DMZ. You VPN into the network, then SSH into the bastion, and from the bastion, you jump to the target server. It's a choke point. It allows you to audit every single keystroke of the administration session.
Let's pivot to the hardware that actually manages this traffic flow, load balancers. In the context of SY0-701, we aren't just balancing load for performance. We are balancing for availability, in the CIA triad.
Absolutely. A load balancer, or an application delivery controller, ADC, is often the first line of defense. It terminates the connection from the client. This is crucial. We call it SSL offloading or TLS termination. Instead of your web servers wasting CPU cycles decrypting thousands of handshakes, the load balancer handles the heavy encryption work. It decrypts the packet, inspects it for malicious patterns, maybe using a WAF, web application firewall, module, and then sends plain text or re-encrypted traffic to the backend server.
There is a specific exam trap here regarding session affinity or persistence. Alex, explain why a security engineer cares about sticky sessions.
So, imagine you are logging into a banking portal. You authenticate, and the server establishes a session for you. If the load balancer is using a simple round-robin scheduling algorithm, your next click might send your request to server B, but your session exists on server A. Server B doesn't know who you are, so it asks you to log in again. That's a broken user experience. From a security perspective, we need source IP persistence or cookie persistence to ensure that once a user is authenticated and inspected, they stay connected to the specific backend node that holds their state.
And the security risk comes when that persistence fails or is misconfigured, leading to session hijacking vulnerabilities or denial of service if one node gets overwhelmed. The exam also expects you to know active/passive versus active/active configurations.
Active/passive is for redundancy. One load balancer works. The other sleeps and waits for a heartbeat failure. Active/active means both are working, handling traffic. The security implication for active/active is capacity planning. If you are running both at 80% utilization and one fails, the remaining unit cannot handle 160% of the load. It will crash, causing a total outage. That is a violation of availability. Security is not just preventing hackers, it's preventing outages.
Let's move to the most common way users connect to this infrastructure, the VPN. Virtual private networks. The exam focuses heavily on the protocols, IPsec versus SSL/TLS.
This is where we get into the weeds. IPsec, Internet Protocol Security, operates at layer 3 of the OSI model. It authenticates and encrypts every IP packet. It's the standard for site-to-site VPNs. If you are connecting a branch office to headquarters, you are using IPsec. It's transparent to the user's applications. You plug in the network cable, and you can ping the server at HQ.
But for the remote user, the employee at the coffee shop, we are seeing a massive shift to SSL/TLS VPNs. These work at layer 4, transport, or layer 7 application. They are clientless or use lightweight clients. You open a browser, go to a portal, and you are in.
Right, but don't conflate them. An SSL VPN today is usually using TLS 1.2 or 1.3. We just still call it SSL out of habit. The exam might ask about HTML5 VPNs or clientless VPNs. Those are TLS-based. Now, the critical distinction for IPsec is the two modes, transport mode and tunnel mode.
I'll take this one. Tunnel mode is the default for VPNs. It encapsulates the entire original IP packet, header, and all inside a new IP packet. This hides the source and destination of the private network. Transport mode only encrypts the payload, leaving the original IP header visible. You almost never use transport mode for a VPN. You use it for end-to-end encryption between two servers on the same LAN.
Exactly. And within IPsec, remember the two protocols, AH, authentication header, and ESP, encapsulating security payload. AH provides integrity. It proves the packet wasn't changed, but it does not provide encryption. If you capture AH traffic, you can read the data. ESP provides confidentiality, encryption, and integrity. For a secure VPN, you need ESP.
Let's touch on split tunneling versus full tunneling. This is a guaranteed exam topic.
It is. Full tunneling means every single bit of traffic from the remote user's laptop goes through the VPN to the corporate firewall. If they check their personal email or watch YouTube, it goes through the corporate network. This is secure because the corporate firewall can filter everything, but it eats up bandwidth.
Split tunneling allows the user to access the internet directly for non-corporate traffic, while only corporate traffic goes through the VPN. It saves bandwidth, but here is the risk. If that user is at a coffee shop with a split tunnel and they get infected by a drive-by download from the open internet, their machine is now a bridge. The malware can ride the VPN tunnel right into the corporate interior. This is why many high-security environments strictly forbid split tunneling.
Moving deeper into the infrastructure, we need to talk about controlling who actually gets on the network in the first place. Not remote users, but devices plugging into the wall or joining the Wi-Fi. This is Network Access Control, or NAC.
And the protocol you must memorize here is IEEE 802.1x. This is port-based network access control.
802.1x is a framework, not a single protocol. It defines three roles. First, the supplicant, that's the client device, the laptop or the IoT sensor. Second, the authenticator, that's the switch or the wireless access point. And third, the authentication server, usually a Radius server like Cisco ISC or Microsoft NPS.
Here's the flow. The user plugs into the switch. The switch port is in a blocked state. It only allows EAP, Extensible Authentication Protocol, traffic. The switch asks the supplicant for credentials. The supplicant sends them. The switch, the authenticator, doesn't verify them. It just packages them up and forwards them to the Radius server. The Radius server says yes or no. If yes, the switch opens the port.
The complexity and the exam questions come from the EAP types. EAP is the envelope that carries the authentication. You need to know which ones are secure.
Start with EAP TLS. This is the gold standard. It uses client-side certificates and server-side certificates. Mutual authentication. You have to install a certificate on every laptop. It's hard to manage, but extremely secure.
Then you have PAP, Protected EAP. This is very popular because it only requires a certificate on the server side. It builds a TLS tunnel like a secure web page, and then sends the user's password inside that tunnel. It's easier to deploy because you don't need to put a cert on every single endpoint.
Watch out for LEAP or EAP MD5 on the exam. These are legacy, broken, and vulnerable to cracking. If a question asks you to secure a legacy network and you see LEAP as an option, do not choose it unless the question is asking what to remove.
NAC isn't just about who are you. It's also about how healthy are you. This is posture assessment. Before the Radius server lets you in, it checks your health. Do you have the latest antivirus definitions? Is your firewall on? Is your OS patched?
There are two ways to do this: agent-based and agentless. Agent-based means you install a permanent piece of software on the laptop that runs as a service, like the Global Protect Agent or AnyConnect. It scans deep into the registry and file system. It's very granular.
Agentless is dissolvable. When you try to connect, you download a tiny applet, it runs a quick scan, reports back, and then deletes itself. It's great for BYOD, bring your own device, or contractors where you can't install permanent software. But it's less powerful. It can't watch for behavioral changes over time.
If a device fails this health check, it doesn't just get kicked off. It gets moved to a quarantine VLAN. This is a segmented network with limited access, usually just enough to reach a remediation server to download the missing patches or antivirus updates. Once the agent reports healthy, the NAC moves the port to the production VLAN.
This dynamic VLAN assignment is the holy grail of secure network infrastructure. It means I can walk into any office in the world, plug into any port, and the network identifies me, checks my laptop, and puts me on the security architect VLAN, while the printer I plug in next to me gets put on the IoT VLAN. Same switch, different logical networks, zero manual configuration.
Let's synthesize this into a mental model for the exam. You are building layers. Layer 1, physical entry. Layer 2/3, the DMZ and load balancers filter and distribute traffic. Layer 3/4, VPNs encrypt the tunnel for remote entry. Layer 2/authentication, NAC and 802.1x verify the identity and health of the device before it even touches the data.
And remember the failure modes. A load balancer that fails open, rare but possible, is a security breach. A VPN split tunnel is a bypass of your security stack. A DMZ with a rule allowing traffic inward to the LAN defeats the purpose of the DMZ.
One final exam tip regarding SSL decrypt or SSL inspection. We mentioned the load balancer does this, but firewalls do it too. If you are inspecting outbound traffic from your employees to the internet, you are essentially performing a man-in-the-middle attack on your own users. You generate a root CA certificate, install it on all company laptops, and the firewall uses that to re-sign certificates on the fly. This allows you to see inside HTTPS traffic to catch data exfiltration or malware.
Correct, but keep in mind privacy compliance. You generally configure the inspection policy to bypass categories like banking or healthcare. You do not want your SOC team inadvertently decrypting and reading an employee's bank credentials or medical records. That's a fast track to a lawsuit, even if the technology allows it.
We've covered the perimeter, the access, and the admission control. This is the fortress architecture. If you can visualize the packet walking through these stages, hitting the load balancer, getting decrypted, passing the WF, entering the DMZ, the web server querying the database through a pinhole firewall rule, you will master the scenario-based questions on the SY0-701.
Master the flow, master the exam. The questions will try to confuse you with acronyms, but if you stick to the fundamental traffic path, the answer usually reveals itself.
That wraps up our deep dive into secure network infrastructure. You have been listening to High Yield Audio Labs.
Now, go get some rest. Let this settle into your long-term memory. We will see you in the next session. Honestly, if I see one more audit report listing hidden SSID as a critical vulnerability mitigation, I'm going to lose my mind. It is security through obscurity in its laziest form. Every packet sniffer on the market, from Kismet to Wireshark, picks up the beacon frames regardless of whether the name is broadcasted. It stops casual neighbors, not attackers.
It is the digital equivalent of putting a post-it note over a keyhole. But that brings us exactly where we need to be tonight for High Yield Audio Labs. We are stripping away the myths of wireless and mobile security and focusing purely on the architectural standards that actually stop a dedicated adversary. We are covering the SY0-701 domain on wireless and mobile specifics, WPA3, SAE, cryptographic primitives like CCMP versus GCMP, and the chaotic world of MDM deployment models.
Let's start with the air interface. For the last decade, WPA2 has been the standard. It uses the four-way handshake. The problem with WPA2, personal or pre-shared key, is that the handshake itself transmits a hash of the password. If an attacker captures that handshake, They can take it offline and run a dictionary attack against it at millions of guesses per second. If your password is weak, you are done.
This is a critical exam concept. In WPA2, capturing the handshake allows for offline brute forcing. The fix is WPA3. Alex, explain why WPA3 constitutes such a massive jump in cryptographic integrity.
It changes the fundamental exchange. WPA3 replaces the pre-shared key exchange with SAE, or simultaneous authentication of equals. It is based on the Dragonfly key exchange protocol. Instead of sending a hash of the password across the air, both the client and the access point use the password to generate a shared secret using elliptic curve cryptography. They prove they know the password without ever revealing the password or a hash of it that can be cracked offline.
So, if I am an attacker sitting in the parking lot capturing WPA3 traffic, what do I get?
You get noise. Even if you capture the authentication frames, you cannot run an offline dictionary attack because the cryptographic exchange requires interaction. You get one guess per active attempt. It completely kills the passive harvesting attack vector. Plus, WPA3 mandates per user forward secrecy. Even if I eventually crack the password, I cannot decrypt traffic captured from the past. Every session has unique session keys that are not derived solely from the master password.
That is the forward secrecy definition you need to lock in. Compromise of a long-term key does not compromise past session keys. Now, let's look at the encryption itself. We often see the acronym CCMP and GCMP. For the exam, you need to know the underlying cipher. CCMP is the standard for WPA2. It uses AES.
Correct. CCMP stands for Counter Mode Cipher Block Chaining Message Authentication Code Protocol. It is a mouthful. It uses AES for confidentiality and CBCMAC for integrity. It is robust, but it can be computationally heavy. WPA3 introduces GCMP, or Galois/Counter Mode Protocol.
Why the switch to GCMP in high-security environments?
Performance and security depth. GCMP uses AES in Galois counter mode. It is more efficient in hardware, meaning higher throughput, but specifically for WPA3, Enterprise 192-bit mode, GCMP 256, is required. This is for top-secret clearance levels, government, and heavy finance. It aligns with the CNSA, Commercial National Security Algorithm, suite. If the exam asks about the highest security wireless encryption standard, you are looking for WPA3, Enterprise with GCMP 256.
Let's pivot to the enterprise side. WPA3, personal uses SA. What does WPA3 enterprise use?
It still relies on 802.1x. This is the port-based network access control standard. You have 3 players: the supplicant, that is your laptop or phone, the authenticator, that is the wireless access point, and the authentication server, usually a Radius server like Microsoft NPS or Cisco ISE. The access point does not know your credentials. It just forwards the EAP packets to the Radius server.
And EAP, the Extensible Authentication Protocol, is the container. The exam will test you on the types of EAP. We have EAP-TLS, EAP-TLS, and PAP. Alex, simplify this. Which one is the gold standard?
EAP-TLS, Transport Layer Security. It requires a digital certificate on the server and a digital certificate on the client. It is mutual authentication. The server proves it is legitimate, so the client doesn't connect to an evil twin, and the client proves it is authorized via a certificate, not a password. Passwords can be phished. Installed certificates are much harder to spoof.
But deploying certificates to 10,000 devices is a nightmare.
Which is why most companies use PAP or EAP-TLS. These only require a certificate on the server side to create an encrypted tunnel. Inside that tunnel, the user sends their username and password, usually via MS, CHAPV2. It is less secure than EAPTLS because if a user blindly accepts a bad certificate from an attacker's rogue access point, they might send their credentials through the attacker's tunnel. But operationally, it is easier.
So, summary for the exam. EAPTLS implies client-side certificates and is the most secure. PAP and EAPTLS use server-side certificates and usually a password for the client. Now, let's move to the endpoint. Wireless security is useless if the device connecting to it is compromised. This brings us to mobile device management, or MDM.
The landscape here has shifted from control everything to control the data. We have several deployment models: BYOD, COPE, CYOD, and COBO. The distinctions are legal and technical.
Let's break them down. BYOD, bring your own device. This is the most common and the most dangerous.
In a BYOD scenario, the user owns the hardware. The company has very limited rights. You cannot just wipe the whole phone because Susan from HR downloaded a virus. You might delete her baby photos, and then you have a lawsuit. So, we rely on MEM, Mobile Application Management. We do not control the OS. We control the specific corporate apps.
This is where containerization comes in. Explain how that works technically.
Imagine a sandbox on the phone. The Outlook app, Teams, and SharePoint are inside an encrypted container. They cannot talk to the personal apps. You cannot copy detailed text from the corporate email and paste it into your personal WhatsApp. That is the clipboard restriction policy. If the employee leaves, we issue an enterprise wipe, which only deletes the container, leaving the personal data touched.
Contrast that with COPE, corporate-owned, personally enabled.
COPE is the sweet spot for many enterprises. The company buys the phone. Because we own the asset, we have full legal right to manage the entire device level. We can force OS updates. We can block the camera. We can prevent USB debugging. But personally enabled means we allow the user to install Netflix or Facebook in a personal profile. We have full control, but we grant personal usage privileges.
And COBO? Corporate-owned, business only.
That is for high security or task-specific roles. Think of a delivery driver's handheld scanner or a nurse's tablet. It runs the business apps, and that is it. No app store, no browser, usually locked down in kiosk mode.
There is a term that often confuses people: VDI on mobile. How does virtual desktop infrastructure fit into mobile security?
VDI is the ultimate data leak prevention. The data never leaves the data center. The mobile device is just a screen and a keyboard. You are viewing a video stream of a Windows desktop running on a server. If the iPad is stolen, there is zero corporate data on the storage chip. It is just a viewing portal. It requires good bandwidth, but for high-compliance environments like banking or healthcare, it solves the data residency problem instantly.
Let's talk about the specific attacks against these devices. We mentioned evil twins with Wi-Fi. What about the cellular side?
You have IMSI catchers, also known as stingrays. These are fake cell towers. Your phone is programmed to connect to the strongest signal. A stingray broadcasts a signal stronger than the carrier's tower, forcing your phone to connect to it. It can then intercept metadata, location, and sometimes voice traffic if the encryption is downgraded to 2G.
Mitigation?
It is hard. Specialized apps can detect signal anomalies, but mostly it is about using end-to-end encryption like Signal or VPNs that wrap your traffic so the carrier, or the fake carrier, cannot read the payload. Also, disabling 2G per 3G support on the modem firmware if possible, forcing LTE or 5G, which have better mutual authentication, though still not perfect.
What about Bluetooth? We see bluejacking and bluesnarfing on the objective list.
These are legacy terms, but the concepts remain. Bluejacking is sending unsolicited messages, annoying but low risk. Bluesnarfing is the theft of data, contacts, messages via a Bluetooth connection. The modern vector is easier, blueborn exploits. These are attacks that run code on the device just by being in range, without pairing. The mitigation is policy. Bluetooth should be disabled by default and only enabled for paired, trusted devices. And discoverable mode should always be off.
Let's circle back to MDM controls. Geofencing. How do we apply that practically?
Geofencing uses the device's GPS or Wi-Fi triangulation. We create a policy that says, this iPad can only access the patient database when it is physically inside the hospital perimeter. If the device leaves the building, the API token is revoked. It is context-aware authentication.
But GPS can be spoofed.
Exactly, which is why we never rely on one factor. It is GPS plus the connection to the corporate Wi-Fi plus the device certificate. If you are on the corporate Wi-Fi IP range, but your GPS says you are in North Korea, we block access because of the impossible travel anomaly.
One area that trips people up is the difference between rooting and jailbreaking.
Semantics. Rooting is for Android, jailbreaking is for iOS. Both mean the user has bypassed the OS security model to gain administrative privileges. From a security perspective, this is a catastrophe. It breaks the chain of trust. A rooted device can bypass the encryption of the MDM container.
So the policy response is?
Immediate quarantine. The MDM agent on the phone checks for integrity violations, like a broken kernel signature or the presence of the SU binary. If it detects a root, it wipes the corporate data instantly and blocks the device from the network. You cannot have a compromised kernel handling enterprise secrets.
We have covered a lot. Let's synthesize this into a mental model for the exam. For wireless, WPA3, enterprise with GCMP 256 is the zenith of security. For authentication, EAP TLS with mutual certificates is the unshakable standard.
And for mobile, remember the ownership dictates the control. BYOD means you manage the app, MEM. Corporate owned, COPE/COBO, means you manage the device, MDM. And the golden rule of mobile security: assume the network is hostile and the device is lost. Always encrypt data at rest on the device and data in transit over the air.
One nuance on SA, simultaneous authentication of equals. It replaces the four-way handshake vulnerability of WPA2. If the exam asks how WPA3 prevents dictionary attacks, the answer is the Dragonfly key exchange, which enforces interaction for every guess.
And do not forget OWE, opportunistic wireless encryption. This is for open networks, like coffee shops. It provides encryption without authentication. In WPA2, an open network sends data in clear text. In WPA3, enhanced open, the client and AP perform a Diffie-Hellman key exchange behind the scenes. You still do not need a password to connect, but your traffic is encrypted so passive sniffers cannot read it. It solves the open Wi-Fi privacy problem.
That is a crucial distinction. OW gives confidentiality, privacy, but no authentication. You do not know if it is a real hotspot or a fake one. You are safe from sniffing, but not from MITM redirection if they control the endpoint.
Precisely. It is better than nothing, but for enterprise, it is non-compliant.
Let's do a quick rapid fire on context-aware authentication. We touched on geofencing. What else falls under this bucket?
Time of day restrictions. No logging in at 3 a.m. Device health posture. Is the OS patched? If you are on iOS 14 and the current version is 17, you are blocked. User behavior analytics. If you usually download 10 megabytes of data and suddenly you are downloading 10 gigabytes, the system flags it. It is about moving beyond username and password to who, what, where, when, and how.
This ties into zero trust. The mobile device is untrusted until it proves otherwise, continuously.
Zero trust is the philosophy. MDM and WPA3 are the tools we use to enforce it. And remember, the attack surface on mobile is unique because of the sensors: microphone, camera, GPS, accelerometer. High-security environments will use MDM profiles to physically disable these at the OS level. If you work in a SCAF, sensitive compartmented information facility, your phone's camera icon is simply gone. It is not just a policy saying, "Don't take pictures." The capability is removed via the configuration profile.
We are coming up on time. To wrap this up, the SY0-701 exam wants you to know the evolution. WPA2 had flaws, offline cracking. WPA3 fixed them, SAE, forward secrecy. WP and TKP are ancient history. If you see them in a log, it is a critical finding.
And on the mobile side, understand the tension between privacy and security. The deployment model, BYOD versus COPE, determines how you solve that tension. But the technical controls, encryption, containerization, and strong authentication, are non-negotiable regardless of who bought the phone.
If you are listening to this on your commute or drifting off to sleep, let this sink in. Wireless is the boundary where the physical world meets your digital infrastructure. It is the most exposed edge of your network. Securing it is not just about configuration. It is about assuming that the airwaves are already compromised and designing your crypto and authentication to survive in hostile territory.
Well said. We will be back in the next module to tear apart incident response procedures. But for now, review your EAP types and memorize the WPA3 benefits.
This has been High Yield Audio Labs. Keep the signal clear and the encryption strong. Good night.
3 weeks ago, we were called in to audit a mid-sized financial services firm that had just failed their SOC 2 Type 2 assessment. It wasn't a firewall rule, and it wasn't unpatched software. It was a single ghost account. An engineer had left the company 9 months prior, but his Active Directory object was merely disabled, not deleted, and critically, his API keys for the production AWS environment were never rotated. He didn't hack them, he just still had the keys. That is the failure of the identity lifecycle, and that is exactly what we are dismantling tonight on High Yield Audio Labs. I'm Alex.
And I'm Maya. Tonight we are doing deep surgery on the identity management lifecycle. If you are sitting for the Security plus SY0-701, the CISSP, or even an Azure Security Engineer exam, this domain is absolutely critical. It is often responsible for the highest severity findings in any audit I conduct. We aren't just talking about creating users. We are talking about the entire joiners, movers, and leavers process, or JML.
The JML framework is the skeleton of identity security. Let's start with the joiners. In a perfect world, this is automated. HR inputs a new hire into Workday or SAP, and that triggers a downstream event.
Right, and for the exam, you need to know the protocol that makes that automation possible across different domains. You need to know SCM.
System for Cross-Domain Identity Management. It is the glue. It allows your HR system, the identity provider or IDP, and the service provider, like Salesforce or Slack, to stay in sync. When HR types new hire, SCM pushes a JSON object to create the account.
Exactly. SCM uses RESTful APIs. It is lightweight. But Alex, where I see companies fail the joiner phase isn't usually the technology. It's the concept of birthright access.
Birthright access is the baseline permissions a user gets simply for existing. The danger here is bloat. If every new hire gets access to the all employees file share, and that share contains sensitive intellectual property, You have already violated the principle of least privilege on day one.
Which leads us to the movers phase. This is the silent killer. In my audits, I call it access accumulation or privilege creep.
I love that term. It's when someone starts in customer support, moves to sales, then moves to engineering. They pick up permissions at every stop, but nobody ever strips the old ones away. By the time they are a manager, they are a super user by accident. They are a walking vulnerability.
There is a specific exam scenario you will see regarding this. The question will describe a user who can still access their old department's records after a promotion. The remediation is almost always perform an access review or implement role-based access control with strict deprovisioning. You cannot rely on the user to report that they still have access.
And never, ever use cloning or copy user templates. I see sysadmins do this all the time. Oh, Bob is joining the team? I'll just copy Alice's permissions. Well, Alice has been there for 10 years and has 3 distinct legacy exceptions applied to her account. Now Bob has them too. You have just replicated a security hole.
Let's pivot to the levers phase. This is where the ghost account from your opening story comes in. Offboarding must be atomic. It must be immediate.
Atomic is the key word. It cannot be HR sends an email to IT and IT gets to it on Monday. When the status changes in the source of truth, access must be revoked everywhere instantly. But Maya, here is the technical nuance that traps people on exams. Revoking the AD account does not necessarily kill the active cloud sessions.
That is a massive point. If I am logged into a SaaS application using a SML token or an OIDC token, simply disabling my AD account might not terminate my active session in Salesforce until that token expires.
Precisely. We need to talk about the federation protocols now. SCML, OIDC, and OAuth. You have to know the difference. I interview senior engineers who still conflate OAuth and OpenID Connect.
Let's break them down. SML, or Security Assertion Markup Language. It is the grandfather. It is XML-based. Heavy verbose, but still the standard for legacy enterprise SSO.
Think of SAML like a passport. You go to the IDP, the passport authority. You prove who you are. They give you a SAML assertion, which is the passport. You take that XML document to the service provider, and they let you in. The service provider never sees your password. They just trust the stamp on the passport.
And specifically for the exam, remember that SAML is strictly for authentication and passing attributes. It tells the application who you are and maybe what group you are in. But the modern web has moved to OIDC.
OpenID Connect. This is the modern layer on top of OAuth 2.0. It uses JSON Web Tokens, or JWTs. It is mobile-friendly. It is API-friendly. If SAML is a paper passport, OIDC is a digital ID in your Apple Wallet.
And it answers the question, who are you? But Alex, explain where OAuth 2.0 fits in. This is the confusion point.
OAuth 2.0 is not an authentication protocol. Repeat that to yourself. OAuth 2.0 is an authorization framework. It answers the question, what are you allowed to do? It is the valet key.
The valet key analogy is perfect for the exam. Explain it.
When you give your car key to a valet, you are giving them a specific token. That key starts the car and drives it a short distance. It does not open the trunk. It does not open the glove box. It does not let them sell the car. That is OAuth. You are granting a third-party application limited access to your resources, like your contacts or your calendar, without giving them your username and password.
So, if a question asks about delegated access, the answer is almost certainly OAuth 2.0. If the question asks about logging in users across multiple platforms, look for OIDC or SML.
Correct. Now, let's go back to the levers problem. If I have an OAuth access token that is valid for 1 hour, and I get fired 5 minutes into that hour, I can still use that token for 55 minutes.
unless you have a mechanism to revoke it. This is why short-lived tokens and refresh tokens are part of the architecture. You kill the refresh token, so when the access token expires, they can't get a new one.
This brings us to the concept of PAM, Privileged Access Management. We talked about regular users, but what about the admins? The keys to the kingdom.
PAM is a dedicated domain. We are talking about solutions like CyberArk or HashiCorp Boundary. The core principle here is that administrators should not have permanent, standing access to critical infrastructure.
Standing access is a failure state. If you are a domain admin 24/7, your account is a ticking time bomb. You should be a standard user 99% of the time. When you need to restart a server, you use a PAM solution to check out the privilege.
This is often called just-in-time or JIT access. You request access, it is approved, you get the credentials for a specific window of time, and then they are rotated or revoked.
And specifically, the PAM solution should be vaulting the credentials. The admin never actually sees the root password. The PAM tool injects the credentials into the session.
This also enables session recording. For the exam, if you see a requirement to audit exactly what commands an administrator executed during a maintenance window, the answer is a PAM solution with session recording. Logs aren't enough. You need the videotape.
Let's get tactical. How do we verify this life cycle is working? We need attestation.
Attestation or access reviews. This is a compliance requirement for SOC 2, ISO 27001, and HIPAA. It means managers must periodically review the list of people who have access to their data and sign off on it.
And please, do not rubber stamp these. I see managers just click Approve All because they are busy. That defeats the purpose. The review must be intelligent. Why does a marketing intern have write access to the production database?
A common trick question on the exam involves orphan accounts. An orphan account is an account that has no owner. Maybe it was a service account created for a project that ended 3 years ago.
Service accounts are the dark matter of identity. They don't have a human to complain when they lose access, so they are rarely offboarded. They just sit there, often with static passwords that never rotate.
So, the lifecycle policy must include non-person entities, NPs. Service accounts need a lifecycle too. They need an owner, an expiration date, and automated rotation.
Let's talk about the distinction between identification, authentication, authorization, and accounting. The AAA model plus identification. It sounds basic, but it is the foundation of every question in this domain.
Identification is the claim. I am Maya. It is public. Authentication is the proof. Here is my password and my MFA token. Authorization is the permission. Maya is allowed to read this file. Accounting is the log. Maya read this file at 10 p.m.
Where people get tripped up is confusing authentication and authorization. Remember the OAuth discussion. You can be authenticated, logged in, but not authorized, allowed to do the thing.
Let's weave this back to the cloud. In AWS or Azure, the identity lifecycle is often managed through roles, not just users.
Right. In AWS, you have IAM roles. A role is a hat. You put the hat on to get permissions. You take the hat off, you have no permissions. You don't hardcode credentials into your EC2 instances. You assign them a role. That is identity lifecycle for machines.
And for the exam, understand federated identity in the cloud context. If a company wants to use their on-premise Active Directory to log into AWS console, they don't recreate the users in AWS.
No, that would be a nightmare. They use SAML 2.0. The on-prem AD is the IDP. AWS is the SP. You log into your desktop in the morning, and when you go to the AWS console, magic happens in the background. A trust relationship exists.
A key term here is transitive trust. If domain A trusts domain B and domain B trusts domain C, does domain A trust domain C? In a non-transitive trust, no. In a transitive trust, yes.
Be very careful with transitive trusts in merger and acquisition scenarios. I saw a company buy a smaller startup and create a two-way transitive trust to migrate data. The startup was compromised. The attackers rode that trust link right into the parent company's domain controller.
That is a classic exam scenario. Company A acquires Company B. How do you connect their directory securely? The answer often involves a one-way trust or a federation setup, rather than merging the forests immediately.
Let's do a quick fire round on multi-factor authentication, MFA, as part of the life cycle. When you provision a user, MFA registration must be mandatory and immediate.
And rigorous. Pre-registration is a vulnerability. If you create an account for a new hire, but don't force them to set up MFA until their first login, an attacker who guesses the temporary password can set up their own MFA device.
That is a persistence technique. The attacker effectively owns the account now. The remediation is to require MFA setup from a trusted location or network, or during the physical onboarding process.
Also, consider the recovery phase of the life cycle. What happens when a user loses their MFA token?
The help desk verification process must be robust. Social engineering attacks often target this. Hi, I'm the CEO. I lost my phone. Please reset my MFA. If the help desk just does it, game over.
You need a secondary verification channel. Call the user's manager, use a video call, or use a pre-registered backup code.
Let's circle back to the protocols one more time because I want to cement the flows. In an OIDC flow, you will see terms like authorization code, client ID, and client secret.
The authorization code flow is the gold standard for web apps. The user is redirected to the IP, logs in, and gets a code. The browser hands that code to the web server. The web server, on the back channel, exchanges that code for the tokens.
Why the back channel? Because the browser is untrusted. You don't want the access token sitting in the browser history or URL bar.
But for single-page apps, SPAs, or mobile apps, you might see PKC mentioned. Proof key for code exchange.
PKC protects the code exchange when you can't keep a client secret safe, like in a mobile app. If you see mobile app authentication on the exam, look for OIDC with PKC.
We should also touch on Identity Governance and Administration, IGA. This is the software suite that manages all of this. SailPoint, Savient, Okta Governance.
IGA is the brain. It handles the policy. If you are in the HR department, you get these roles. If you leave, we trigger these workflows. It automates the compliance we talked about earlier.
Without IGA, you're doing manual tickets. And manual tickets are where human error lives.
I want to leave listeners with a mental model for the whole life cycle. Think of it like a biological organism. It is born, provisioning/joiner. It grows and changes, modification/mover. It eventually dies, deprovisioning/leaver.
And throughout that life, it needs constant checkups, attestation, and a very strict diet, least privilege.
If you let it eat whatever it wants, privilege creep, it becomes a monster that will turn on you.
And remember the idempotency of the life cycle. If I run the provisioning script twice, it shouldn't create two accounts. It should check if the account exists, and if so, do nothing or update it.
That is critical for automation reliability. So, to recap for the exam, 1. SCM is for automating user creation across systems. 2. SCML is the XML legacy for enterprise SSO. 3. OIDC/OAuth is the modern JSON standard for apps and APIs. 4. JML, joiners, movers, leavers, is the process framework. 5. The mover phase is the highest risk for privilege creep. 6. Offboarding must be atomic and handle token invalidation.
And don't forget PAM for your admins. Vault your secrets, rotate them automatically, and record the sessions.
If you master these flows, you aren't just passing a test. You are protecting your infrastructure from the most common vector of attack, the compromised valid identity.
Identity is the new perimeter. Firewalls matter, but identity matters more.
Absolutely. This has been another deep dive from High-Yield Audio Labs. We want you to take this knowledge, visualize the flows, and walk into that exam room with total confidence.
Sleep on this. Let the protocols settle in your mind. Joiners, movers, leavers. SML, OIDC, OAuth.
We'll see you in the next session where we will deconstruct network security architecture. Until then, keep your privileges low and your vigilance high.
Good night. I was reading the postmortem on that major healthcare breach last week, the one where they lost 4 million records. Everyone focused on the initial phishing vector, but did you catch the detail on page 14? The attacker moved laterally for 6 weeks using a service account that had domain admin privileges simply because someone didn't want to deal with granular permissions.
I did. It's the classic lazy admin syndrome. They implemented the technology, Active Directory, but they completely failed the implementation of the access control model. That service account should have been restricted to a single server with specific rights, but instead, it held the keys to the kingdom.
Which brings us perfectly to tonight's session on High-Yield Audio Labs. We are dissecting access control implementation. Not just the theory, but the hard, cold reality of how you configure, manage, and audit access in a live environment. If you're preparing for the SY0-701 or a cloud security cert, this is where the rubber meets the road.
Access control is the discipline of authorization. Authentication asserts who you are. Authorization determines what you can do. And if you mess this up, your robust authentication, your MFA, your biometrics, is worthless because you've authorized a guest to access the vault.
Let's start by delineating the 4 core models you will see on the exam: DAC, MAC, RBC, and ABC. These aren't just acronyms. They are distinct philosophies of trust. Alex, walk us through discretionary access control, DAC.
DAC is the default model for most consumer operating systems, including Windows, NTFS, and Linux. The key word is discretionary. The owner of the object, the file creator, has the discretion to decide who can access it.
So, if I create a spreadsheet called salaries.xlsx, I am the owner. I can grant full control to Bob in accounting.
Exactly. And Bob, if you gave him full control, can then turn around and grant access to Alice in marketing. You, as the administrator, lose central control. The security relies entirely on the user's discretion.
Which is terrifying in a high-security environment. It's flexible but prone to permission creep and accidental exposure. The exam will often contrast this with mandatory access control, MAC.
MAC is the complete opposite. It's the military model. Users have zero discretion. Access is determined by the system administrator using labels. Every subject, that's the user, gets a clearance label like secret or top secret. Every object, the file, gets a classification label.
This is where you see systems like SLinux or Trusted Solaris. If I have a secret clearance, I physically cannot read a top secret file. The system kernel enforces this. I cannot change the permissions on the file to let my friend see it. The operating system simply says no.
It's the most secure model, but also the most rigid and difficult to manage. You wouldn't use MAC for a dynamic startup environment. You'd use it for the NSA or a nuclear power plant control system.
Then we have the industry standard, Role-Based Access Control, RBAC.
RBAC is what you will implement 90% of the time. It decouples the user from the permission. You don't give Maya access to the server. You create a role called Cloud Engineer. You give the Cloud Engineer role access to the server. Then you put Maya in the Cloud Engineer group.
This solves the turnover problem. When I leave the company, you don't have to hunt down every file I had access to. You just remove me from the group. The permissions stay with the role, not the user.
It's also called non-discretionary access control in some texts, distinct from MAC. But RBAC has a weakness. It's static. If you are a doctor, you have access to patient records 24/7, even if you're on vacation in the Bahamas.
Which leads us to attribute-based access control, ABC. This is the modern standard for cloud and zero-trust environments.
ABAC is dynamic. It evaluates a Boolean logic statement every time you request access. It looks at attributes of the subject, who you are, the object, what you want, and the environment, context.
So the policy might read, allow access to patient records if user role is doctor and time is between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. and device is managed and location is on premises.
Precisely. If that doctor tries to log in from the Bahamas at 2 a.m. on an iPad, the RBAC model would say yes, you are a doctor, come in. The ABAC model says, wait, your location attribute is wrong. Access denied.
That contextual awareness is critical for the exam. If they ask about context-aware access or conditional access, they are talking about ABC principles.
Let's shift gears to the implementation. The exam expects you to know how to read and manipulate file permissions. Let's start with Linux.
The classic ls, L output. You see a string like RWXRXR. Alex, decode that for us.
The first character tells you the type. A -dash is a file. A D is a directory. The next 9 characters are 3 sets of triplets: user, owner, group, and others.
So RWX for the user means the owner can read, write, and execute.
RX for the group means members of the group can read and execute, but not write.
And R for others means everyone else can only read.
You need to know the octal notation code. Read equals 4, write equals 2, execute equals 1.
So RWX is 4 plus 2 plus 1 is equal to 7. RX is 4 plus 0 plus 1 is equal to 5. R is 4 plus 0 plus 0 is equal to 4. The permission string I gave, RWXRXR, would be 754.
A common exam question involves the chmod command. How do you make a script executable by the owner, but only readable by everyone else?
You need RWX for owner, 7, R for group, 4, and R for others, 4. So, chmod 744 script.sh.
Correct. And be careful with chmod 777. That grants everyone full control. It's almost always the wrong answer unless the question asks how to create a massive security vulnerability.
Also, remember chown changes ownership. Usually, only root can give away file ownership to prevent users from hiding malicious files in someone else's quota.
Now, Windows. It uses access control lists, ACLs. You have the DACL, discretionary ACL, for permissions, and the SACL, system ACL, for auditing.
The biggest concept here is inheritance. By default, files inherit permissions from their parent folder. This simplifies management. You secure the folder, and all files inside follow suit.
But you can break inheritance. And more importantly, you need to understand the conflict resolution rules. What happens if a user is in a group that has allow read, but the user specifically has deny read?
The deny always wins. Explicit deny overrides explicit allow. Implicit deny is the baseline. If access isn't mentioned, it's denied. But an explicit deny is a hard stop.
This is a classic troubleshooting scenario. User cannot access file despite being in the admin group. Check for a deny entry applied to their specific account or another group they belong to.
Let's talk about conditional access policies. This is the implementation of ABC in Azure Entra ID or Okta.
We mentioned impossible travel earlier. That's a signal. Conditional access takes signals, user risk, sign-in risk, device compliance, and makes a decision, allow, block, or require MFA.
For example, require MFA if the user is logging in from a new device. This is seamless security. We aren't pestering the user every time, just when the risk profile changes.
Another critical implementation detail is privileged access management, PAM, and just-in-time JIT access.
Standing privileges are a liability. If you are a domain admin 24/7, your account is a target 24/7. JIT means you are a standard user 99% of the time. When you need to patch a server, you request elevation.
You get the permissions for 2 hours. Once the window closes, your account reverts to standard status. If an attacker dumps your credentials the next day, they get nothing.
This aligns with the principle of least privilege. Users should have the minimum necessary access to do their job, and only for the duration they need it.
Finally, let's touch on the life cycle, onboarding and offboarding.
Onboarding is easy. Everyone wants access. Offboarding is where companies fail. When an employee leaves, access must be revoked immediately.
And there is a nuance here. Disable, don't delete.
Right. If you delete the account immediately, you lose the security identifier, SID, or GUID. If you need to decrypt their files or audit their past activity, you might be out of luck. Disable the account, keep it for the retention period, and then delete.
Also, account expiration. If you hire a contractor for 90 days, set the account to expire automatically on day 91. Don't rely on HR to email you. Automate the termination.
That's the key takeaway for SY0-701. Automation reduces human error. Whether it's dynamic groups in RBC, conditional access policies, or automated expiration, remove the human element from the routine enforcement.
Access control is the gatekeeper. If you configure it correctly, you force the attacker to work exponentially harder. You force them to find a zero-day exploit instead of just walking through an open door.
Master the octal notation, understand the hierarchy of deny over allow, and know when to use RBC versus ABC. This is High Yield Audio Labs. We'll see you in the next session where we decode identity federation and OAuth. The average dwell time for a persistent threat actor in an enterprise network used to be over 200 days. In the latest reports, it has dropped, but it still hovers around 3 weeks. That is 504 hours of an adversary moving laterally, escalating privileges, and exfiltrating data before the Security Operations Center even sees a blip. It is not an issue of missing data. It is an issue of missing visibility.
Which brings us to the absolute core of defense. Welcome back to High Yield Audio Labs. I am Alex, and today we are dissecting security monitoring and logging. This is Module 16 of 24 in our SY0-701 Master Course. If you cannot see it, you cannot stop it. And in my experience, most organizations are functionally blind because they are drowning in noise.
I am Maya. From an audit perspective, logging is the only proof that controls are actually working. I have failed audits for Fortune 500 companies not because they were hacked, but because they could not prove they would know if they were hacked. Today we are going deep into SIEM architecture, log aggregation, behavior analytics, and the specific exam constraints you will face regarding monitoring tools like Splunk and the ELK stack.
Let us start with the architecture. At the most fundamental level, security monitoring is about aggregation. You have thousands of endpoints, firewalls, routers, servers, switches, cloud instances, generating events. A single firewall might generate 1 million log lines an hour. If you are reviewing those manually, you have already lost. This is where the SIEM, the Security Information and Event Management System, becomes the central nervous system.
Correct. And for the exam, remember that a SIEM is not just a storage bucket. It has 2 distinct functions: information management, which is long-term storage and retention for compliance, and event management, which is real-time analysis and alerting. Alex, when you are designing a SIEM deployment, where does the biggest failure point usually occur?
Ingestion and normalization. It is the classic garbage in, garbage out problem. You have a Cisco ASA firewall outputting logs in one format, a Windows domain controller using XML-based event logs, and a Linux web server spitting out standard syslog. If you dump all that raw text into a database, your correlation engine cannot make sense of it. You need a parsing layer. You need to map fields so that source IP on the firewall equals SRC address on the router.
That normalization phase is critical for the exam. You might see questions about Common Event Format or CF. This is a standard proposed by ArcSight to solve exactly what Alex just described. Another one is the syslog standard itself. Maya here, quick quiz point, know your syslog severity levels. It runs from 0 to 7. 0 is emergency, system is unusable. 7 is debug.
And practically speaking, if you log at level 7, debug, across your entire enterprise, you will crash your CM licensing cost and your storage within hours. You have to tune the noise. In a production environment, we usually log at informational or notice level for critical assets and warning or error for less critical ones. But, and this is a big but, for security events, you specifically need audit trails.
Let us talk about what those specific events are. In a Windows environment, the SY0-701 objectives expect you to recognize specific event IDs. You do not need to memorize the whole dictionary, but you must know that event ID 4624 is a successful logon, and 4625 is a failed logon.
Exactly. If I see a single 4625, I do not care. Someone typed their password wrong. If I see 504,625s in 1 minute followed by a single 4624, that is a brute force attack that succeeded. That pattern matching is what we call correlation. A CM correlation rule links disparate events to tell a story.
That is a signature-based detection approach. You are looking for a known bad pattern. But modern monitoring has moved beyond signatures into UBA, user and entity behavior analytics. This is heavily featured in modern certifications because signatures fail against zero-day threats.
Right. UEBA is about establishing a baseline. The system learns that Maya usually logs in from London between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m., accesses the HR file server, and uploads about 10 megabytes of data. That is the baseline. If suddenly Maya logs in from Pyongyang at 3 a.m. and downloads 4 gigabytes of engineering schematics, a signature might not catch that because she has valid credentials. But the anomaly detection engine screams deviation.
And that deviation is calculated using heuristics. For the exam, understand the difference between rule-based detection, if X then Y, and anomaly-based detection, which is statistical deviation from a baseline. Now, let us shift to the tools. You mentioned Splunk and ELK.
Splunk is the market leader for enterprise. It is expensive, robust, and uses a proprietary search language called SPL. The ELK stack, Elasticsearch, Logstash, and Kibana is the open source alternative. Elasticsearch is the database and search engine. Logstash is the ingestion pipe that does the normalization we talked about, and Kibana is the visualization dashboard.
You will often see visualization as a key requirement. Management does not read logs, they read dashboards. Being able to visualize trends like a spike in outbound traffic on port 53, which could indicate DNS exfiltration, is a critical skill. Speaking of exfiltration, Alex, let us talk about flow data versus packet capture.
This is a crucial distinction. Packet capture, or PCAP, allows you to do full packet analysis. You see the payload, the actual data. It provides absolute truth, but it is incredibly storage intensive. You cannot record everything. Flow data, like NetFlow or IPFix, is metadata. It tells you who talked to whom, on what port, for how long, and how much data was sent. It is like a phone bill versus a wiretap.
I love that analogy. The phone bill NetFlow is usually sufficient for detecting lateral movement or command and control beacons. You use the wiretap PCP only when you need to reconstruct a specific incident. Now, let us integrate the cloud. In AWS, you have CloudTrail and VPC flow logs. In Azure, you have Azure Monitor and Sentinel.
The principle remains the same, but the implementation changes. In the cloud, the control plane is your new network perimeter. CloudTrail logs every API call. If someone spins up a rogue GPU instance for crypto mining, that is an API call. If someone modifies a security group to allow traffic from the internet, that is an API call. Monitoring the control plane is more important than monitoring the network in a cloud-native environment.
And remember the shared responsibility model. The cloud provider monitors the physical infrastructure. You are responsible for monitoring your guest OS, your applications, and your identity usage. One nuance that often trips people up on exams involves time synchronization.
NTP, Network Time Protocol. If your firewall thinks it is 2025 and your domain controller thinks it is 2026, your correlation rules break. You cannot prove a sequence of events in court if the timestamps are disjointed. Securing NTP is a foundational step in logging architecture. We usually use authenticated NTP to prevent attackers from manipulating time to hide their tracks.
Which leads to log integrity. As an auditor, if I can modify the logs are worthless. We need write once, read many, or worm technology. Once a log entry is written, it must be immutable. We use hashing to verify integrity. If the hash of a log file changes, we know it has been tampered with.
This connects to the concept of a syslog server, usually being on a separate, hardened network segment. You do not store logs locally on the web server you are monitoring. If an attacker compromises the web server, the first thing they do is wipe the local logs. If those logs were already streamed in real time to a secure, remote syslog server, the attacker can wipe the local disk all they want. We still have the evidence.
That is called log forwarding. It is mandatory for any compliant architecture. Now let us address the human element. Alert fatigue. We mentioned it in the intro. What happens when your CM sends 10,000 alerts a day?
The SOC analysts ignore them. They turn off the notifications. And then the real breach happens, and nobody notices. This is why tuning is a continuous process. You have to weed out false positives. If a vulnerability scanner runs every Wednesday, it will trigger thousands of alerts. You need to whitelist that scanner's IP address in your correlation rules so it does not drown out real attacks.
This is where SOAR comes in: security orchestration, automation, and response. While a CM detects, a SOAR responds. If the CM sees a brute force attack, the SOAR can automatically trigger a playbook that blocks that IP address on the firewall and disables the user account in Active Directory.
Exactly. Automation buys you time. If the mean time to respond, MTTR, relies on a human waking up, drinking coffee, and logging in, you are too slow. SOAR closes that gap. However, you must be careful. Automating containment on critical assets can be dangerous. You do not want to automatically shut down the CEO's laptop or a production database because of a false positive.
That is a great point for the exam. Availability is still part of the CIA triad. A denial of service caused by an over-aggressive security tool is still a denial of service. Let us pivot to a specific scenario often seen in the SY0-701. You are asked to set up monitoring for a hybrid environment involving on-premise servers and SaaS applications. What is the strategy?
You need a unified pane of glass. You would likely use API connectors to pull logs from the SaaS providers, like Office 365 or Salesforce, into your central CM. For the on-premise servers, you deploy agents. Splunk uses universal forwarders. Yelke uses beats, like FileBeat or WinLogBeat. These agents sit on the endpoints, collect the logs locally, compress them, encrypt them, and ship them to the central collector.
Encryption in transit is key there. You are sending sensitive data, usernames, sometimes inadvertently passwords or PI, across the network. That log stream must be wrapped in TLS. I have flagged findings where syslog was being sent over UDP port 514 in clear text. That is a gift to an attacker sniffing the internal network.
Use TCP port 6514 with TLS. Always. Reliability is another factor. UDP is fire and forget. If the network is congested, you lose logs. TCP guarantees delivery. For security logging, losing data is unacceptable.
Let us touch on chain of custody. In a forensics investigation, which we will cover more in a later module, the logs are your primary evidence. If you cannot prove who handled the logs, where they were stored, and that they have not been altered, they are inadmissible in court. This is why High Yield Audio Labs emphasizes the legal implications of technical configurations. Your technical setup creates the legal chain of trust.
One tricky area is encrypted traffic analysis. Attackers use SSL/TLS2. How do you monitor traffic you cannot read?
That is a difficult one. You have two options. One is SSL inspection or termination, where the firewall acts as a man in the middle, decrypts the traffic, inspects it, and re-encrypts it. This is resource-intensive and has privacy implications. The second option is analyzing the metadata of the encrypted connection, the handshake, the certificate details, the packet timing and size, to infer malicious content without decrypting it.
Cisco has done a lot of work there with encrypted traffic analytics. They can identify malware signatures inside an encrypted tunnel just by the shape of the traffic. It is fascinating, and it preserves user privacy.
Let us review the key performance indicators for a monitoring system. We have ingestion rate, events per second, or EPS. We have retention period, how long we keep data. Hot storage for fast searching, cold storage for archiving. And we have query latency, how long it takes to search that data.
Hot versus cold storage is an economic decision that impacts security. You might keep 30 days of logs in hot storage on fast NVMe drives for immediate incident response. Then, you move data to warm storage for a year and cold storage, like Amazon Glacier or tape, for 7 years to satisfy regulatory requirements. You cannot search cold storage instantly. It takes time to retrieve.
And know your regulations. PCI DSS has specific logging requirements for credit card data environments. HIPAA has them for healthcare. GDPR requires you to be able to delete personal data from logs if requested, which is a technical nightmare for immutable storage systems.
That is a paradox. Right to be forgotten versus immutable audit trails. Usually, security logs are exempt from deletion requests if they are strictly for security purposes, but you have to ensure you are not logging unnecessary PI in the message fields. Masking or tokenizing sensitive data before it hits the logs is a best practice.
Let us look at a practical exam question scenario. You see a spike in traffic on a random high port at 2 a.m. from a marketing server to an IP address in a country you do not do business with. The traffic is encrypted. What do you do?
First, validation. Check the destination IP against threat intelligence feeds. Is it a known command and control server? Second, containment. Isolate the marketing server from the network immediately. Third, investigation. Since the traffic is encrypted, I look at the net flow data for volume and duration. Then I look at the endpoint logs, the sysmon or EDR logs on that marketing server, to see what process initiated that connection. Was it PowerShell.exe? Was it a browser?
Perfect. You moved from network, flow data, to endpoint, process data. That pivot is critical. Monitoring is not just looking at the network wire, it is looking at the host process execution. Tools like Sysmon for Windows give you that granularity, logging process creation, network connections, and file creation hashes.
Sysmon is a goldmine. Event ID 1 in Sysmon is process creation. It shows you the command line arguments. If I see PowerShell.exe, inc, followed by a massive base 64 string, I know exactly what is happening. Standard Windows logs might miss the command line arguments depending on configuration, but Sysmon catches them.
We are approaching the end of this session. I want to reiterate the concept of baseline. You cannot detect abnormal if you do not define normal. Spend time understanding what your network looks like when it is quiet.
Absolutely. Monitoring is a relationship with your infrastructure. It requires constant tuning. You never just set and forget a SIEM. It is a living ecosystem.
To recap, centralize your logs. Normalize the data formats. Use NTP for time sync. Protect the integrity of the logs with hashing and forwarding. Tune your alerts to prevent fatigue. And use automation to respond at machine speed.
This has been a deep dive into security monitoring and logging. This methodology is what separates a reactive admin from a proactive security architect.
Make sure to review the difference between signature-based and anomaly-based detection for the exam. That is a guaranteed question.
You have been listening to High-Yield Audio Labs. We are building the next generation of security professionals, one concept at a time. I am Alex.
And I am Maya. Review your logs, check your baselines, and we will see you in the next module where we tackle threat hunting. Stay secure. I was reviewing an audit log from a mid-sized financial firm last week. They had a textbook ransomware event. What struck me wasn't the malware itself. It was a standard variant of Lockbit, but the sheer paralysis of the response team. They spent 4 hours debating whether to shut down the SQL server or isolate the VLAN. In that window, the encryption spread to their backups. It made me realize that on the exam, and in real life, knowing the definitions of incident response is useless if you don't understand the sequence. Welcome to High-Yield Audio Labs. Today, we are dissecting the PySerl lifecycle.
That paralysis is exactly what the preparation phase is designed to eliminate. When we talk about SY0-701, or really any NIST-aligned framework, incident response isn't about improvisation. It is about muscle memory. If you are making decisions for the first time during an actual breach, you have already failed.
Let's start there. Preparation. The exam loves to ask what constitutes preparation. It is not just buying a SIEM tool.
Correct. Preparation is the foundational layer. It is policy, people, and practice. In my architecture work, I see organizations fail here because they lack a defined CERT, Computer Security Incident Response Team. You need to know exactly who has the authority to unplug a production server at 3 a.m. on a Sunday. Is it the SOC analyst? The CISO? If that isn't written down in a playbook, you lose critical time.
And for the exam, remember the distinction between a policy and a playbook. The policy is the high-level mandate. We will respond to incidents. The playbook, or runbook, is the specific technical procedure for a specific threat type, like phishing response or DDoS mitigation.
Exactly. Preparation also includes the logistics that everyone forgets. Call trees. Out-of-band communication channels. If your email server is compromised, how does the CERT communicate? If you don't have a signal group or a secondary Slack instance set up beforehand, you are discussing the breach on a compromised channel. The attacker is listening to you try to stop them.
That is a classic exam scenario. The email system is down due to an attack. How should the team communicate? The answer is always a pre-established out-of-band method. Moving to the second phase, identification. This is often where the fog of war sets in.
Identification is tricky because it is where we differentiate between an event and an incident. An event is an observable occurrence, a user logging in, a firewall deny. An incident is an event that violates security policy. The exam requires you to know this distinction. You are looking for IOCs, indicators of compromise, and IWAs, indicators of attack.
What is your go-to way to explain the difference between an IOC and an IOA?
An IOC is evidence that something has happened. A hash of a known malware file, a signature match, a connection to a known botnet IP. It is reactive. An IA is proactive. It focuses on the intent or the behavior. For example, seeing PowerShell execution with an encoded command string. We might not know what the script does yet, but the behavior itself is an indicator of attack. It suggests an adversary is currently maneuvering.
And in the cloud environment, identification relies heavily on log aggregation. You are looking at CloudTrail logs, VPC Flow logs, Azure Monitor. The exam might present a scenario where you see a spike in CPU usage. Is that an incident? Not necessarily. It could be a legitimate batch job. But if that CPU spike correlates with outbound traffic to a non-business region, now you have an incident.
Once you have confirmed the incident, you must declare it. This triggers the next phase, which is arguably the most critical for limiting damage: containment.
Containment. This is where I see students get confused on the order of operations. They want to jump straight to eradication and delete the malware. Why is containment strictly before eradication?
Because if you try to eradicate malware while the attacker still has an active command and control channel, you are just tipping your hand. They will see you deleting their tools, and they will burrow deeper, deploy a logic bomb, or exfiltrate data faster. Containment is about stopping the bleeding without alerting the pathogen that the antibiotics are coming.
We divide containment into two categories: short-term and long-term.
Right. Short-term containment is immediate mitigation. Isolate the host. Block the IP at the firewall. Suspend the compromised user account. It is a tactical pause to stop the spread. Long-term containment is about keeping the business running while you prepare for the fix. This might mean applying a temporary patch or segmented routing while you build a clean environment.
There is a specific concept here that appears on tests: segmentation versus isolation. Isolation is cutting the device off entirely, pulling the network cable, or moving it to a quarantine VLAN with no routes out. Segmentation is restricting traffic flow between network zones. If a web server is hit, you might segment it so it can still serve static pages to the public, but cannot talk to the internal database.
And let's address the pull-the-plug debate. In the old days, if you saw a hacker, you yanked the power cord. Today, specifically for the exam and forensic integrity, you rarely do that. If you pull the power, you lose the contents of the RAM. You lose the encryption keys, the active network connections, the running processes. You destroy the evidence. The preferred method is strictly logical isolation. Disconnect the network, keep the power on.
Unless, and here is the edge case, the attack is actively destroying hardware or wiping data at a rate where evidence preservation is secondary to asset survival. But 99% of the time, preserve the volatile memory.
Once contained, we move to eradication. This is the deep clean. This is not just deleting the malicious file. If a server was rootkitted, you cannot trust the operating system anymore. Eradication usually means wiping the drive and re-imaging from a known good baseline.
That known good baseline is key. If your backups are from after the initial infection, say the attacker has been dwelling for 90 days and your backups only go back 30, you are just restoring the compromise. Eradication also includes patching the vulnerability that let them in. If they got in via a struts vulnerability and you reimage the server but don't patch struts, they will be back in 5 minutes.
Precisely. Eradication is also where we sweep for persistence mechanisms. Scheduled tasks, registry keys, new admin accounts created by the attacker. You have to root them all out.
Which leads us to recovery. This is the return to normal operations. The exam focuses on the timing here. When do you reconnect to the production network?
You reconnect only after verification. Recovery isn't just turning it back on. It is turning it on, monitoring it intensely for signs of reinfection, and validating that the system is functioning correctly. It often involves a phased approach. You might bring the system online during off hours first, or limit the traffic it accepts until you are confident the threat is gone.
In a cloud context, recovery might involve spinning up entirely new instances in a fresh VPC and shifting traffic over using a load balancer, then decommissioning the old, tainted environment completely. It touches on the concept of immutability. Why is this the most important phase for the exam?
Because the NIST framework views security as a cycle, not a line. If you don't feed the data from the incident back into your preparation phase, you aren't improving. You are destined to repeat the failure.
The deliverable here is the After Action Report, or AAR. It should answer, what happened? When did it happen? How well did the staff perform? Catch this, the exam will ask when this meeting should happen.
It needs to happen usually within 2 weeks of the incident closure, while the memory is fresh. It must be blameless. If the AAR turns into a witch hunt, people will hide mistakes next time. It needs to be a structural analysis of the failure.
Let's loop back to a specific term, chain of custody. This applies across all phases, but starts usually in identification or containment.
Chain of custody is the documentation that tracks the physical control of evidence. Who collected the hard drive? Who signed for it? Where was it stored? If there is a single gap in that log, if the drive sat on an unattended desk for an hour, that evidence is inadmissible in court. For the exam, remember, if the chain is broken, the integrity is lost.
High-yield Audio Labs listeners should also note the role of the stakeholders. Who needs to be informed and when?
This is governed by your communication plan. You have internal stakeholders, HR, legal, C-suite, and external stakeholders, customers, law enforcement, regulators. The exam might ask about regulatory timelines. For example, GDPR requires notification within 72 hours of becoming aware of a breach. You don't just tweet about it. Legal needs to vet every word released to the public to prevent liability.
Let's do a deep dive into a specific scenario. A user reports their laptop is acting slow and they see a pop-up asking for Bitcoin. Walk us through the PISRL steps, rapid fire.
Okay, Phase 1, preparation. We already have a ransomware playbook and offline backups. Phase 2, identification. The help desk escalates to the CERT. We analyze the laptop, confirm it is ransomware, and check network logs to see if it scanned other hosts. We identify the scope. Phase 3, containment. We isolate that laptop from the network immediately. We check the file shares the user had access to and lock those down to prevent encryption of shared drives.
Pause there. Do we turn off the laptop?
No, we leave it on but disconnect it from the network. We might need the key from memory later. Phase 4, eradication. We identify the strain. We realize the laptop is encrypted. We wipe the drive completely. We scan the network for any lateral movement. We patched the vulnerability. Maybe it was an unpatched PDF reader.
Phase 5, recovery.
We reimage the laptop from a gold image. We restore the user's data from the last backup before the infection. We monitor that laptop's traffic closely for 24 hours.
And Phase 6, lessons learned.
We meet. We ask, why did the spam filter let that email through? Why did the endpoint detection not block the execution? We update our email filter rules and tweak the EDR sensitivity. We improve the process.
Perfect. Now let's talk about the CERT structure itself. The exam often asks about the different models, centralized, distributed, and coordinating.
A centralized CERT is one team that handles everything for the whole organization. Good for consistency, bad for speed in a global company. A distributed CERT has teams in different locations or business units, which is faster but harder to standardize. A coordinating CERT just advises, they don't touch the keyboards. They provide guidance to local IT teams.
Most large enterprises use a hybrid. A central command that sets policy, with distributed teams that handle the local fires. You need to match the description to the model.
Another term to watch for, tabletop exercise.
I love tabletop exercises. This is simulation. It is a Dungeons and Dragons session for security professionals. You sit in a room and the facilitator says, "Okay, the website is down and the CEO is screaming." What do?
It tests the human element. You find out that the phone number you have for the ISP is dead. You find out that the backup admin doesn't have the password to the vault. You fail in the conference room, so you don't fail in the data center. The exam considers this a critical part of the preparation phase.
Let's pivot to the legal side. E-discovery and data retention.
During an incident, you are generating massive amounts of data. Logs, forensic images, email threads. You have a legal obligation to preserve this under a legal hold if there is a reasonable anticipation of litigation. If you adhere to your standard retention policy, say, deleting logs after 30 days, while under a legal hold, you can be sanctioned for spoliation of evidence.
That's a huge keyword, spoliation. The destruction or alteration of evidence. Even if it was accidental or part of an automated cleanup script, the court looks at it very unfavorably. Incident response teams must have a mechanism to freeze retention policies instantly.
Let's talk about the kill chain concept and how it maps to IR. The cyber kill chain has 7 steps: reconnaissance, weaponization, delivery, exploitation, installation, command and control, actions on objectives.
How does the CERT use this?
It helps in the identification and containment phases. If you detect the attack at the delivery phase, a phishing email, your containment is just deleting the email. If you detect it at command and control, your containment is blocking the C2 traffic. The further right you go on the kill chain, the more expensive and difficult the containment becomes.
There is also the MITRE ATT and CK framework. While the kill chain is linear, MITRE is a matrix of tactics and techniques. It is much more granular. In your eradication phase, you use MITRE to ensure you have checked for all known persistence techniques associated with that specific threat actor.
Correct. If you know you are dealing with APT29, you look at their profile in MITRE ATT and CK. You see they like to use WMI for persistence, so you specifically hunt for WMI subscriptions during your eradication phase. It makes your response intelligence-driven rather than generic.
Let's clarify the role of the CM, security information and event management, in this life cycle.
The CM is the central nervous system for identification. It ingests logs from everywhere: firewalls, servers, switches, cloud providers. It correlates them. A single failed login is noise. A failed login followed by a successful login from a different country followed by a massive database query is a pattern. The CM alerts the analyst.
But the CM needs tuning. This goes back to preparation. If your CM alerts on everything, the analysts get alert fatigue. They stop looking. Tuning the signal-to-noise ratio is a constant maintenance task for the CERT.
What about SOAR? Security orchestration, automation, and response.
SOAR takes the CM alert and acts on it. If the CM sees a malicious IP, the SOAR can automatically log into the firewall and block it. This speeds up the containment phase drastically. For the exam, know that SOAR is about automation and workflow integration, reducing the mean time to respond, MTTR.
MTTR and MTTD, mean time to detect, are the key metrics for a CERT. The goal of everything we are discussing is to drive those 2 numbers down.
One nuanced area is the insider threat incident. The response is different because the attacker has authorized access.
With an insider, containment is almost entirely about access control, disabling accounts, revoking certificates. You also have to involve HR and legal immediately. There are privacy implications if you start monitoring an employee's specific activity deeper than usual. You need to ensure you are not violating labor laws while investigating the incident.
And often, the identification of an insider threat doesn't come from a technical alert. It comes from a tip-off. Hey, Alex is downloading a lot of files, and he just put in his resignation. Behavioral analytics, UBA, are the technical control here, establishing a baseline of normal user behavior and flagging deviations.
Let's touch on the cloud responsibility model again regarding IR. If you are in AWS or Azure, who handles the incident?
It depends on the layer. If the physical server in the data center is compromised, that is the cloud provider's incident. They respond. If your EC2 instance is compromised because you left RDP open to the world, that is your incident. You are responsible for the guest OS and above.
But you still need to know how to interact with the provider. You can't just walk into an Amazon data center to grab a hard drive for forensics. You have to use their tools, snapshots, acquiring memory dumps via API. And you might need to open a support ticket to get logs that aren't exposed to you by default.
A vital exam concept regarding forensics is order of volatility. We touched on it with the power plug, but let's list it out. When collecting evidence, you go from most volatile to least volatile.
Correct. The order is 1. CPU cache and registers, most volatile, usually impossible to capture without hardware tools. 2. Routing tables, ARP cache, process table, kernel statistics, memory, RAM. 3. Temporary file systems /swap space. 4. Disk, hard drive data. 5. Remote logging and monitoring data. 6. Physical configuration and network topology. 7. Archival media, backups.
Memorize that list. CPU-RAM-swap-disk. If you snapshot the disk before you dump the RAM, you have done it wrong. You altered the system state by creating the snapshot file, potentially overwriting data in RAM or swap. Always capture the fleeing data first.
Let's discuss jump boxes or bastion hosts in the context of IR.
A jump box is a hardened server used to access other devices in a separate security zone. During an incident, if your normal admin workstations might be compromised, you should only administer the network from a known clean jump box. It is the sterile cockpit.
And in the preparation phase, you should have these jump boxes pre-configured and turned off. If you have to build one during the incident, you are too slow.
We should also mention the PR aspect. Crisis management.
It is not technical, but it makes or breaks the company. Who talks to the press? Only the designated spokesperson. If a technician answers the phone and says, "Yeah, we lost all the customer data, stock price tanks," the message must be controlled. "We are investigating a potential anomaly," is very different from "we have been breached."
Honesty is required by regulations, but the timing and phrasing are strategic. The CERT leads the technical truth. The crisis management team handles the narrative.
I want to reinforce the lessons learned report structure again. It needs to include 1. Executive summary for management. 2. Detailed timeline for technical staff. 3. Root cause analysis, the why. 4. Impact assessment, cost, reputation, data loss. 5. Recommendations, the fix.
That recommendations section is what drives the budget for next year. We got hacked because we didn't have MFA. Recommendation: implement MFA. That is how you turn a disaster into a maturity upgrade.
Exactly. Never let a good crisis go to waste.
We have covered the life cycle, the team, the legalities, and the tools. One final trap to avoid: the scope creep of an investigation.
Yes. If you find a vulnerability during an investigation that is unrelated to the current incident, you note it, but you do not get distracted. Focus on the active breach. Fix the open wound before you worry about the cholesterol. If you try to fix everything at once, you delay the containment of the actual threat.
Focus is the weapon, just like in your exam prep.
Identify the threat. Contain the damage. Eradicate the root cause. Recover the operations. Learn the lesson.
PICERL. It is not just an acronym. It is the survival algorithm for the modern enterprise. Review this session until the sequence is intuitive, until you don't have to think about what comes next.
Sleep on this. Let the order of volatility settle in your mind.
You have been listening to High Yield Audio Labs. Good luck with your preparation.
End of session.
I was reviewing a case study from a failed prosecution last year. The technical evidence was perfect. They had the malware, the command and control logs, even the exfiltrated data. But the case was thrown out before it even went to trial. The defense attorney didn't attack the technical findings. They attacked the procedural gap between the time the laptop was seized and when the image was taken. 3 hours unaccounted for in the log. That was it.
That is the nightmare scenario. And it is exactly why we are here tonight on High Yield Audio Labs. Welcome to the deep dive on digital forensics. I am Alex.
And I'm Maya. Tonight we are dissecting the absolute bedrock of forensic investigation, the chain of custody, the order of volatility, and the legal frameworks that turn raw data into admissible evidence.
Let's start right there. Admissibility. In the field, especially during an incident response scenario, engineers often rush to fix the problem. They see a server spiking CPU, they reboot it. They see a suspicious process, they kill it. From a forensic perspective, that is destruction of evidence.
It is spoliation.
Exactly. Spoliation. That is a legal term you might see. It means the destruction or alteration of evidence that makes it unusable in a legal proceeding. Whether you did it accidentally because you were panicking or intentionally, the result is the same. The evidence is gone.
Let's talk about the order of operations then. If I walk into a server room, or more likely, if I SSH into a compromised instance, what is the very first thing I need to think about?
You need to think about RFC 3227. This is the request for comments document that specifies the guidelines for evidence collection and archiving. It dictates the order of volatility.
Volatility meaning how quickly the data disappears if you pull the plug?
Correct. It is a hierarchy of fragility. The most volatile data goes first. If you power down the system, this data is gone forever. At the very top of the pyramid, you have CPU registers and cache,
Which is incredibly difficult to capture without specialized hardware debugging tools or a complete memory dump that freezes the CPU states.
Right. For the purpose of the exam, and for most general incident response, the most volatile item you will practically interact with is the routing table, ARP cache, process table, and kernel statistics. These exist only in the current running state of the memory.
So, before you dump the RAM, you need to capture the state of the network connections?
Yes. If you pull the plug, the ARP cache, which maps IP addresses to MAC addresses, vanishes. That might be your only link between a malicious IP and a physical device on your local network. The routing table tells you where traffic was being directed. The process table tells you what was running.
Okay, so step 1, registers and cache. Step 2, routing table, ARP, process table, kernel statistics, and memory. Let's drill into memory. RAM.
Random access memory is the gold mine. It holds unencrypted passwords, decryption keys, open file handles, and the code of the malware itself, often running purely in memory without a disk footprint. This is what we call fileless malware.
And capturing RAM changes the system, doesn't it? You can't observe a system without altering it.
The uncertainty principle of forensics. Yes, to run a memory dump tool like FTK Imager or a command line tool like DD or Lime for Linux, you have to load that tool into memory. You are overriding a small portion of the evidence to save the rest. It is a calculated risk.
So the order is registers/cache, then routing/ARP/process tables, then the main RAM. What comes next in RFC 3227?
Temporary file systems. This includes swap space and page files.
Why is swap less volatile than RAM?
Because swap is written to the disk. It is virtual memory. It persists if the system crashes, usually, but it is overwritten constantly as the OS manages memory pages. It is more stable than RAM, but less stable than a standard file.
Okay, and after swap?
We hit the tangible data, the hard disk, the solid-state drive, the non-volatile storage. This data survives a reboot. It survives a power cut, but it can still be altered by background processes, scheduled tasks, or a remote wipe command.
And finally?
Remote logging and archival media. Things like CM logs, backups on tape or AWS Glacier, printouts, and optical media. These are the least volatile. They aren't going anywhere.
So, to recap the RFC 3227 order for the listeners, registers and cache first. Then routing, ARP, process tables, and kernel stats. Then RAM. Then swap and page files. Then the hard drive. Then remote logs.
Memorize that sequence. The exam will give you a scenario. A security administrator arrives at a compromised workstation. The screen is on. What should they collect first? If you say image the hard drive, you fail. You miss the RAM and the network state.
Let's pivot to the how. How do we actually capture this data without contaminating it? Specifically the hard drive.
The cardinal rule of disk forensics is never write to the original evidence.
This brings us to write blockers.
A write blocker is a hardware bridge. You plug the suspect drive into one side and your forensic workstation into the other. The hardware physically prevents any write commands from reaching the suspect drive. It allows read commands to pass through, but if your OS tries to update a last accessed, timestamp, or index a file, the write blocker kills that command.
Are software write blockers acceptable?
In a pinch, or for specific controlled environments, yes. But hardware write blockers are the industry standard for legal admissibility. They are harder to argue against in court. A software write blocker is just a driver. It can fail or be misconfigured.
Once the write blocker is in place, we perform the acquisition. We are making a copy, but not just a copy, an image. What is the difference between copying the files and creating a forensic image?
If you drag and drop files, you are only getting the logical data. You miss the slack space.
Define slack space.
Disk storage is allocated in clusters, usually 4 kilobytes. If a file is only 2 kilobytes, it still takes up a 4 kilobyte cluster. The remaining 2 kilobytes is slack space. It might contain remnants of old, deleted files that were previously in that cluster. A logical copy ignores this. A forensic bit-by-bit image captures the active file, the slack space, and the unallocated space where deleted files live.
So we need a bit-by-bit copy. The standard tools here are DD, the data dump command in Linux, or commercial tools like Encase or F2K.
DD is the classic. It reads every 0 and 1 from the input device and writes it to the output file. There is also DCFLDD, which is a forensic version of DD that hashes the data on the fly to ensure integrity.
That leads us perfectly to integrity. How do we prove that the image we analyzed is exactly the same as the drive we pulled out of the suspect's laptop?
Hashing. Before you even start the imaging process, if possible, you calculate a cryptographic hash of the source drive, usually MD5, SHA-1, or ideally SHA-256.
But wait, isn't MD5 broken?
For collision resistance and security certificates, yes. For file integrity verification and forensics, it is still widely used because it is fast. However, best practice now is to use 2 different algorithms, like MD5 and SHA-256 together.
So you hash the source. Then you create your bit-by-bit image. Then what?
Then you hash the image file you just created. If the hash of the source matches the hash of the destination, you have mathematical proof that every single bit is identical.
And if one bit is different?
The hashes will be completely different, and your evidence is technically compromised. You would need to document why that error occurred or redo the acquisition.
Let's move to chain of custody. This is the paperwork side, but it is just as lethal as the technical side.
Chain of custody is a chronological documentation of the seizure, custody, control, transfer, analysis, and disposition of evidence.
It's a form.
It is a lifestyle. Every time that hard drive changes hands, it must be logged. Who gave it? Who took it? What date? What time? Why? Where is it being stored? If I take the drive out of the secure locker to analyze it, I sign it out. When I put it back, I sign it in.
And if there is a gap, like the case I mentioned in the intro?
If there is a gap, the defense attorney argues that during that time, anyone could have tampered with the drive. They could have planted the evidence. Since you cannot prove they didn't, the evidence becomes unreliable and is inadmissible.
So the chain of custody form essentially validates the integrity of the evidence by proving no unauthorized person had access to it.
Precisely. And this applies to the digital files too, not just the physical hardware. If you transfer the forensic image file to a cloud bucket for analysis, that transfer is a chain of custody event.
Speaking of the cloud, how does all of this apply when you can't physically touch the server? If I have an incident on an AWS EC2 instance, I can't go to the data center and plug in a write blocker.
Cloud forensics changes the acquisition method, but not the principles. In AWS, for example, you would take a snapshot of the EBS volume, the virtual hard drive.
But taking a snapshot effectively freezes the state at that moment.
Yes, and AWS handles the underlying block-level copying. You then create a volume from that snapshot and mount it to a specialized forensic instance, your forensic workstation in the cloud, as a read-only drive.
So you never boot the snapshot?
Never. If you boot the snapshot, the OS starts up, runs startup scripts, changes timestamps, and alters the evidence. You attach it as a secondary, data-only drive to a forensic machine that is already running.
What about legal hold? We hear this term in relation to e-discovery.
A legal hold, or a litigation hold, is a process that an organization uses to preserve all forms of relevant information when litigation is reasonably anticipated.
Reasonably anticipated is the key phrase there. You don't have to be sued yet.
Correct. If you know a lawsuit is coming, you have a duty to preserve data. This means suspending your normal retention policies. You know those automated scripts that delete emails older than 7 years? You have to turn them off for the custodians involved in the case.
If you don't?
That is spoliation again. The court can sanction you. They can actually instruct the jury to assume that the deleted evidence was harmful to your case. It's called an adverse inference instruction.
That sounds devastating.
It is. You lose the case by default because you deleted the emails that would have proven you guilty.
Let's circle back to a specific technique, live acquisition versus static acquisition. Static is pulling the plug and copying the drive. When is live acquisition the only choice?
When encryption is involved. If the suspect is using full disk encryption, like BitLocker or FileVault, and the computer is powered on and unlocked, you have to perform a live acquisition.
Because if you pull the plug,
the encryption keys are wiped from RAM. When you try to image the drive later, all you get is encrypted noise. You cannot read it without the key or the password.
So in a live acquisition scenario, you're accepting some alteration of the system by running your tools in exchange for actually getting the decrypted data.
Exactly. You dump the RAM first to try and capture the encryption keys. Then you might perform a live logical copy of the files while the volume is mounted and decrypted.
Let's talk about time. Time offsets and time zone standardization.
This is a classic trap. You are investigating an incident with servers in Tokyo, London, and New York. The firewall logs in Tokyo are in JST. The web server logs in New York are in EST. The database logs in London are in GMT.
If you try to correlate these events without normalization, you are going to be hours off.
You will see the effect before the cause. It will look impossible. The standard for all forensic timelines is UTC, Coordinated Universal Time.
So step 1 of analysis. Convert everything to UTC.
Everything, and record the time offset of the system you analyzed. You need to know that the system clock was set to UTC-5, and importantly, you need to check the system's drift.
Drift?
System clocks are not perfect. They drift by seconds or minutes if not synced via NTP. If you are correlating a log entry on a server with a log entry on a firewall, and the server was 3 minutes fast, your timeline is broken. You measure the offset against a trusted time source at the moment of collection.
High-yield Audio Labs listeners, I want to pose a scenario. You are an analyst. You find a USB drive in the parking lot. You suspect it might be the vector for a breach. You plug it into your corporate laptop to see what's on it. What did you just do wrong?
You did everything wrong. First, you compromised your corporate laptop. That USB drive could have a HID payload. It acts like a keyboard and types malicious commands the millisecond you plug it in. Second, you altered the evidence on the USB drive by mounting it. Windows automatically creates a system volume information folder and updates access times.
What is the correct procedure?
Treat it as hazardous material. Take it to an isolated, air-gapped forensic workstation. Ensure no network connectivity. Use a hardware write blocker if possible. If not, use a Linux machine configured to not auto-mount devices. Then image it. Analyze the image, not the drive.
Let's go deeper into the artifacts. We have the image. We are looking at it with autopsy or in case. What are we looking for?
We look for the user's footprint. In Windows, the registry is massive. The user assist key tells us what programs were run and how many times. The shellbags key tells us which folders were opened, even if those folders have since been deleted.
And for web browsing?
Browser history, obviously, but also cache, cookies, and download history. Even if the user clears their history, there might be artifacts in the web cache.dat file or in the volume shadow copies.
Volume shadow copies. That's a Windows feature for backups, right?
Yes. Windows takes snapshots of the system automatically. These are time machines. You can look at a shadow copy from 3 days ago and see a file that was deleted yesterday. It is one of the first places a forensic analyst looks to recover deleted data.
What about metadata?
Metadata is data about data. For a Word document, it is the author name, the creation date, the total edit time. For a photo, it is the EXIF data, camera model, GPS coordinates.
Attackers can modify metadata.
They can. This is called time-stomping, changing the timestamp of a file to make it look like it belongs in the System32 folder from 2019 when it was actually dropped there 5 minutes ago.
How do you detect time-stomping?
You look for inconsistencies. In the NTFS file system, there are 4 timestamps for every file: created, accessed, modified, and MFD entry modified. We call these the MAC times.
Or the $standard_information and $file_name attributes.
Exactly. Tools can easily change the $standard_information timestamps, which are what you see in Windows Explorer. But they often miss the $file_name timestamps, which live deeper in the master file table. If you see a file that says it was created in 2020, but the MFD entry says it was modified today, you have a red flag.
I want to clarify the concept of right to audit. This comes up in cloud contracts.
Critical point. When you use a third-party provider, say a SaaS CRM, you do not own the infrastructure. You cannot just seize their servers for forensics. Your ability to investigate depends entirely on the right to audit clause in your contract or SLA.
So if you don't have that clause and you have a breach, you are reliant on whatever logs they choose to give you.
Correct. And often, they will not give you raw logs because it might expose data from their other customers. This is why understanding the shared responsibility model is forensic critical. You need to know what you can legally access before the incident happens.
Let's summarize the data acquisition types for the exam. 1. Disk-to-image file, the most common. Creates a file like .e01 containing the bit stream. 2. Disk-to-disk, clones one drive to another. Useful if you need to boot the copy to test functionality, but less common for strict analysis. 3. Memory dump, capturing RAM. 4. Logical acquisition, copying specific files or folders. Faster, but misses deleted space. 5. Sparse acquisition, capturing only the data appearing to contain user data or OS data, skipping zeros.
And remember the order of volatility for the exam. Registers dash, cache dash, RAM dash, swap dash, disk dash, remote logs. It is the most common question on this topic.
One more thing on reporting. The final output of a forensic investigation isn't the image, it's the report.
The report must be written for a non-technical audience. A jury, a judge, or a CEO. You cannot just paste text dumps. You have to explain, at 1400 hours, the user account admin executed this specific file, which resulted in the installation of this backdoor.
Connect the dots.
And state your confidence level. Avoid absolutes unless the data is absolute. Say the evidence suggests or consistent with, rather than this definitely happened, unless you have the logs to prove it 100%.
Alex, what is the biggest mistake you see junior analysts make during the collection phase?
They turn the computer off. They panic. They see the hacker moving the mouse, which actually happens, and they yank the power cord.
And why is that wrong? We talked about RAM, but is there another reason?
If the system has full disk encryption, you just lock the data forever. Also, pulling the plug can corrupt the file system, damaging the very evidence you need. If you have to sever the connection, pull the network cable. Isolate the machine, but keep it powered on until you can assess the encryption state and dump the RAM.
Pull the network cable. That stops the exfiltration and the remote control, but preserves the volatility state.
Exactly. Stops the bleeding, saves the patient.
We have covered a lot of ground. Chain of custody is your legal shield. Order of volatility is your roadmap. Write blockers are your safety net. And hashing is your proof of integrity.
These are not just exam concepts. These are the protocols that put cyber criminals behind bars. If you mess up the cryptography, you might fail the exam. If you mess up the chain of custody, a criminal walks free. The stakes are real.
And that is a perfect place to wrap up. This has been a High Yield Audio Labs production. We are building the most comprehensive audio library for the serious certification candidate.
Review this session. Understand the why behind the how. Sleep on it. Let the order of volatility sink into your long-term memory.
Good luck with your studies. Stay precise.
Stay secure. The most expensive mistake I ever saw wasn't a zero-day exploit or a failed firewall. It was a spreadsheet, a risk register, to be precise, where a CISO had marked a legacy database vulnerability as low risk because, in his qualitative assessment, the likelihood of an internal threat was rare. He operated on feeling, not data. 6 months later, a disgruntled contractor exfiltrated 3 million records. The breach cost $40 million. The control to prevent it would have cost $5,000. That is a failure of risk management strategy, and that is why we are here tonight. Welcome to High Yield Audio Labs. I'm Alex.
And I'm Maya. Tonight we are dissecting Domain 5 of the SY0-701, specifically risk management strategies. If you are listening to this, you need to understand that the exam doesn't just ask you to define risk. It asks you to calculate it, categorize it, and decide how to treat it. Alex, let's start where that CISO failed. The distinction between qualitative and quantitative risk assessment.
Right. This is fundamental. Quantitative risk assessment is objective. It is math. It deals with concrete dollar amounts. It removes emotion from the decision-making process. If you cannot put a dollar sign on it, you are likely doing qualitative analysis.
Exactly. And for the exam, you need to know the formulas cold. Let's break down the trifecta: SLE, ARO, and ALE.
Single loss expectancy, or SLE. This is the monetary value of a single event. If I lose one laptop, what is the total cost? Not just the hardware, Maya, but the data on it, the productivity lost, the incident response time. The formula for SLE is asset value multiplied by the exposure factor.
Let's drill into exposure factor, or EF. This is a percentage. It represents how much of the asset's value is destroyed by the risk. If a fire destroys a server completely, the EF is 100%, or 1.0. If a vulnerability slows down a web server by 50%, the EF is 0.5.
Correct. So, if your web server is worth $10,000 and a specific attack degrades it by 50%, your single loss expectancy is $5,000. That is your SLE. But SLE is useless in a vacuum. You need the frequency. That is the ARO.
The annualized rate of occurrence. How many times per year do we expect this risk to materialize? This can be a number greater than 1 or a fraction less than 1.
Exactly. If you expect a hurricane to hit your data center once every 10 years, your ARO is 0.1. If you expect 10 phishing incidents a month, your ARO is 120.
And this leads to the holy grail of risk metrics, the ALE, or annualized loss expectancy. This is what the board of directors cares about. This is what justifies your budget. The formula is SLE multiplied by ARO.
Let's run a scenario for the listeners. You have a database worth $1 million. That is the asset value. A ransomware attack would render it useless, but recoverable. Let's say the exposure factor is considered 20% due to downtime and recovery costs. So 1 million times 0.2 gives us an SLE of $200,000.
Okay, $200,000 per incident. Now, threat intelligence says this type of attack happens to companies in our sector once every 4 years. That means the ARO is 0.25.
So we multiply the SLE of 200,000 by the ARO of 0.25. The result is $50,000. That is your annualized loss expectancy.
And here's the exam tip. Why do we calculate this? We calculate it to determine the cost-effectiveness of a safeguard. If a security vendor tries to sell you an anti-ransomware solution that costs $70,000 a year, do you buy it?
Mathematically, no. You do not spend $70,000 to save $50,000. That is a negative return on investment. You would be better off accepting the risk or finding a cheaper control. This is the concept of cost-benefit analysis in risk management.
Unless, of course, there are qualitative factors involved. Reputation, legal compliance, or safety of life. That brings us to qualitative risk assessment.
Qualitative is subjective. It uses scales like low, medium, high, or 1 to 10. It is faster to perform than quantitative because you don't need precise historical data. You use expert judgment. You use the Delphi technique, where you survey experts anonymously to reach a consensus without groupthink bias.
On the exam, you'll often see this presented as a risk matrix or a heat map. Impact on one axis, likelihood on the other. You plot the risk coordinates. High impact, high likelihood is critical, fix it immediately. Low impact, low likelihood is negligible.
The trap people fall into is thinking qualitative is inferior. It isn't. It's often necessary when data is scarce. How do you quantify the dollar value of customer trust lost after a minor privacy policy violation? It is hard, so you rate the impact as high and move on.
Moving to risk treatment. Once you've assessed the risk, you have 4 main strategies to handle it. The exam calls these risk response techniques: accept, avoid, transfer, and mitigate. Sometimes you'll see mitigate referred to as reduce.
Let's start with risk avoidance. This is the nuclear option. You stop the activity that causes the risk. If you are worried about the risks of handling credit card data, and you decide to stop accepting credit card payments entirely, you have avoided the risk.
That is distinct from risk mitigation. Mitigation is where we live as security engineers. We implement controls to lower the risk to an acceptable level. We install firewalls, we patch systems, we train users. We are not eliminating the risk. We are reducing the likelihood or the impact.
Or both. Deploying a WAF, web application firewall, mitigates the risk of SQL injection. It doesn't mean SQL injection is impossible, but it lowers the ARO significantly.
Then we have risk transfer. This is often misunderstood. Alex, explain the difference between transfer and mitigation.
Transfer is about liability and financial responsibility. It does not stop the attack. Insurance is the classic example. If I buy cyber insurance, I am transferring the financial burden of a breach to the insurance company. The breach still happens. My data is still stolen, but the check comes from them.
Another form of transfer is outsourcing. If I use a SaaS provider like Salesforce, I am transferring the risk of patching the underlying servers to them. However, and this is a critical exam concept, you cannot transfer accountability. If Salesforce gets hacked and your customer data is leaked, your customers will sue you, not Salesforce. You are still the data controller.
Precisely. Accountability is sticky. It stays with the data owner. Risk transfer is a contract, not a magical shield. And finally, risk acceptance. This is the most dangerous one if done incorrectly.
Acceptance means you identify the risk, you analyze it, and you decide to do nothing. No controls, no insurance, no process changes. You simply sign off on it.
But it must be an informed decision. You accept risk when the cost of the countermeasure outweighs the potential loss, like our earlier ELE example, or when the risk is within your organization's risk appetite.
Let's define that term. Risk appetite is the amount of risk an organization is willing to pursue or retain to achieve its goals. It's a strategic level setting. Risk tolerance is the specific variance from that appetite they will allow for a specific project.
Think of appetite as the speed limit the company sets for itself. We drive at 60 miles per hour. Tolerance is saying we will allow up to 65 in certain conditions. Risk capacity is the absolute maximum speed the car can go before the engine blows up, the total risk the organization can bear without going bankrupt.
Now, let's talk about the risk register. This is the artifact where all of this lives. For the exam, what needs to be in a risk register?
Everything. A unique ID for the risk, a description, the likelihood and impact scores, the risk owner, the specific person, not just a department, who is responsible for that risk, the treatment strategy chosen, and the status of that treatment.
And the concept of residual risk. This is a formula you need to visualize. Inherent risk minus control effectiveness equals residual risk.
Inherent risk is the raw risk before you do anything. You open a bank. The inherent risk of robbery is high. You hire a guard and install cameras. Those are controls. The remaining risk that the guard might fall asleep or the cameras might be hacked, that is residual risk. Management effectively accepts the residual risk.
There's a scenario I see in practice questions often. A company identifies a risk, implements a patch, and thinks they are done. But the patch causes a server to crash every week. What is this called?
That is secondary risk, a risk created by the implementation of a risk response. You mitigated the vulnerability, but you introduced an availability risk. You have to update the risk register to reflect this new secondary risk.
Let's go back to the qualitative versus quantitative debate. Is it possible to combine them?
Absolutely. It's called a hybrid assessment. You might use quantitative analysis for your tangible IT assets, servers, laptops, because you have hard replacement costs. But you use qualitative analysis for intangible assets like brand reputation or intellectual property where the market value is fluctuating.
I want to touch on risk owners again. In a large enterprise, who should own the risk of a specific business application failing? The IT manager or the business unit leader?
The business unit leader. Always. IT advises on the risk. IT implements the controls. But the business unit suffers the loss if the application goes down. Therefore, they must own the risk and sign off on the treatment. The exam will try to trick you into thinking the CISO owns all risk. The CISO owns the process of risk management, not every operational risk in the company.
That's a key distinction. Let's pivot to a specific type of risk analysis methodology mentioned in the syllabus: supply chain risk management.
Huge topic for SY0-701. You are only as secure as your weakest vendor. We talked about transferring risk to a SaaS provider, but you have to assess them first. This involves third-party risk assessments, reviewing their SOC 2 Type 2 reports, and ensuring they have an incident response plan that aligns with yours.
And if a vendor refuses to share their security logs?
That is a risk you either avoid by finding a new vendor or accept. You cannot force them unless it was in the SLA, the service level agreement, from the start. This is why legal and procurement need to be involved in risk management strategies early on.
Let's do a quick fire on specific risk terms. Risk threshold.
The specific point where a risk becomes unacceptable and triggers an action. For example, we accept vulnerability scanning findings up to medium, but any high finding triggers an immediate patch cycle. That high is the threshold.
Control risk.
The probability that a control will fail to stop the threat. You buy a firewall, but it is misconfigured. The control risk is the likelihood of that misconfiguration allowing a breach.
Risk aggregation.
When several low-level risks combine to form one high-level catastrophic risk. One unpatched server is low risk. One weak password is low risk. One missing network segment is low risk. Put them together, and you have a critical path for an attacker.
I want to circle back to the ALE calculation because there is a nuance with ROI, return on investment. The formula for the ROI of a security control is ALE before control minus ALE after control, minus the cost of control.
Then divide that entire result by the cost of control. Let's simplify. ALE before was 50,000. You put in a control that brings ALE down to 5,000. You saved $45,000. If the control cost 10,000, your net benefit is 35,000. That is a positive ROI. Proceed.
If the control cost 50,000?
You lost $5,000 on the deal. Do not proceed. Unless, again, qualitative factors override the math.
Let's talk about the cycle. Risk management is not a one-time event.
It is continuous. The threat landscape changes daily. A new zero-day changes your likelihood scores immediately. A new regulation like GDPR or CCPA changes your impact scores because the fines just went up. You must review the risk register periodically. Quarterly or annually is standard, but ad hoc reviews should happen after any major system change.
War story time. Give me an example of risk avoidance that actually worked.
We had a client, a financial firm, looking to merge with a smaller crypto trading startup. We did the due diligence, the risk assessment. We found that the startup's code base was fundamentally flawed built on deprecated libraries with known vulnerabilities. The cost to mitigate, to rewrite the code, was astronomical. The likelihood of a hack was near certain. The impact would have destroyed the parent company's reputation.
So they didn't buy the insurance?
No, they walked away from the merger. They avoided the risk entirely. It cost them the potential profit of the deal, but it saved them from the potential ruin. That is strategic risk management.
And an example of failed risk acceptance?
A manufacturing plant. They had these legacy SCADA systems controlling the assembly line. Windows XP. No patches available. They couldn't upgrade without replacing multi-million-dollar machinery. So they accepted the risk. They signed the paper.
But
they didn't implement any compensating controls. They didn't air-gap the network. They didn't increase monitoring. They just signed the paper and forgot about it. Ransomware hit the corporate network, pivoted to the OT network because there was no segmentation, and bricked the assembly line for 3 weeks. They accepted the risk on paper, but they didn't respect the reality of the threat.
that brings up compensating controls.
Vital concept. If you cannot meet a requirement directly, like patch every system, you apply a compensating control. We cannot patch this server, so we will isolate it on its own VLAN and restrict access to one specific IP address. You mitigate the risk through a different vector.
SY0-701 also focuses on the risk reporting aspect. Who gets what report?
The technical team needs the raw data, the vulnerability scan results, the CVs. Middle management needs the trend analysis. Are we getting better or worse? The board and C-level need the high-level view, heat maps, top 5 risks, and ALE summaries. Do not send a raw Nessus report to the CEO. You will lose your budget.
Let's look at the risk assessment types. We have ad hoc, continuous, and one-time.
Ad hoc is reactive. We just got hacked. Let's assess what happened. Continuous is the gold standard, using tools to monitor risk in real time. Automated compliance monitoring falls here. One-time is usually project-based. We are launching a new app. Let's assess it.
There's a term SME in the context of risk assessments. Subject matter experts.
You cannot assess risk in a vacuum. If you are assessing the risk of the HR portal going down, you need the HR director, the SME, to tell you the impact. You, the security engineer, know the likelihood of the server crashing. The SME knows the impact of not being able to process payroll. You combine those inputs to get the true risk score.
Let's clarify risk tolerance versus risk appetite one more time with an analogy. I feel like students mix these up constantly.
Think of a buffet. Your appetite is, I am hungry for seafood. That is the broad direction. Your tolerance is, I will eat sushi, but I will not eat raw oysters. That is the specific boundary within the appetite. The organization says, we have an appetite for cloud innovation, but we have zero tolerance for public S3 buckets.
Perfect. Let's do a scenario on risk transference via contract.
The indemnification clause. This is legal language in a contract where one party agrees to pay for the losses of the other. If you hire a dev shop to build your app, you want an indemnification clause that says if they write bad code that leads to a breach, they pay for the cleanup. That is a legal instrument of risk transfer.
But remember, if the news breaks, the headline says your company hacked, not dev shop wrote bad code. You transferred the financial risk, but you retained the reputational risk. Reputational risk is almost impossible to transfer.
Which is why you treat reputational risk with mitigation and avoidance, not transfer.
We have about 2 minutes left. Let's synthesize this into a mental model for the exam.
Think of risk management as a 4-step life cycle. 1. Identify. What assets do I have and what threats target them? 2. Assess. Analyze the impact and likelihood. Use quantitative, YELI equals SLXARO. For money, qualitative heat maps. For intangibles. 3. Treat. Make a decision. Avoid, transfer, mitigate, or accept. 4. Monitor. Watch the controls, watch the threat landscape, and update the risk register.
And always remember the order. You cannot treat what you haven't assessed. You cannot assess what you haven't identified. If an exam question asks, what is the first step, look for asset inventory or threat identification.
And if the question asks about purchasing insurance, the answer is transfer. If it asks about installing a firewall, the answer is mitigate. If it asks about discontinuing a product line, the answer is avoid. If it asks about management signing off, the answer is accept.
One final trap. The difference between risk and threat and vulnerability.
Vulnerability is the weakness, the unlocked door. Threat is the potential danger, the burglar. Risk is the probability of the burglar finding the unlocked door and the resulting loss. Risk equals threat x vulnerability x consequence.
Reduce the vulnerability, lock the door, you reduce the risk. Reduce the threat, neighborhood watch, you reduce the risk.
Reduce the consequence, don't keep diamonds in the house, you reduce the risk. That is the game.
We hope this deep dive into risk management strategies has clarified the concepts for you. This has been High Yield Audio Labs.
Sleep well, and good luck. We are signing off.
91% of breaches in the last DBIR report started with a misconfigured identity boundary or a failure in basic compliance controls. 91%.
And that's exactly why this High Yield Audio Labs deep dive exists. Because compliance isn't just about avoiding fines, it's about survival. Welcome back to the lab. I'm Alex.
I'm Maya. Tonight, we are dissecting the heavy hitters: GDPR, HIPAA, PCI DSS 4.0, NIST, and ISO. We're not just reciting acronyms. We are mapping these directly to your exam objectives and, more importantly, to the reality of securing a global enterprise.
Precisely. The exam, whether it's Security Plus, CSM, or CSSP, doesn't care if you can memorize a definition. It cares if you know how to apply the framework when an auditor is breathing down your neck or when a breach is unfolding in real time.
Let's start with the big one. The one that changed the internet. GDPR. General Data Protection Regulation. Alex, when I'm auditing a company with customers in the EU, what is the single biggest failure point I see?
It's always scope. Companies think, we're based in Ohio, we don't need to worry about Brussels. Wrong. If you process data of any EU resident, you are in scope. The exam will trick you with this. They'll give you a scenario of a US-based retail chain with a small online presence in France. Is GDPR applicable? The answer is a hard yes.
Right. And the penalties are massive. Up to 4% of global annual turnover or 20 million euros, whichever is higher. But for the exam, focus on the roles. Who is the data controller and who is the data processor?
The controller determines the why and how of processing. They own the data. The processor just acts on behalf of the controller. Think of it like this. The controller is the architect. The processor is the construction crew. If the crew messes up, the architect is still liable, but the crew has its own obligations now too.
And the data protection officer, the DPO. Is that mandatory for everyone?
Not everyone. But if your core activities involve large-scale monitoring of individuals or processing sensitive data categories, like health or criminal records, you must appoint a DPO. This person must report to the highest management level and be independent. They can't be fired for doing their job.
Let's pivot to the rights of the data subject. The right to be forgotten, Article 17.
Erasure. This is the nightmare for database administrators. If a user withdraws consent, you must delete their data everywhere. Backups, logs, third-party marketing tools. The exam will ask, a user requests deletion. You delete it from the production DB, but forget the weekly tape backups. Are you compliant?
No, you are not. And that's a finding.
Exactly. Now, let's cross the Atlantic. HIPAA, Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. Maya, you've done hospital audits. What's the gotcha here?
It's the Business Associate Agreement, the BAA. Hospitals know they are covered entities. But their cloud providers? Their billing software? Their shredding company? Those are business associates. If you share PHI, protected health information, with a vendor and don't have a signed BAA, you are already in violation.
And remember the difference between PHI and ePHI. HIPAA security rule applies specifically to electronic PHI. The privacy rule applies to all forms: paper, oral, electronic. The exam might ask about a nurse discussing a patient in a crowded elevator. That's a privacy rule violation, not necessarily a security rule technical failure, but it's still a HIPAA breach.
Let's talk about the technical safeguards. HIPAA doesn't say use AES 256. It says implement a mechanism to encrypt PHI whenever deemed appropriate. It's addressable, not required.
Careful there, Maya. Addressable in HIPAA speak doesn't mean optional. It means do it or document a damn good reason why you did something equivalent. If you store patient data in clear text because encryption was too hard, you will lose that lawsuit.
Understood. Now, the one that keeps every retailer awake at night. PCI DSS. Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard. We're on version 4.0 now. What's the headline change?
Flexibility. The customized approach. Previous versions were rigid checklists. 4.0 allows you to design your own security controls if you can prove they meet the intent of the requirement. This is huge for cloud-native companies who don't use traditional firewalls.
But the core 12 requirements are still the Bible. Requirement 3, protect stored account data.
Never, ever store the CVV2 code, the 3 digits on the back, after authorization. I don't care if it's encrypted. I don't care if it's hashed. If you store the CVV2, you fail. Period. That's a classic exam question.
And requirement 1, install and maintain network security controls. It used to say firewalls. Now it's broader. It includes cloud security groups, software-defined perimeters.
Correct. Also, look at requirement 11. Vulnerability scans. Internal and external. Quarterly. And you must have passing scans. If you fail a scan, you aren't compliant until you fix it and pass a rescan.
Let's move to the frameworks that structure our entire program. NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology. Specifically, the Cybersecurity Framework, the CSF.
Identify, protect, detect, respond, recover. And now, with 2.0, govern. That's the new 6th function.
Govern sits in the middle, overseeing everything. But let's drill into detect. Why is this usually the weakest link?
Because buying a firewall is easy. Configuring a SIEM to actually catch an intruder moving laterally? That's hard. The detect function requires continuous monitoring. You need to know a baseline of normal network activity so you can spot the anomaly. If your exam asks about establishing a baseline, you are in the detect or identify phase, depending on context.
And recover. This isn't just restoring from backup. It's communications. Who talks to the press? Who talks to the FBI?
Exactly. Recovery planning, RC.RP, and improvements, RC.IM. You must learn from the incident. If you restore the server but don't patch the vulnerability that let them in, you haven't recovered. You've just reset the target.
Contrast NIST CSF with ISO/IC27001. NIST is voluntary, mostly. ISO is a certification.
ISO 27001 is the gold standard for international business. It focuses on the ISMS, the Information Security Management System. It's not a list of technical fixes, it's a management framework. It's about the PDCA cycle: plan, do, check, act.
And Annex A?
Annex A is the menu of controls. You don't have to eat everything on the menu, but you have to look at it and decide what you're ordering. This is the statement of applicability, the SOA. You list every control in Annex A and say applied or not applied and justify why.
So if an exam question asks, which document lists the controls that an organization has chosen to implement for ISO 27001 certification?
The statement of applicability, the SOA, that is the document the auditor asks for first.
Let's talk SOC, Service Organization Control. SOC2 specifically. This is huge for SaaS providers.
If you are a SaaS company and you want to sell to a bank, you need a SOC2 report.
What's the difference between Type 1 and Type 2? This is the most common confusion I see.
Type 1 is a snapshot. It says, on January 1st, your design looked good. It's like a photo of a clean room. Type 2 is a movie. It says, from January 1st to June 30th, you actually followed your rules. It tests operating effectiveness over a period of time, usually 6 to 12 months.
So a Type 1 is faster and cheaper, but a Type 2 is what enterprise customers actually trust.
Correct. A Type 1 is a point-in-time assessment. A Type 2 is a period-of-time assessment. The exam will give you a scenario. A client requires assurance that security controls have been effective over the past year. You answer SOC2 Type 2.
And the criteria? The trust services criteria.
Security, availability, processing integrity, confidentiality, and privacy. Only security is mandatory. The others are optional add-ons. Most companies do security, availability, and confidentiality.
Let's touch on Cloud Security Alliance, the CSA Star Registry.
The Cloud Controls Matrix, CCM. This maps cloud-specific controls to ISO, NIST, PCI, etc. If you are evaluating a cloud vendor, you check the CSA Star Registry. Level 1 is self-assessment. Level 2 is a third-party audit.
Alex, we've covered a lot, but we need to talk about the why again. Why do we have so many frameworks? Why can't we just have one?
Because they serve different masters. GDPR serves the citizen's privacy. PCI serves the bank's money. HIPAA serves the patient's health. NIST serves the national interest. As a security architect, your job is to map these overlaps. You implement access control once, and you map it to NIST P or .AC, ISO 8.9, PCI Requirement 7, and HIPAA administrative safeguards. This is assert once, comply many.
That's the Common Control Framework strategy.
Exactly. Don't build separate silos for each audit. Build one strong security program that satisfies them all. That is the high-yield Audio Labs way.
Before we wrap up, let's do a quick fire round. I'll give you a scenario. You give me the framework. Scenario: a credit card processing company needs to validate its firewall configuration.
PCI DSS Requirement 1.
Scenario: a multinational corporation needs to certify its information security management system to bid on a government contract in Japan.
ISO/IEC 27001.
Scenario: a hospital in Chicago is moving patient records to Azure.
HIPAA for the data, and likely a SOC2 Type 2 report from Microsoft Azure to verify their physical security.
Scenario: a startup wants to improve its overall security posture, but has no budget for certification audits yet.
NIST CSF. It's free, flexible, and speaks the language of the boardroom.
Perfect. Alex, summarize the top 3 takeaways for our listeners tonight.
1. Scope is everything. Reduce your scope, whether it's network segmentation for PCI or minimizing data collection for GDPR, and you reduce your risk. 2. Compliance is not security. You can be compliant and still get hacked. But if you aren't compliant, the hack will cost you double. 3. Know your role. Are you a controller or processor, a covered entity or business associate? The liability shifts based on that definition.
Excellent. This has been a deep dive into the regulatory landscape. Remember, the exam wants to know you understand the intent of these rules, not just the text.
Study hard, sleep well, and we'll see you in the next session.
Thanks for listening to High Yield Audio Labs. You know, I was auditing a mid-sized fintech firm yesterday, and I asked to see their vendor risk assessment for a SaaS provider handling their customer PI. The CISO pulled up a signed NDA and a pricing contract, then looked at me like I was asking for the moon when I requested their SOC 2 Type 2 report. He actually said, "We trust them. They're a big name."
That is terrifying. But honestly, it's the exact scenario that leads to the massive supply chain breaches we see in the headlines. Trust is not a control. In the architectural world, trust is a vulnerability. If you cannot verify the security posture of a third party, you have to assume their posture is zero. Welcome to the deep dive on vendor risk management and supply chain security. This is High Yield Audio Labs.
It's a critical distinction for the exam and for real life. The SY0-701 objectives are very specific here. We aren't just talking about picking a good vendor. We are talking about a formal, repeatable process. So let's strip this down. When we talk about supply chain risk management, or SCRM, where does the architecture actually begin?
It begins before you even know who the vendor is. It starts with the requirements phase, specifically the security requirements. Before you issue an RFP, a request for proposal, you need to know what data you are exposing. Is it public data? Confidential? Restricted? If you are handing over PII or PHI, your vendor assessment criteria just went from nice to have to legally tailored mandates.
Right. And for the exam candidates listening, this is where the concept of due diligence comes in. Due diligence isn't just Googling the company. It's a structured investigation. What specific documents should a security analyst be looking for during this pre-contract phase?
The gold standard is the SOC 2 Type 2 report. Let's be very precise about the difference because the exam loves to trick you here. A SOC 2 Type 1 report is a snapshot in time. It says, on January 1st, our firewall rules look good. That is useless for long-term assurance. A SOC 2 Type 2 report covers a period of time, usually 6 to 12 months. It tests the operating effectiveness of those controls. It proves they actually followed their own rules when no one was watching.
I see candidates mix those up constantly. Type 1 is a design review. Type 2 is an operational audit. What if the vendor is too small for a SOC audit? Maybe it's a niche software house.
Then you rely on a vendor security questionnaire. The industry standard here involves the CAIQ, the Consensus Assessments Initiative Questionnaire from the Cloud Security Alliance, or the SIG, Standard Information Gathering Questionnaire. You send them a spreadsheet with 300 questions. Do you encrypt at rest? Do you use multi-factor authentication? Do you background check your admins?
And when they return that questionnaire, you don't just file it away. You analyze the gaps. If they say no to encryption at rest, but they are hosting your database, that is a risk. You either accept the risk, which I wouldn't recommend, or you force a remediation plan before signing.
Exactly. This leads us to the legal framework. Once you decide to proceed, you have the contract phase. There are 3 distinct acronyms that appear on the exam: the NDA, the MSA, and the SLA. Maya, break down the functional difference between the MSA and the SLA from an auditor's perspective.
The MSA, or Master Service Agreement, is the umbrella. It sets the broad terms of the relationship, payment terms, intellectual property ownership, dispute resolution, and, generally, the liability caps. It governs the relationship for years. The SLA, or Service Level Agreement, is technical and tactical. It defines the metrics. Uptime guarantees, like 99.9% availability. Response times for support tickets. Throughput benchmarks.
Precision point here. The SLA is where you define the penalty. If they drop below 99.9% uptime, what happens? Usually, it's service credits. But for security, the SLA is also where you might define incident notification timelines. If the vendor gets hacked, they must tell you within 24 or 72 hours. If that isn't in the SLA or the MSA, they might wait weeks to disclose a breach, and you will be the one explaining to regulators why you didn't know your data was stolen.
There's another document we see less often but is testable, the MU, or Memorandum of Understanding. This usually happens between two internal departments or government agencies where a legally binding contract isn't appropriate, but you still need a written agreement on roles and responsibilities. It's gentleman's agreement plus documentation.
Let's pivot to the technical side of the supply chain. We vetted the business, but what about the product? This is where supply chain security gets really granular. We have to talk about the software bill of materials, or SBOM.
This has become huge since the Log4j vulnerability.
Precisely. An SBOM is effectively an ingredients label for software. Modern applications aren't written from scratch. They are assembled. You take a logging library from Apache, an authentication module from OAuth, a database driver from somewhere else. You glue them together with your own code. If that logging library, like Log4j, has a critical vulnerability, you need to know instantly which of your vendors are using it.
Without an SBOM, you're flying blind. You have to email every vendor and ask, "Are you vulnerable?" and wait for a reply. With an SBOM, you ingest their manifest into your vulnerability scanner, and it tells you, Vendor A, version 3.2 contains the vulnerable library. It turns a week-long investigation into a 5-minute query.
On the exam, if you see a question about managing third-party library risk or identifying component vulnerabilities, the answer is almost certainly related to maintaining an SBOM.
Let's go lower in the stack. Hardware. The exam objectives mention hardware root of trust and trusted foundry. This feels like spy novel territory, but it's standard for high-security environments.
It is. A hardware supply chain attack is devastating because it is persistent. Imagine you order a server. While it is sitting in a shipping container at a port, an adversary intercepts it, opens the chassis, and solders a tiny malicious chip onto the motherboard. That chip can sniff keys, bypass the OS, and exfiltrate data via a separate radio frequency. No antivirus will ever find it because it's below the operating system.
So how do we mitigate that? We can't X-ray every server.
We use a hardware root of trust. This is a cryptographic identity baked into the silicon during manufacturing, often the TPM or Trusted Platform Module. When the server boots up, the TPM measures the firmware, the BIOS, the bootloader. If any component has been altered, the cryptographic signature won't match, and the system refuses to boot.
And the trusted foundry concept?
That's the upstream control. A trusted foundry is a manufacturing facility that has been accredited to ensure strict chain of custody. Every person on the floor is vetted. The designs are kept offline. The chips are tracked from the wafer to the final package. If you are the Department of Defense or a critical infrastructure bank, you mandate that your hardware comes from a trusted foundry to prevent that interdiction attack.
It's risk management all the way down. Let's talk about the operational side. Vendor monitoring. You signed the contract, you got the SOC2, you checked the SBOM. Are we done?
Never. This is the continuous monitoring phase. A vendor's security is not static. They might acquire a less secure company. They might lay off their security team. They might stop patching. You need a program that reevaluates high-risk vendors annually.
Or triggered events. If a vendor announces a major breach, that triggers an immediate audit. That's a right to audit clause, by the way. If you don't have a right to audit clause in your MSA, you can't just demand to see their logs. You're locked out.
That is a crucial exam takeaway. The right to audit must be negotiated up front. Vendors hate it because audits are expensive and intrusive. They will try to give you a right to review independent audit reports instead. That means you can see their SOC too, but you can't bring your own team in. For most companies, that's acceptable. For high-security data, you might fight for the full right to audit.
Let's distinguish between first, second, and third-party risk. First party is us. Second party is the customer. Third party is the vendor. What about fourth-party risk?
That is the vendor's vendor, and that is the blind spot. If you hire a cloud provider and they hire a sub-processor to handle customer support, and that sub-processor gets hacked, you are hacked. The exam requires you to understand that you cannot delegate liability. You can delegate the work, you can delegate the responsibility for the task, but the ultimate accountability for the data remains with you, the data controller.
So, if my cloud provider fails, the regulator fines me?
Yes. You might then sue the cloud provider for breach of contract to recoup the money, but the reputational damage and the regulatory strike go on your record. That is why your vendor contracts must require them to disclose their subcontractors. You need to know who the fourth parties are.
Let's run a scenario. I'm setting up a new remote office. I need to source routers and switches. I find a vendor on a marketplace selling refurbished enterprise gear at a 40% discount. What is the supply chain risk here?
Counterfeit goods. High-end networking gear is frequently counterfeited. It might look like a Cisco or Juniper switch. The casing is perfect, the holographic sticker is there. But inside, it's cheap, unreliable components, or worse, pre-compromised firmware. The risk isn't just that it breaks. It's that it could be a backdoor into your network.
The mitigation?
Authorized resellers only. You never buy critical infrastructure from the gray market. You verify the serial numbers with the manufacturer immediately upon receipt.
Okay, let's switch gears to offboarding. The contract ends. We fire the vendor. What is the security protocol?
It's essentially the reverse of onboarding, but with more hostility. First, data destruction. You need a certificate of destruction. If they held your data on physical drives, were they shredded? If it was cloud storage, was it crypto shredded, meaning the keys were deleted, rendering the data unrecoverable?
And access revocation.
Immediate. Federated identities, VPN accounts, API keys. We often see zombie accounts, vendor accounts that remain active for years after the contract, and it's because nobody told the IAM team the vendor was fired. That is a prime target for attackers because no one is watching the usage logs for a user that isn't supposed to exist.
I want to drill into the concept of vendor diversity as a risk mitigation strategy.
This is resilience. If you rely on a single cloud provider for everything, compute, storage, DNS, authentication, and they have a global outage, you are dead in the water. Vendor diversity, or a multi-cloud strategy, mitigates availability risk. However, it increases complexity and security management overhead. You now have to secure 2 clouds, 2 sets of IAM policies, 2 sets of logs.
So it's a trade-off. Availability risk goes down, operational risk goes up.
Exactly. For the exam, understand that single point of failure applies to vendors too. If you have one ISP, that's a SBOF. If you have one supplier for your specialized microchips, that's a SBOF.
Let's talk about the human element. Insider threat within the supply chain. We trust the vendor software, but do we trust their developers?
This is why we ask about background checks in the vendor questionnaire. But technically, this is why we implement zero-trust architectures. Even if the traffic is coming from a trusted vendor connection, we treat it as hostile. We inspect the traffic. We enforce least privilege. We segment the network so the vendor's VPN only lands in a DMZ or a specific jump box, not directly on the internal LAN.
A specific exam term I see popping up is escrow, specifically software escrow. Can you explain that?
Software escrow is an insurance policy for proprietary software. Let's say we buy a mission-critical application from a small startup. If that startup goes bankrupt next year, the software is no longer supported. We can't patch it. We are stranded.
So we put the source code in escrow?
Right. A neutral third party holds a copy of the source code. The contract says, if the vendor declares bankruptcy or fails to meet the SLA for X months, the code is released to the customer. This allows us to maintain the software ourselves or hire someone else to do it. It protects business continuity.
That's a great comprehensive view. I want to throw a rapid-fire round of which document at you. I'll describe a clause. You tell me if it belongs in the NDA, MSA, or SLA.
Let's do it.
Clause 1. The vendor guarantees that packet loss will not exceed 0.1% over a monthly period.
SLA. That is a performance metric.
Clause 2. Neither party shall disclose trade secrets shared during the requirement gathering phase.
NDA. Non-disclosure agreement.
Clause 3. Any dispute arising from this agreement shall be settled by arbitration in the state of New York.
MSA. That's general legal governance.
Clause 4. The vendor will provide root cause analysis reports for any SEV1 outage within 48 hours.
SLA. Again, tied to specific incident handling metrics.
Perfect. Let's touch on the concept of foreign ownership, control, or influence, foci. This is big for government work.
Foci is a critical supply chain assessment factor. If a vendor is owned by a parent company in a nation with geopolitical tension with your own, there is a risk of state-sponsored interference. The software might be fine today, but a new law in that foreign country could force the vendor to insert a backdoor tomorrow.
So assessing the corporate structure is part of due diligence.
Absolutely. Who owns the company? Who sits on the board? Where are the developers physically located? If your data sovereignty requirements say data must stay in the US, but the vendor's support team is accessing the database from overseas to debug an issue, you have just violated your compliance requirement.
That brings up a massive point. Data sovereignty versus data residency.
Yes, residency is where the data sits on the disk. Sovereignty is whose laws apply to that data. You can have data residing in a German data center, but if it's owned by a U.S. company, the U.S. Cloud Act might still allow U.S. law enforcement to demand it. Supply chain contracts must explicitly state where data can be stored and from where it can be accessed.
Let's look at a conflict of interest scenario. You are hiring a penetration testing firm. You find out that the firm is a subsidiary of the company that manages your firewall.
Huge conflict of interest. They are incentivized not to find vulnerabilities in their own parent company's configuration. You need independence. In the vendor selection process, you must ask for organizational charts and affiliations to ensure the auditor isn't the same entity as the implementer.
I want to circle back to the right to audit practically. If I'm an auditor and I invoke that clause, what am I actually doing?
You are sending a team to their physical location or gaining remote access to their evidence repository. You are looking at their change management tickets. Show me the ticket for the database upgrade on May 12th. Show me the approval. Show me the rollback plan. Show me the test results. You are verifying that the process they claim to follow in the SOC2 report is actually being followed today.
And if they refuse?
Then they are in breach of contract. But usually, it doesn't get that far. Usually, the threat of an audit drives compliance. It's the trust but verify principle in action.
We should clarify the difference between vendor risk management and third-party risk management, or TPRM. Are they synonyms?
Effectively, yes. TPRM is the broader term. It includes vendors, people you pay, but also partners, affiliates, and open-source communities, people you don't necessarily pay but rely on. Vendor risk management is a subset of TPRM focused on the commercial relationships.
What about the term offboarding versus deprovisioning?
Deprovisioning is the technical action, disabling the account. Offboarding is the process, the legal termination, the asset recovery, the exit interview, the data destruction. Deprovisioning is a step within offboarding.
One final deep dive, the concept of attestation.
Attestation is a formal declaration. When a vendor CEO signs a letter saying, "We are compliant with ISO 27001, that is an attestation. It is less valuable than a certification, which is when an independent third party says they are compliant. But sometimes, for low-risk vendors, a self-attestation is all you get. You have to weigh the value of that word against the risk of the data they hold.
And for high-yield Audio Labs listeners, remember that false attestation is fraud. If a vendor lies on that form, you have legal recourse. If you didn't ask for the form, you have negligence on your part.
That is the takeaway. If you didn't ask, it's your fault. If you asked and they lied, it's their fault. The goal of vendor risk management is to shift that liability to where it belongs and, ideally, to prevent the incident entirely through rigorous selection.
So to recap the major points for the exam: 1. Due diligence happens before the contract. Look for SOC2 Type 2 reports for operational assurance. 2. Understand the document hierarchy. MSA for the relationship, SLA for the metrics and penalties, NDA for confidentiality. 3. Supply chain security is physical and digital. Use SPOMs for software visibility and hardware root of trust for physical integrity. 4. You cannot outsource responsibility. You are ultimately liable for your data, even if it's in the cloud. 5. Offboarding is critical. Ensure data destruction and access revocation happen immediately.
Spot on. And remember the architecture mindset. Your security perimeter is no longer your firewall. Your perimeter extends to the cloud provider, the SaaS vendor, and the API integration partner. You must police that extended perimeter with contracts and audits just as strictly as you police your internal network with firewalls and IDS.
This has been a deep session. If you're listening to this to fall asleep, let your brain process the difference between an MSA and an SLA one more time.
Vendor risk is not the most glamorous part of security, but it is where the biggest breaches of the decade have originated. Master this domain, and you master the modern enterprise. This is Alex.
And I'm Maya. You've been listening to High Yield Audio Labs. Good luck with your studies, and stay secure.
So when the forensic team finally pulled the logs, it wasn't a zero-day exploit or a sophisticated nation-state actor. It was a junior dev who bypassed the proxy because the latency was annoying him. He spun up a personal VPN on a production server. The breach didn't happen because our firewalls failed. It happened because our acceptable use policy was ambiguous about authorized tunneling, and we had no technical control to enforce the paper policy.
Which is exactly the kind of nuance that separates a passing score from a failing one on the SY0-701. Welcome back to High Yield Audio Labs. I'm Maya, here with Alex, and tonight we are dissecting the nervous system of enterprise security, governance, and policy.
Governance is the framework. It is the structure that ensures security activities actually align with business goals. Without governance, you just have a collection of expensive tools and confused engineers.
And for the exam, you need to understand that governance isn't just management buzzwords. It is a specific set of structures. Let's start with the hierarchy. The exam will give you a scenario and ask if the document described is a policy, a standard, a procedure, or a guideline. Alex, how do you distinguish them architecturally?
Think of it as a pyramid. At the top, you have the policy. This is high-level, broad, and strategic. It is signed by C-level executives. A policy statement sounds like, all sensitive data must be encrypted at rest. It doesn't say how. It just says what and why. It establishes the intent.
Right. So if you see a question about a document that mandates AES 256 encryption for all SQL databases, that is not a policy.
Correct. That is a standard. Standards are mandatory. They are the specific technologies or methodologies selected to implement the policy. The policy says encrypt. The standard says use AES 256. If you deviate from a standard, you need an exception.
And then below standards, we have procedures.
Procedures are the step-by-step instructions. They are the how-to. Open the terminal, type this command, verify the output. Procedures are detailed, low-level, and change frequently as software updates. Policies change rarely. Standards change occasionally. Procedures change often.
And guidelines?
Guidelines are recommendations. They are best practices or should do, not must do. You can't be fired for violating a guideline, generally speaking. You can absolutely be fired for violating a policy or a standard.
Let's drill into the specific policies mentioned in the exam objectives. The AUP, or Acceptable Use Policy, is probably the most universally signed document.
It is. The AUP defines what a user can and cannot do with organizational assets. It covers internet usage, email etiquette, hardware handling, and increasingly, the use of shadow IT or personal devices.
A trick I see in questions involves the scope of the AUP. Does it cover the user's behavior on their own time?
Usually, no, unless that behavior impacts the organization's reputation or security. But strictly speaking, the AUP focuses on the use of corporate assets. For example, do not use corporate email to register for gambling sites. That is a classic AUP clause. It mitigates legal liability for the company. If an employee pirates software on a work laptop, the company can point to the signed AUP and say, "We explicitly forbade this."
It shifts liability. Now, closely related to onboarding is the NDA, or non-disclosure agreement.
The NDA is a legal contract that outlines confidential material the parties will share with one another for certain purposes, but restricts the use of that material. Architecturally, we use NDAs not just for employees, but critically for vendors and third parties.
From an audit perspective, we look for signed NDAs before any access is granted. If I see a contractor account created on Monday and the NDA signed on Wednesday, that is a finding.
Exactly. The legal protection must precede the data exposure.
Let's move to personnel management controls. The exam loves separation of duties and job rotation.
Separation of duties, or SOD, is designed to prevent fraud and error. The concept is that no single person should have the authority to complete a critical business function from start to finish. You don't want the same person approving a purchase order and also cutting the check. In IT, you don't want the developer who wrote the code to be the only one who can push it to production.
That's a key DevOps conflict.
It is. In a pure DevOps world, we want speed, but governance requires checks. So we implement dual control or peer review. The developer can trigger the deployment, but a second person or an automated code analysis tool must approve the pull request. That satisfies the SOD requirement.
And job rotation?
Job rotation serves two security purposes. First, it reduces burnout and cross-trained staff, which is good for resilience. But for security, it helps detect fraud. If I am running a scam where I skim pennies off transactions, and I never take a vacation or change roles, I can keep covering my tracks. If I am rotated out or forced to take a 2-week mandatory vacation, my replacement will see the anomalies.
Mandatory vacation is a detective control. That is an important distinction for the test. It doesn't prevent fraud. It detects it when the perpetrator is away and cannot maintain the cover-up.
Precisely. Now, let's talk about the engine of governance, the Change Advisory Board, or CAB.
This is massive. Unauthorized changes are the root cause of probably half the outages and breaches I audit.
Change management is the formal process for introducing changes to the IT environment. The CAB is the body that reviews and approves those changes. It is not just IT people. It includes business stakeholders, legal, compliance, and security.
Walk us through the life cycle of a change request as per the standard flow.
It starts with the Request for Change, or RFC. This document details what is changing, why, and the implementation plan. But the most critical sections for the CAB are the impact analysis, risk assessment, and the backout plan.
The backout plan. If you don't have a rollback strategy, the CAB should reject it immediately.
Every time. If this patch bricks the server, how do we get back to the state we were in 5 minutes ago? If the answer is, we'll figure it out, the change is denied.
What about standard changes versus emergency changes?
Good distinction. A standard change is low risk, pre-authorized, and follows a documented procedure. Rebooting a workstation or patching a non-critical server might be a standard change. You don't need to convene the full board for every single patch.
But an emergency change.
An emergency change, or EC, happens when a critical incident is in progress. A 0-day is actively being exploited. We need to block a port on the firewall now. We cannot wait for the weekly CAB meeting on Thursday.
So how is governance maintained there?
You have an ECAB, Emergency Change Advisory Board, usually a smaller group with high authority. They approve the change verbally or via quick chat. The change is implemented to stop the bleeding, and then the documentation is completed retroactively. The governance is not skipped, it is accelerated.
I had a client once who labeled everything an emergency change, just because they were bad at planning.
That is a classic audit finding. If 90% of your changes are emergencies, you don't have a process, you have chaos. It indicates a failure in the release management process.
Let's shift to the organizational structure. Who is responsible for what? The exam mentions the CISO, the data owner, the data custodian, and the data controller.
The data owner is usually a senior business leader. The VP of sales is the data owner for the CRM data. They are accountable for the data's classification. They decide, this list of clients is top secret. They bear the ultimate risk.
They are accountable. That is the keyword.
Yes. The data custodian is usually IT or security. They are responsible for implementing the controls the data owner requested. The owner says, encrypt this. The custodian configures the database encryption. The custodian maintains the integrity and availability on a technical level.
And the data controller versus processor? This comes from GDPR, but is standard terminology now.
The data controller determines the purposes and means of processing personal data. They are the entity that decides why we are collecting this data. The data processor is the entity that actually processes the data on behalf of the controller. If your company uses a third-party payroll provider, your company is the controller. You decide to pay employees, and the payroll provider is the processor.
Security policies need to address these relationships, specifically regarding third-party risk management.
Which brings us to the BPA, Business Partnership Agreement, and the ISA, Interconnection Security Agreement.
An ISA is technical. It specifies the technical requirements for connecting two organizations' networks. We will connect via an IPsec VPN using IKEV2 with this specific pre-shared key rotation schedule.
Correct. The BPA is the legal agreement defining the partnership. The ISA is the technical handbook for the connection. You also have the MOU, Memorandum of Understanding. This is less formal. It expresses an intent to work together, but isn't always legally binding. It often precedes the more formal contracts like the SLA, Service Level Agreement.
The SLA is critical for availability.
The SLA defines the expected level of service, 99.9% uptime. It also defines the penalty. If the cloud provider drops below 99.9%, they owe us service credits. But be careful, an SLA is a business agreement. The security requirements usually live in a security addendum or the ISA.
Let's talk about how these policies are maintained. Version control and periodic review.
A policy that hasn't been reviewed in 3 years is a dead policy. The threat landscape changes. Technologies change. Governance requires an annual review cycle. We look at the policy and ask, is this still relevant? Is it enforceable?
I recall an audit where the password policy required periodic rotation every 90 days, but the company had moved to NIST 800-63B standards, which actually recommend against arbitrary rotation unless a compromise is suspected.
Right. Their policy was actively fighting modern security advice. That's why the review board, or steering committee, is vital. This committee typically includes the CISO, CIO, and business stakeholders. They align the security strategy with the business strategy.
This alignment is what we call governance, risk, and compliance, or GRC.
GRC is the umbrella. Governance is the structure. Risk is the uncertainty we manage. Compliance is the adherence to external laws and internal policies. You cannot separate them.
Let's do a scenario. Alex, you're the architect. A business unit wants to use a new generative AI tool to summarize proprietary meeting notes. They just started using it yesterday. What is the governance failure?
Several. First, shadow IT. They deployed a tool without a security review. Second, data leakage. They are sending proprietary data to a public model, likely violating the data classification policy. Third, third-party risk. We have no contract, no NDA, and no AUP coverage for this specific vendor.
So, what is the immediate governance response?
We don't just block it and walk away. That's the old way. The governance response is to assess the business need. We convene the relevant stakeholders. We look at the AUP. Does it cover AI? If not, we issue an interim guidance. We perform a quick risk assessment of the tool. Can we get an enterprise license where they don't train on our data?
So you bring them back into the fold. You operationalize the shadow IT.
Exactly. Governance isn't about saying no. It's about saying yes, but safely. If we just say no, they will find a harder way to hide it.
Let's talk about the term due diligence versus due care. This is a classic stumbling block.
Due diligence is the research. It's the knowing. Before we acquire a company, we investigate their network. That is due diligence. Did we do our homework?
And due care?
Due care is the action. It's the doing. Once we know they have a vulnerability, we patch it. That is due care. The prudent person rule applies here. Would a prudent person, knowing what we know, have acted this way? If the answer is yes, you exercise due care.
So, researching a vendor's security posture is due diligence. Ensuring your own firewalls are configured correctly is due care.
Correct. In a legal negligence claim, they look for the absence of due care.
We should touch on the code of conduct or code of ethics.
This is broader than the AUP. The code of conduct speaks to the organization's values. It covers conflicts of interest, bribery, and general professional behavior. While AUP is technical/behavioral regarding assets, code of conduct is ethical/behavioral regarding people and society.
And typically, HR enforces the code of conduct, while IT security enforces the AUP, though there is overlap.
Massive overlap, which is why the Security Steering Committee often includes the HR director. If an employee violates the AUP by harassing someone over email, that is both a security incident, misuse of assets, and an HR incident, harassment.
Let's circle back to the change management board. What happens when a change fails?
Incident management kicks in. The governance structure must define the handoff between change management and incident management. If a change causes an outage, we declare an incident. The focus shifts from implementation to restoration of service.
And after the dust settles?
We hold a post-implementation review, PR, or a postmortem. This is a governance requirement. We analyze what went wrong. Was the risk assessment flawed? Was the test environment not identical to production? The output of the PR feeds back into the change process to improve it. This is continuous improvement, often modeled on the Deming cycle: plan, do, check, act.
High-Yield Audio Labs listeners should note that Plan, Do, Check, Act is the heartbeat of ISO 27001.
It is. You establish the ISMS, plan, you implement controls, do, you monitor and audit, check, and you improve, act.
Alex, what's the most dangerous policy document you've ever seen?
I once saw a password policy that had been hard-coded into a legacy mainframe's logic in 1998, and the written policy in 2024 claimed we required MFA. The auditors were reading the document, but the system was enforcing 4-character passwords. The danger was the gap between the paper policy and the technical reality.
That is the paper tiger problem. A security program that looks fierce on paper but has no teeth in reality.
And that is why we have verification. Vulnerability scanning and penetration testing are technically audit functions that verify if the governance is working. If the policy says patch within 30 days and the scan shows 90-day-old vulnerabilities, the governance has failed.
Let's recap the key document types for the exam.
1. Policies * strategic, high-level, mandatory. We will protect data. 2. Standards * tactical, specific, mandatory. We will use TLS 1.3. 3. Procedures * operational, step-by-step, mandatory. Click File, Save. 4. Guidelines * advisory, discretionary. It is recommended to use a dark theme.
And the key roles: 1. Data owner * accountable for the data. 2. Data steward / custodian * responsible for the technical care of the data. 3. Privacy officer * responsible for ensuring PI handling complies with regulation.
And the key governance structures. 1. CAB, Change Advisory Board approves changes to minimize risk. 2. Steering Committee * aligns security with business strategy.
A quick note on offboarding. The policy must dictate immediate revocation of access.
Immediate is the key, not at the end of the pay period. The moment the termination meeting concludes, the access is cut. This requires tight coordination between HR and IT. We use orchestration tools now to trigger this automatically when HR updates the employee status in the HRIS system.
That reduces the latency of risk.
Exactly. Governance is about reducing uncertainty. By defining exactly who can do what, when they can do it, and how changes are managed, we remove the chaos.
Before we close, let's address exceptions.
Crucial. You cannot have a rule without a way to break it legitimately. There will always be a legacy server that cannot support the new encryption standard. The governance framework must have an exception management process.
The owner of the system must formally request the exception. They must accept the risk, and the exception must have an expiration date.
Yes, we accept this risk for 6 months while we migrate. It is not a permanent hall pass. Permanent exceptions are just security holes with a signature on them.
Alex, final thoughts on how to tackle these questions on the exam?
Read the scenario to identify the layer of governance. Are they asking for the strategic intent? That's a policy. Are they asking for the technical configuration? That's a standard. Are they asking about a workflow to modify a server? That's change management.
And always look for the business alignment answer. Security exists to support the mission, not to block it.
Correct. If the answer is shut down the business process to secure it, it is almost always wrong. The right answer is implement a compensating control to secure the business process.
That's the mindset. You are an enabler of safe business operations.
This has been a deep dive into security governance. Master the definitions, understand the hierarchy, and respect the change management process.
Listen to this session again if you need to solidify the difference between due care and due diligence. It's a guaranteed point on the exam. I'm Maya.
I'm Alex. This is High Yield Audio Labs.
Good night and secure your systems.
The fire suppression system didn't trigger. By the time the clean agent released, the heat had already warped the chassis of 3 critical racks. That was a Tier 1 data center for a regional logistics firm. But the physical damage wasn't what killed them.
Let me guess. It wasn't the hardware loss, but the fact that their last verified backup was from the previous quarter?
Close. They had backups, but they had never actually timed their restoration process. They assumed a 4-hour RTO. In reality, the restore took 72 hours. By then, their biggest client had invoked a penalty clause and walked. That is why we are here. Welcome to High Yield Audio Labs. I'm Alex.
And I'm Maya. Tonight we are dissecting business continuity and resilience. This is Domain 3 and 4 territory for the SY0-701, but frankly, it is the only domain that matters when things actually break. We are talking BCP versus DR, the precise math of RTO and RPO, and the backup strategies that separate a minor incident from a resume generating event.
Let's cut straight to the distinction that trips up everyone on the exam. BCP versus Dr. Business Continuity Planning versus Disaster Recovery. Maya, how do you delineate these in an audit?
It's scope and timing. Business Continuity Planning, or BCP, is the umbrella. It is the strategic, long-term plan to keep the business operating during a disruption. It includes everything from supply chain logistics to employee communications. Disaster recovery, or DR, is tactical. It is a subset of BCP. DR is specifically about the IT systems, getting the servers, the data, and the applications back online after they go down.
Precisely. If I'm an architect designing a resilient system, I'm thinking Dr. Redundant Power Supplies, RAID controllers, failover clusters. But the C-suite is thinking BCP. If the headquarters is a smoking crater, where do the people go? How do we process payroll? The exam will try to trick you here. If a question asks about restoring server capacity, that is doctor. If it asks about moving staff to a secondary location to continue operations, that is BCP.
And there is a golden rule for BCP questions. Safety of human life is always paramount. If you see an answer choice that involves saving the data versus evacuating the building, you evacuate. Every single time.
Let's drill into the business impact analysis, the BIA. This is the foundation. You cannot build a recovery strategy if you don't know what matters.
The BIA is where we identify critical business functions, or CBFs. We are not looking at IT assets yet. We are looking at business processes. We interview department heads. We ask, if this process stops, how much money do we lose per hour? Is there a regulatory fine? Does reputation take a hit?
And this is where we derive our critical metrics. You mentioned the logistics firm earlier failed because they guessed their recovery time. In a proper BIA, you define 2 non-negotiable numbers, RTO and RPO. Maya, break down the difference, because I see senior engineers mix these up.
Recovery time objective, RTO, is the maximum amount of time a system can be down before the damage is unacceptable. It is a timer. If my RTO is 4 hours and the server crashes at noon, it must be running by 4 p.m.
Correct. In recovery point objective, RPO is about data loss. It is looking backward. It answers the question, how much data can we afford to lose? If my RPO is 1 hour and I crash at noon, I need to be able to restore data from at least 11 a.m.
Here is the exam trap. RTO dictates your high availability solutions. If RTO is near zero, you need active-active clustering and automated failover, which is expensive. RPO dictates your backup frequency. If RPO is 24 hours, a daily backup is fine. If RPO is 5 minutes, you need synchronous replication.
Let's apply this. I have a client, a high-frequency trading platform. Their RPO is effectively zero. They cannot lose a single transaction. Their RTO is milliseconds. What does that architecture look like?
That is the most expensive architecture possible. You are looking at geodiverse synchronous mirroring. Every write to the primary database is not confirmed until it is written to the secondary site. You need dark fiber between data centers to minimize latency.
Contrast that with a digital archive for a public library.
RPO could be 24 hours or even a week. RTO could be days. They can rely on cold storage, tape backups, or infrequent snapshots. The cost difference between those two architectures is exponential.
That is the key takeaway. Resilience is a function of budget. The BIA gives you the justification to spend that budget. You don't buy a Ferrari engine for a golf cart, and you don't buy a hot site for a non-critical archive.
Speaking of costs, let's talk about those site strategies. Hot, warm, and cold sites. The exam loves these scenarios.
A hot site is a fully operational mirror. Real-time data synchronization, fully staffed or ready to be staffed immediately. You walk in, turn on the lights, and you are working.
It is also the most expensive. Think of it as paying rent on 2 apartments, but only living in one.
A cold site is the opposite. It is a shell. You have power, cooling, and space. But no servers, no configured network gear. If disaster strikes, you are ordering hardware and waiting for shipping.
RTO for a cold site is measured in weeks. It is cheap, but slow. Then you have the warm site. This is the middle ground. The hardware is there, but it is not live. You might need to load the latest backups and patch the OS. RTO is usually hours to days.
I want to introduce a variation I've seen on recent exams, the mobile site.
Right. These are trailers fitted with data center equipment or workspace. Vendors drive them to your location. It is a specific solution for when your building is compromised, but you need to stay on the same physical campus.
Now, let's get technical on the backups themselves. This is pure mechanical knowledge. Full, differential, and incremental. I'll lay out the scenario. We do a full backup on Sunday.
Okay. A full backup captures everything. It clears the archive bit. That is the flag that says this file has changed.
Monday, we change some files. That night, we run a differential backup.
The differential backs up everything that changed since the last full backup. So it backs up Monday's changes. It does not clear the archive bit.
Tuesday, more changes. We run another differential.
This differential backs up Monday's changes and Tuesday's changes. It is cumulative.
Wednesday, the server dies. How do we restore?
We restore the Sunday full backup first. Then we restore only the Tuesday differential. 2 steps. Fast restore, but the backup files get larger every day.
Now switch it to incremental. Sunday is full. Monday is incremental.
The incremental backs up Monday's changes and does clear the archive bit.
Tuesday, more changes. We run another incremental.
It backs up only Tuesday's changes. The file is small and fast to create.
Wednesday, crash. Restoration process.
This is where it gets painful. You restore Sunday full, then Monday incremental, then Tuesday incremental. If you had 6 days of incrementals, you have to restore 7 sets of media. If any one of those tapes is corrupt, the chain is broken.
So, differential, slower to back up, faster to restore. Incremental, faster to back up, slower to restore. The exam will give you a scenario where the restoration window is tight, meaning a strict RTO. Which do you choose?
You choose differential. Or, in a modern cloud environment, you use synthetic fulls, but for the classic exam question, differential wins on restore speed.
Let's talk about the 3-2-1 rule. This is industry scripture.
3 copies of your data, 2 different media types, 1 offsite. If you have your production data and a backup on an external drive sitting on top of the server, you have 0 resilience. A single fire destroys both.
And offsite today usually means cloud. But simply copying data to an S3 bucket isn't enough anymore. We need to talk about immutability.
This is crucial for ransomware protection. Ransomware doesn't just encrypt your production files, it hunts for your backups and encrypts them too. An immutable backup, or worm storage, write once, read many, cannot be modified or deleted for a set retention period. Not even by the root user.
If I'm auditing a client's ransomware resilience, the first thing I ask is, show me your air gap or your immutable lock. If they don't have it, their recovery plan is theoretical.
Let's shift to testing. You mentioned earlier the logistics firm never tested their plan.
A plan that isn't tested is just a suggestion. We have a hierarchy of testing types.
It starts with a checklist review. Each department reviews their part of the plan. Very passive.
Then a tabletop exercise. This is what we do in conference rooms. I put a scenario on the screen. Flood in the basement, power is out, UPS is failing. The team talks through their responses. No equipment is touched. It finds logic gaps.
Then we move to simulations. You actually role-play the response. You might spin up a backup server, but you don't take production offline.
And finally, the full interruption test. You actually pull the plug. You shut down the primary data center.
Which is incredibly risky. You can cause the disaster you are trying to prepare for. Most organizations never do this. They do parallel testing instead, spinning up the DR site while the primary is still running to ensure it can handle the load.
Exactly. There is also the concept of MTBF and MTTR.
Mean time between failures, MTBF, is a reliability metric. How long will this hard drive spin before it dies? A higher number is better. Mean time to repair, MTR, is an efficiency metric. When it dies, how long until we swap it out? Lower is better.
And single points of failure, SPOF. In high availability, we hunt these down. If you have 2 firewalls in a cluster, but they both plug into the same power strip.
That power strip is your SPOF.
If you have dual power supplies, but they both connect to the same utility grid.
The grid is the SPOF. You need a generator or a second utility feed.
Let's look at a specific exam scenario. A company has an RTO of 2 hours. They are using tape backups that take 10 hours to restore. What is the gap?
The gap is purely operational. Their current technology cannot meet the business requirement. The security professional must either pay for faster disk-to-disk backup solutions or go back to management and say, your RTO is unrealistic with this budget.
Another scenario. You are setting up a resilience plan for a cloud-native application. You are using an AWS region in Virginia. What is your resilience strategy?
You cannot rely on a single region. You need multi-region architecture. If US East 1 goes down, you fail over to US West 2. This involves global load balancing and cross-region database replication.
And that brings us back to the BIA. Does the application generate enough revenue to justify doubling your cloud spend for that second region?
If it's a brochure website, no. If it's a payment processor, yes. Always map the technical solution back to the business value.
Before we close, a quick note on graceful degradation.
This is the ability of a system to maintain limited functionality even when a large portion of it has been destroyed. Think of Netflix. If their recommendation engine fails, the site doesn't crash. It just shows you a generic list of popular movies. The core function, streaming, continues.
That is resilience engineering. It is not just about bouncing back. It is about absorbing the blow.
One final high-yield audio labs tip for the exam. Memorize the order of restoration. You don't just turn everything back on at once.
Correct. Infrastructure first. Network, DNS, domain controllers. Then critical databases. Then middleware. Then front-end applications. If you turn on the web server before the database, the users just get errors.
And always prioritize the systems identified as critical in the BI.
We have covered the strategic layer of BCP, the tactical layer of DR, the math of RTO/RPO, and the mechanics of backups and sites.
Listen to this module again. Visualize the difference between a differential and incremental restore. Picture the cold site versus the hot site.
The goal is not just to pass. The goal is to be the person in the room who knows what to do when the screen goes black.
Stay resilient.
End of session. I remember a penetration test back in 2014 where we bypassed $3 million of logical security just by wearing a high-visibility vest and carrying a box of donuts. We walked right through the loading dock, past the security desk, and straight into the server room. It is a sobering reminder that the most sophisticated encryption in the world means nothing if someone can physically touch the hardware. That is the gravity of what we are discussing tonight on High Yield Audio Labs. We are closing out our SY0-701 series with Module 24, focusing on physical security controls.
It is the ultimate fail point, Alex. In my audits, I often see organizations with perfect firewall configurations and zero-trust architectures that completely neglect the perimeter. For the exam, and for real-world resilience, we have to look at physical security through the lens of defense in depth. It starts at the property line and ends at the silicon. Let us start with that outer layer. When you are designing a secure facility, how are you thinking about the first line of defense?
It starts with deterrence and delay. We use physical barriers like fencing and bollards. For the exam, pay attention to the specifics of fencing. It is not just about a wire mesh. You need to think about height, usually 8 feet or higher to deter climbers, and the gauge of the wire. But fences are easily bypassed. That is why we use bollards. These are the short, sturdy vertical posts you see outside building entrances. Their primary job is to stop a kinetic attack, specifically a vehicle-borne improvised explosive device, or simply a ramming attack.
And those bollards come in different ratings, right? I recall seeing K-rated bollards in high-security government specs. From a cloud auditor's perspective, even if the client never sees the data center, they need to know that these physical barriers are in place to prevent a truck from driving through the front door of the facility where their servers live. But what happens once someone gets past the bollards and reaches the actual entry point?
That is where we transition from perimeter defense to access control. The gold standard for the SY0-701 and enterprise architecture is the man-trap, often referred to in documentation as a physical access control vestibule. It is a small space with 2 sets of interlocking doors. You cannot open the second door until the first one is securely closed and your identity is verified. This is the primary defense against tailgating and piggybacking.
I love that you brought up the distinction between those two. For anyone listening for the exam, remember that tailgating is when an unauthorized person follows an authorized person through a door without their knowledge, while piggybacking usually implies the authorized person knows and is perhaps being kind. By holding the door, a man-trap removes the human element of kindness from the equation. It forces a one-at-a-time flow. Alex, how are we integrating biometrics into these vestibules without creating a massive bottleneck?
Precision is key. We look at the crossover error rate, or CER. If you remember nothing else about biometrics, remember that the CER is the point where the false rejection rate and the false acceptance rate meet. We want that number to be as low as possible. In a high-security environment, we might use a combination of something you have, like a proximity card using radio frequency identification, and something you are, like a retina scan or fingerprint. But even the best man-trap is useless if the walls around it are not reinforced.
Exactly. I once audited a site where the man-trap was state-of-the-art, but the drop ceiling above it was standard acoustic tile. You could literally climb over the wall through the plenum space. It is those gaps in the physical envelope that lead to disaster. Let us shift deeper into the facility. What about the rooms that house the most sensitive operations? I am talking about things like Faraday cages and air gaps.
Those are the surgical tools of physical security. A Faraday cage is an enclosure made of conducting material, like a copper mesh, that blocks external electromagnetic interference. We use these in two ways. First, to prevent an attacker from sniffing data emanating from our equipment, often called tempest protections. Second, to prevent external signals, like cellular or Wi-Fi, from reaching our secure devices. If you are conducting a high-level forensic analysis or protecting a root certificate authority, you do it inside a Faraday cage.
And then there is the air gap. In the age of cloud connectivity, an air gap feels almost ancient, but it is still the most effective way to protect critical infrastructure or industrial control systems. An air-gapped system has no physical or wireless connection to any other network. To move data, you need a sneaker net, physically carrying a drive from one machine to another. But even an air gap can be bridged if the physical security around the USB ports is weak.
Which is why we use port blockers and strictly controlled clean rooms for those machines. But we also have to consider the environmental factors that can destroy hardware just as effectively as a hacker. HVAC systems, or heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, are not just for human comfort. In a data center, they are a security control. We have to maintain specific humidity levels. Too low, and you get static electricity discharges that fry motherboards. Too high, and you get condensation and corrosion.
And we cannot forget the airflow architecture. For the exam, you need to understand the hot aisle and cold aisle configuration. By alternating the rows of server racks so that the front intakes face each other and the hot exhausts face each other, we create a much more efficient cooling loop. This prevents thermal pockets that can lead to hardware failure. If your cooling fails, your availability drops to 0, and in the CIA triad, availability is just as important as confidentiality.
Speaking of availability, fire suppression is another critical area where I see students get tripped up. You cannot just use a standard water sprinkler system in a room full of energized electronics. Well, you can, but it is a last resort because the water will cause as much damage as the fire. We prefer gaseous suppression systems like FM2000 or the older halon systems, though halon is being phased out for environmental reasons. These gases interrupt the chemical reaction of the fire without leaving a residue or shorting out the equipment.
We should also mention the pre-action systems for the exam. These are water-based, but require 2 triggers. First, a smoke detector must go off to allow water into the pipes, and then a heat-sensitive head must melt to actually release the water. This prevents accidental discharges from a single broken pipe or a false alarm. It is all about risk management. Alex, let us talk about the end of the life cycle. What happens when a drive fails or a server is decommissioned? This is a huge area for exam questions.
This is where we talk about data sanitization versus destruction. For highly sensitive data, simply deleting files or even formatting the drive is insufficient. We look at NIST's special publication 880 for guidance here. Degaussing is a popular topic. This uses a powerful magnetic field to disrupt the magnetic domains on a traditional hard drive, effectively rendering the data unrecoverable and often destroying the drive's internal timing tracks so it cannot be reused.
But degaussing does not work on solid-state drives, or SSDs. Since SSDs store data using electrical charges in flash memory, a magnet does nothing to the data. For SSDs, we have to look at physical destruction or cryptographic erasure. Physical destruction is exactly what it sounds like. We are talking about shredding, where the drive is fed into a machine that turns it into small metal strips, or pulverizing, which turns it into dust.
I have seen industrial shredders that can process hundreds of drives an hour. It is a satisfying but necessary violence. If you are in a high-compliance environment like healthcare or defense, you need a certificate of destruction for every single serial number. You do not just throw them in the trash. That leads to dumpster diving, which is still one of the most effective ways for low-tech attackers to gather intelligence like passwords on sticky notes or sensitive printed reports.
Which is why shredding applies to paper, too. Microcut shredders are the standard now because strip cut can be pieced back together with enough patience and a high-resolution scanner. Let us pivot back to monitoring. We have talked about the barriers, but how do we know if those barriers have been breached? We need detective controls.
Closed-circuit television, or CCTV, has evolved into video management systems. Modern systems use infrared to see in total darkness and motion detection to alert security guards in real time. But for the exam, remember that cameras are often detective, meaning they help us investigate after the fact, but they can also be deterrent if they are highly visible. However, they are not preventive. They do not physically stop an intruder.
That is a crucial distinction for the SY0-701. Is the control deterrent, preventive, detective, corrective, or compensating? A sign that says video surveillance in progress is a deterrent. A locked door is preventive. A motion sensor that triggers an alarm is detective. And a backup power generator that kicks in during a blackout is corrective, as it restores the availability, part of our security posture.
And don't forget the logs. Just like we have syslogs for servers, we have physical access logs. Every time a badge is swiped at a reader, that event is logged. We should be reviewing these logs for anomalies, like someone swiping into the data center at 3 in the morning when they aren't on call. This is part of a holistic security monitoring strategy.
I want to touch on one more thing before we wrap up, Alex. The two-person integrity, or two-man rule. In extremely sensitive areas, like where cryptographic keys are stored or where physical destruction happens, we never allow a single person to be alone. This prevents an insider threat from acting unnoticed. It is the physical version of a dual control, or split knowledge, logical policy.
It is all about removing the single point of failure, whether that failure is a broken lock or a compromised employee. We have covered a lot of ground tonight, from the K-rated bollards at the perimeter to the micron-level dust in the shredder. Physical security is the foundation upon which all our digital controls are built. If the foundation is weak, the entire tower is at risk.
It has been a deep dive, and I hope everyone listening feels that much more confident. This is the kind of technical precision that makes the difference between a pass and a fail. If you can visualize the man-trap, understand why we use FM 2000 instead of water, and explain the CR of a fingerprint scanner, you are well on your way.
Exactly. This concludes our technical deep focus on physical security controls. Always remember that in the world of security, the smallest physical oversight can bypass the most expensive digital defense. Thank you for joining us for this final module. You have been listening to High Yield Audio Labs.
Keep your eyes on the perimeter and your data air-gapped when it counts. We will see you in the next series.
Stay sharp, stay secure, and we will talk again soon on High Yield Audio Labs.